Section 1 of Homilies on Romans. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Homilies on Romans by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. Argument. As I keep hearing the epistles of the blessed Paul read, and that twice every week, and often 3 or 4 times whenever we are celebrating the memorials of the holy martyrs, gladly do I enjoy the spiritual trumpet, and get roused and warmed with desire at recognizing the voice so dear to me, and seem to fancy him all but present to my sight, and to behold him conversing with me. But I grieve and am pained that all people do not know this man as much as they ought to know him, but some are so far ignorant of him as not even to know for certainty the number of his epistles. And this comes not of incapacity, but of their not having the will to be continually conversing with this blessed man. For it is not through any natural readiness and sharpness of wit that even I am acquainted with as much as I do know, if I do know anything, but owing to a continual cleaving to the man, and an earnest affection towards him. For what belongs to men beloved, they who love them know above all others, inasmuch as they have them in their thoughts. And this also the blessed apostle shows in what he said to the Philippians, even as it is meet for me to think this of you all, because I have you in my heart, in my bonds, and in the defence and confirmation of the gospel. And so ye also, if ye be willing to apply to the reading of him with a ready mind, will need no other aid. For the word of Christ is true, which saith, Seek, and ye shall find, knock, and it shall be opened unto you. But since the more part of those who here gather themselves to us have taken upon themselves the bringing up of children, and the care of a wife, and the charge of a family, and for this cause cannot afford to give themselves wholly to this labour, be ye at all events awake to receiving those things which have been brought together by others, and set apart as much attentiveness to the hearing of what is said as ye give to the gathering together of goods. For even unseemly as it is to demand only as much of you, yet still one must be content if ye give as much. For from this it is that our countless evils have arisen, from ignorance of the Scriptures. From this it is that the plague of heresies has broken out so rife. From this that there are negligent lives. From this labours without advantage. For as men deprived of this daylight would not walk aright, so they that look not to the gleaming of the Holy Scriptures must needs be frequently and constantly sinning, in that they are walking in the worst of darkness. And that this fall not out, let us hold our eyes open to the bright shining of the Apostles' words, for this man's tongue shone forth above the sun, and he abounded more than all the rest in the word of doctrine. For since he laboured more abundantly than they, he also drew upon himself a large measure of the Spirit's grace. And this I constantly affirm, not only from his epistles, but also from the Acts. For if there were anywhere a season for oratory, to him men everywhere gave place. Wherefore also he was thought by the unbelievers to be mercurious, because he took the lead in speech. And as we are going to enter fully into this epistle, it is necessary to give the date also at which it was written. For it is not, as many think, before all the others, but before all that were written from Rome, yet subsequent to the rest, though not to all of them. For both those to the Corinthians were sent before this, and this is plain from what he wrote at the end of this, saying as follows, But now I go unto Jerusalem to minister unto the saints, for it hath pleased them of Macedonia and Achaia to make a certain contribution for the poor saints which are at Jerusalem. But in writing to the Corinthians he says, If it be meet that I go also, they shall go with me, meaning this about those who were to carry the money from thence. Whence it is plain that when he wrote to the Corinthians, the matter of this journey of his was in doubt, but when to the Romans it stood now a decided thing. And this being allowed, the other point is plain, that this epistle was after those. But that to the Thessalonians also seems to me to be before the epistle to the Corinthians, for having written to them before, and having moved the question of alms to them, when he said, But as touching brotherly love, ye need not that I write unto you, for ye yourselves are taught of God to love one another, indeed ye do it toward all the brethren. Then he wrote to the Corinthians, For I know the forwardness of your mind, for which I boast of you, to them of Macedonia, that Achaia was ready a year ago, and your zeal hath provoked very many. Whence he shows that they were the first he had spoken to about this. This epistle, then, is later than those, but prior to those from Rome, for he had not as yet set foot in the city of the Romans, where he wrote this epistle, and this he shows by saying, I long to see you, that I may impart unto you some spiritual gift. But it was from Rome he wrote to the Philippians, wherefore he says, All the saints salute you, chiefly they that are of Caesar's household. And to the Hebrews from thence likewise, wherefore he says, All they of Italy salute them. And the epistle to Timothy he sent also from Rome when in prison, which seems to me too to be the last of all the epistles, and this is plain from the end. For I am now ready to be offered, he says, and the time of my departure is at hand. But that he ended his life there is clear, I may say, to every one. And to that Philemon is also very late, for he wrote it in extreme old age, wherefore also he said, As Paul the aged, and now a prisoner in Christ Jesus, yet previous to that to the Colossians. And this again is plain from the end, for in writing to the Colossians he says, All my state shall Tychicus declare unto you, whom I have sent with Onesimus, a faithful and beloved brother. For this was that Onesimus, in whose behalf he composed the epistle to Philemon, and that this was no other of the same name with him is plain from the mention of Archippus, for it is he whom he had taken as worker together with himself in the epistle to Philemon, when he besought him for Onesimus, whom when writing to the Colossians he stirreth up, saying, Say to Archippus, Take heed to the ministry which thou hast received, that thou fulfill it. And that to the Galatians seems to me to be before that to the Romans. But if they have a different order in the Bibles, that is nothing wonderful, since the 12 prophets, though not succeeding one another in order of time, but standing at great intervals from one another, are in the arrangement of the Bible placed in succession. Now Haggai and Zechariah and others prophesied after Ezekiel and Daniel, and many after Jonah and Zephaniah and all the rest. Yet they are nevertheless joined with all those from whom they stand so far off in time. But let no one consider this an undertaking beside the purpose, nor a search of this kind a piece of superfluous curiosity. For the date of the epistles contributes no little to what we are looking after. For when I see him writing to the Romans and to the Colossians about the same subjects, and yet not in a like way about the same subjects, but to the former with more condescension, as when he says, Him that is weak in the faith receive, but not to doubtful disputations. For one believeth that he may eat all things, another, who is weak, eateth herbs. But to the Colossians he does not write in this way, though about the same things, but with greater boldness of speech. Wherefore, if ye be dead with Christ, he says, from the rudiments of the world, why, as though living in the world, are ye subject to ordinances, touch not, taste not, handle not, which all are to perish with the using, not in any honour to the satisfying of the flesh. I find no other reason for this difference than the time of the transaction, for at the first it was needful to be condescending, but afterwards it became no more so. And in many other places one may find him doing this. Thus both the physician and the teacher are used to do, for neither does the physician treat alike both those who are in the first stage of a disorder and those who are come to the point of having health thenceforward, nor the teacher those children who are beginning to learn and those who want more advanced subjects of instruction. Now to the rest he was moved to write by some particular cause and subject, and this he shows, as when he says to the Corinthians, touching those things whereof ye wrote unto me, and to the Galatians too, from the very commencement of the whole epistle, writes so as to indicate the same thing. But to these for what purpose and wherefore does he write? For one finds him bearing testimony to them that they are full of goodness, being filled with all knowledge, and able also to admonish others. Why then does he write to them? Because of the grace of God, he says, which is given unto me, that I should be the minister of Jesus Christ. Wherefore also he says in the beginning, I am a debtor. As much as in me is, I am ready to preach the gospel to you that are at Rome also. For what is said, as that they are able to exhort others also, and the like, rather belongs to encomium and encouragement, and the correction afforded by means of a letter was needful even for these. For since he had not yet been present, he bringeth the men to good order in 2 ways, both by the profitableness of his letter and by the expectation of his presence. For such was that holy soul, it comprised the whole world, and carried about all men in itself, thinking the nearest relationship to be that in God. And he loved them so as if he had begotten them all, or rather showed for them all a greater instinctive affection than any father, for such is the grace of the Spirit, it exceedeth the pangs of the flesh, and displays a more ardent longing than theirs. And this one may see specially in the soul of Paul, who, having as it were become winged through love, went continually round to all, abiding nowhere nor standing still. For since he had heard Christ saying, Peter, lovest thou me? Feed my sheep, and setting forth this as the greatest test of love, he displayed it in a very high degree. Let us then, zealously aiming at the same, each one bring into order, if not the world, or not entire cities and nations, yet at all events his own house, his wife, his children, his friends, his neighbours. And let no one say to me, I am unskilled and unlearned. Nothing were less instructed than Peter, nothing more rude than Paul. And this himself confesseth, and was not ashamed to say, Though I be rude in speech, yet not in knowledge. Yet, nevertheless, this rude one, and that unlearned man, overcame countless philosophers, stopped the mouths of countless orators, and did all by their own ready mind and the grace of God. What excuse then shall we have, if we are not equal to 20 names, and are not even of service to them that live with us? This is but a pretence and an excuse, for it is not want of learning or of instruction which hindereth our teaching, but drowsiness and sleep. Let us then, having shaken off this sleep with all diligence, cleave to our own members, that we may even here enjoy much calm, by ordering, in the fear of God, them that are akin to us, and hereafter may partake of countless blessings, through the grace and love of our Lord Jesus Christ towards man, through whom and with whom be glory to the Father, with the Holy Ghost, now and evermore, and to all ages. Amen. End of section 1. Section 2 of Homilies on Romans by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 1, Romans 1, verses 1 and 2. Paul, a servant of Jesus Christ, called to be an apostle, separated unto the gospel of God, which he had promised afore by his prophets in the Holy Scriptures. Moses, having written 5 books, has nowhere put his own name to them, neither have they who after him put together the history of events after him. No, nor yet has Matthew, nor John, nor Mark, nor Luke, but the blessed Paul in every part of his epistles sets his own name. Now why was this? Because they were writing to people who were present, and it had been superfluous to show themselves when they were present. But this man sent his writings from afar, and in the form of a letter, for which cause also the addition of the name was necessary. But if in the epistle to the Hebrews he does not do the same, this too is after his own wise judgment, for since they felt prejudiced against him, lest on hearing the name at the outstart they should stop up all admission to his discourse, he subtly won their attention by concealing the name. But if prophets and Solomon have put their names, this I leave as a subject for you to look further into hereafter, why some of them wish to put it so, and some not. For you are not to learn everything from me, but to take pains yourselves also, and inquire further, lest ye become more dull-witted. Paul, a servant of Jesus Christ. Why did God change his name and call him Paul, who was Saul? It was that he might not even in this respect come short of the apostles, but that preeminence which the chief of the apostles had, he might also acquire, and have whereon to ground a closer union with them. And he calls himself the servant of Christ, yet not merely this, for there be many sorts of servitude. One owing to the creation, according to which it says, For all are thy servants, and according to which it says, Nebuchadnezzar my servant, for the work is the servant of him which made it. Another kind is that from the faith, of which it says, But God be thanked that ye were the servants of sin, but ye have obeyed from the heart that form of doctrine which was delivered unto you. Being then made free from sin, ye became the servants of righteousness. Another is that from conversation, after which it saith, Moses my servant is dead. And indeed all the Jews were servants, but Moses in a special way, as shining most brightly in his conversation. Since then, in all the forms of servitude, Paul was a servant, this he puts in the room of the greatest title of dignity, saying, a servant of Jesus Christ. And the names appertaining to the dispensation he sets forth, going on upwards from the lowest. For with the name Jesus did the angel come from heaven when he was conceived of the Virgin, and Christ he is called from being anointed, which could only belong to the flesh. And with what oil, it may be asked, was he anointed? It was not with oil that he was anointed, but with the Spirit. And Scripture has instances of calling such Christs, inasmuch as the Spirit is the chief point in the unction, and that for which the oil is used. And where does it call those Christs who are not anointed with oil? where it says, "Touch not mine anointed, and do my prophets no harm." For at that time the institution of anointing with oil did not exist even. Called an apostle. He styles himself called in all his epistles, so showing his own candour, and that it was not of his own seeking that he found, but that when called he came near and obeyed. And the faithful he styles called to be saints, for they had been called so far as to be believers. But he had besides a different thing committed to his hands, namely the apostleship, a thing full of countless blessings, and at once greater than and comprehensive of all the gifts. And what more need one say of it, than that whatsoever Christ was doing when present, this he committed to their hands when he departed? Which also Paul cries aloud, speaking thereof, and magnifying the dignity of the apostle's office, "We are ambassadors for Christ, as though God did beseech by us," i.e. in Christ's stead. Separated to the gospel of God. As in a house each one is set apart for diverse works, thus also in the church there be diverse distributions of ministrations, and herein he seems to me to hint that he was not appointed by lot only, but that of old and from the first he was ordained to this office, which also Jeremiah saith, that God spake concerning himself, "Before thou camest forth out of the womb I sanctified thee, I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations." For in that he was writing to a vainglorious city, and one every way puffed up, he therefore uses every mode of showing that his election was of God. For he himself called him, and himself separated him, and he does this that he may make the epistle deserve credit and meet an easy reception. To the gospel of God. Not Matthew then alone is an evangelist, nor Mark, as neither was this man alone an apostle, but they also, even if he be said preeminently to be this, and they that. And he calleth it the gospel, not for those good things only which have been brought to pass, but also for those which are to come. And how comes he to say that the gospel of God is preached by himself? For he says, separated to the gospel of God. Now the Father was manifest even before the gospels, yet even if he were manifest it was to the Jews only, and not even to all these as were fitting. For neither did they know him to be a father, and many things did they conceive unworthily of him. Wherefore also Christ saith, "The true worshippers shall come," and that the Father seeketh such to worship him. But it was afterwards that he himself with the Son was manifested to the whole world, which Christ also spake beforehand, and said, that they might know thee, the only true God, and Jesus Christ whom thou hast sent. But he calls it the gospel of God, to cheer the hearer at the outstart. For he came not with tidings to make the countenance sad, as did the prophets, with their accusations and charges and reproofs, but with glad tidings, even the gospel of God, countless treasures of abiding and unchangeable blessings. Verse 2, which he promised afore by his prophets in the Holy Scriptures. For the Lord, saith he, shall give the word to them that proclaim glad tidings with great power, and again, how beautiful are the feet of them that preach the gospel of peace. See here both the name of the gospel expressly, and the temper of it, laid down in the Old Testament. For we do not proclaim it by words only, he means, but also by acts done, since neither was it human, but both divine and unspeakable, and transcending all nature. Now since they have laid against it the charge of novelty also, he shows it to be older than the Greeks, and described aforetime in the prophets. And if he gave it not from the beginning because of those that were unwilling to receive it, still they that were willing did hear it. Your father Abraham, he says, rejoiced to see my day, and he saw it and was glad. How then comes he to say, many prophets and righteous men desired to see the things which ye see, and have not seen them? He means not so, as ye see and hear the flesh itself, and the very miracles before your eyes. But let me beg you to look and see what a very long time ago these things were foretold. For when God is about to do openly some great things, he announces them of a long time before to practice men's hearing for the reception of them when they come. In the Holy Scriptures, because the prophets not only spake, but also writ what they spake, nor did they write only, but also shadowed them forth by actions, as Abraham when he led Isaac, and Moses when he lifted up the serpent, and when he spread out his hands against Amalek, and when he offered the paschal lamb. Verse 3, concerning his son, which was made of the seed of David according to the flesh. What dost thou, O Paul? that after lifting up our souls so, and elevating them, and causing great and unutterable things to pass in show before them, and speaking of the gospel, and that too the gospel of God, and bringing in the choir of the prophets, and showing the whole of them heralding forth many years before those things which were to come, why dost thou again bring us down to David? Art thou conversing, O tell me of some man, and giving him Jesse's son for a father? And wherein are these things worthy of what thou hast just spoken of? Yea, they are fully worthy, for our discourse is not, saith he, of any bare man. Such was my reason for adding according to the flesh, as hinting that there is also a generation of the same after the Spirit. And why did he begin from that, and not from this the higher? It is because that was what Matthew and Luke and Mark began from. For he who would lead men by the hand to heaven must needs lead them upwards from below. For so was the actual dispensation ordered. First, that is, they saw him a man upon earth, and then they understood him to be God. In the same direction then, as he himself had framed his teaching, did his disciple also shape out the way which leadeth thither. First therefore he speaketh of the generation according to the flesh, not because it was first, but because he was for leading the hearer from this up to that. Verse 4, and declared to be the Son of God with power, according to the Spirit of holiness, by the resurrection of Jesus Christ from the dead. What is said has been made obscure by the close folding of the words, and so it was necessary to divide it. What then is it which he says? We preach, says he, him who was made of David. But this is plain. Whence then is it plain that this incarnate person was also the Son of God? First, it is so from the prophets, wherefore he says, which he had promised afore by the prophets in the Holy Scriptures, and this way of demonstration is no weak one. And next also from the very way of his generation, which also he sets forth by saying, of the seed of David according to the flesh, for he broke the rule of nature. Thirdly, from the miracles which he did, yielding a demonstration of much power, for in power means this. Fourthly, from the Spirit which he gave to them that believe upon him, and through which he made them all holy, wherefore he saith, according to the Spirit of holiness, for it was of God only to grant such gifts. Fifthly, from the resurrection of the Lord, for he first alone raised himself, and this himself too said to be above all a miracle sufficient to stop the mouths even of them that behaved shamelessly. For destroy this temple, he says, and in 3 days I will raise it up. And when ye have lifted me up from the earth, then shall ye know that I am he. And again, this generation seeketh after a sign, and there shall no sign be given unto it but the sign of Jonas. What then is the being declared, being shown, being manifested, being judged, being confessed, by the feeling and suffrage of all, by prophets, by the marvellous birth after the flesh, by the power which was in the miracles, by the Spirit, through which he gave sanctification, by the resurrection whereby he put an end to the tyranny of death. Verse 5, by whom we have received grace and apostleship for obedience to the faith. See the candour of the servant. He wishes nothing to be his own, but all his master's. And indeed it was the Spirit that gave this. Wherefore he saith, I have many things to say unto you, but ye cannot bear them now. Howbeit, when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, he will guide you into all truth, and again separate me, Paul and Barnabas. And in the epistle to the Corinthians he says, that to one is given by the Spirit the word of wisdom, to another the word of knowledge, and that it divideth all these as it willeth. And in addressing the Miletians he says, over which the Holy Ghost made you shepherds and overseers. You see, he calls the things of the Spirit the sons, and the things of the Son the spirits. Grace and apostleship, that is, it is not we that have achieved for ourselves that we should become apostles, for it was not by having toiled much and laboured that we had this dignity allotted to us, but we received it of grace, and the achievement was by a gratuity from above. For obedience to the faith, so it was not the apostles that achieved it, but grace that paved the way before them. For it was of themselves to go about and preach, but to persuade was of God, who wrought in them. As also Luke saith, that he opened their heart, and again, to whom it was given to hear the word of God. To obedience, he says not to questioning and parade of argument, but to obedience. For we were not sent, he means, to argue, but to give those things which we had trusted to our hands. For when the Master declareth aught, they that hear should not be nice and curious handlers of what is told them, but receivers only. For this is why the apostles were sent, to speak what they had heard, not to add aught from their own stock, and that we for our part should believe, that we should believe what? Concerning his name. Not that we should be curious about his essence, but that we should believe on his name, for this it was which also wrought the miracles. For it says, In the name of Jesus Christ, rise up and walk. And this too requireth faith, neither can anyone grasp aught of these things by reasoning. Among all nations, among whom are ye also the called of Jesus Christ. What? Did Paul preach then to all the nations? Now that he ran through the whole space from Jerusalem to Illyricum, and from thence again went forth to the very ends of the earth, is plain from what he writes to the Romans. But even if he did not come to all, yet still what he says is not false, for he speaks not of himself alone, but of the 12 apostles, and all who declared the word after them. And in another sense, one should not see any fault to find with the phrase, if about himself, when one considers his ready mind, and how that after death he ceaseth not to preach in all parts of the world. And consider how he extols the gift, and shows that it is great and much more lofty than the former, since the old things were with one nation, but this gift drew sea and land to itself. And attend to this too, how free the mind of Paul is from all flattery, for when conversing with the Romans, who were seated as it were upon a sort of summit of the whole world, he attaches no more to them than to the other nations, nor does he, on the score of their being then in power and ruling, say that they have in spiritual things also any advantage. But as he means we preach to all the nations, so do we to you, numbering them with Scythians and Thracians. For if he did not wish to show this, it were superfluous to say, Among whom are ye also? And this he does to take down their high spirit, and to prostrate the swelling vanity of their minds, and to teach them to honour others alike to themselves. And so he proceeds to speak upon this very point. Verse 6. Among whom are ye also the called of Jesus Christ? That is, along with whom ye also are. And he does not say that he called the others with you, but you with the others. For if in Jesus Christ there is neither bond nor free, much less is there king and private man, for even ye were called, and did not come over of yourselves. Verse 7. To all that be in Rome, beloved of God, called to be saints, grace to you and peace from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. See how continually he puts the word called, saying, called to be an apostle, among whom ye also are called, to all that be in Rome called. And this he does not out of superfluity of words, but out of a wish to remind them of the benefit. For since among them which believed it was likely that there would be some of the rulers and consuls, as well as poor and common men, casting aside the inequality of ranks, he writes to them all under one appellation. But if in things which are more needful and which are spiritual, all things are set forth as common, both to slaves and to free, for instance, the love from God, the calling, the gospel, the adoption, the grace, the peace, the sanctification, all things else, how could it be other than the uttermost folly, whom God had joined together, and made to be of equal honour in the greater things, those to divide on account of things on earth? And on this ground, from the very outstart, this blessed apostle, after casting out this mischievous disease, conducts them to the mother of blessings, humble-mindedness. This made servants better, since they learnt that they should take no harm from their servitude, while they had the true freedom. This also would incline masters to be gentle, as being instructed that they have no advantage in being free, unless the goods of faith have the first place given them. And that you may learn that he was not doing this to work confusion, by dashing all things, but still knew the best distinction, he wrote not simply to all that were in Rome, but with a definition added, beloved of God. For this was the best discrimination, and shows whence the sanctification was. Whence then was the sanctification? From love. For after saying beloved, then he proceeds called to be saints, showing that it is from this that the fount of all blessings is. But saints he calls all the faithful. Grace unto you and peace. O address that bringeth countless blessings to us! This also Christ bade the apostles to use as their first word when entering into houses. Wherefore it is from this that Paul also in all places takes his beginning, from grace and peace. For it was no small war which Christ put an end to, but one varying, and of every kind, and of a long season, and this not from our labours, but through his own grace. Since then love presented us with grace, and grace with peace. Having set them down as if in the due order of an address, he prays over them, that they may abide perpetual and unmoved, so that no other war may again be blown into flame, and beseeches him that gave to keep these things firmly settled, saying as follows: Grace be unto you, and peace from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. See, in this passage the from is common to the Father and the Son, and this is equivalent to out of. For he did not say, Grace be unto you and peace from God the Father through our Lord Jesus Christ, but from God the Father and our Lord Jesus Christ. Strange, how mighty is the love of God! They which were enemies and disgraced have all at once become saints and sons. For when he calls him Father, he shows them to be sons, and when he has said sons, he has unveiled the whole treasure of blessings. Let us then keep showing a conversation worthy of the gift, and hold on in peace and holiness. For other dignities are but for a time, and are brought to an end along with this life present, and may be bought with money. Whence one should not even call them dignities, but names of dignities only, having their strength in the investiture of fine array and the servility of attendance. But this, as having been given of God, the gift of sanctification and adoption, is not broken through even by death, but even here maketh men conspicuous, and also departs with us upon our journey to the life to come. For he that holdeth on in the adoption, and keeps an exact watch upon his holiness, is much brighter and more worthy of being thought happy, even than he that is arrayed with the diadem itself, and has the purple, and has the delight of abundant peace in the present life, and is nurtured up with goodly hopes, and hath no ground for worry and disturbance, but enjoys constant pleasure. For as for good spirits and joy, it is not greatness of power, not abundance of wealth, not pomp of authority, not strength of body, not sumptuousness of the table, not the adorning of dresses, nor any other of the things in man's reach that ordinarily produces them, but spiritual success and a good conscience alone. And he that hath this cleansed, even though he be clad in rags and struggling with famine, is of better spirits than they that live so softly. So too, he that is conscious of wicked deeds, even though he may gather to himself all men's goods, is the most wretched of all men. For this cause Paul, living in continual hunger and nakedness, and being scourged every day, was joyful, and went more softly than they that were then emperors. But Ahab, when king, and indulging in a sumptuous luxury, when he had done that one sin, groaned and was out of spirit, and his countenance was fallen both before the sin and after the sin. If then we wish to enjoy pleasure above all things else, let us shun wickedness and follow after virtue, since it is not in the nature of things for one to have a share thereof on any other terms, even if we were mounted upon the king's throne itself. Wherefore also Paul saith, But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace. This fruit then let us keep growing by us, that we may be in the fruition of joy here, and may obtain the kingdom to come, by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, through whom also be glory to the Father, and to the Holy Spirit, now and always, even unto all ages. Amen. End of section 2. Section 3 of Homilies on Romans by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 2, Part 1, Romans 1, verse 8. First, I thank my God through Jesus Christ for you all, that your faith is spoken of throughout the whole world. An exordium worthy of this blessed Spirit, and able to teach all men to offer unto God the firstlings of their good deeds and words, and to render thanks not only for their own, but also for others' well-doings, which also maketh the soul pure from envy and grudging, and draweth God in a greater measure towards the loving spirit of them that so render thanks. Wherefore also elsewhere he says, Blessed be God, and the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, who hath blessed us with all spiritual blessing. And it is fitting that we render thanks not only when rich, but also when poor, not when in health only, but also when sick, not when we thrive only, but also when we have to bear the reverse. For when our affairs are borne onward with a fair wind, to be thankful is not matter of wonder, but when no small tempests be upon us, and the vessel veers about and is in jeopardy, then is the great time for displaying patience and goodness of heart. For this cause Job also gained a crown from hence, And the shameless mouth of the devil did he stop, and show clearly that not even when he saw good days was it through wealth that he was thankful, but through his much love toward God. And see too what things he is thankful for, not for things earthly and perishing, as for power and authority and glory, for these things are of no account, but for real blessings, faith and boldness of speech, and with how much feeling he gives thanks. For he saith not, to God, but to my God, which also the prophets do, so making him who is common to all their own. And what is there wonderful in the prophets doing this? For God himself plainly does it continually to his servants, calling himself the God of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob as peculiarly theirs, that your faith is spoken of throughout the whole world. What then had the whole world heard of the faith of the Romans? Yes, the whole according to him. And it is not a thing unlikely, for the city was not one of no note, but as being upon a sort of eminence, it was everywhere visible. But consider, I pray, the power of the preaching, how in short time, by means of publicans and fishermen, it took hold upon the very summit of all cities, and Syrians became the teachers and guides of Romans. He attests then two excellencies in them, both that they believed, and that they believed with boldness of speech, and that so great as that the fame of them reached into all the world. For your faith, he says, is spoken of throughout the whole world. Your faith, not your verbal disputations, nor your questionings, nor your syllogisms. And yet there were there many hindrances to the teaching, for having recently acquired the empire of the world, they were elated and lived in riches and luxury, and fishermen brought the preaching there, and they Jews, and of the Jews, a nation hated and had an abomination among all men, and they were bidden to worship the crucified, who was brought up in Judea. And with the doctrine the teachers proclaimed also an austere life to men who were practised in softness, and were agitated about things present. And they that proclaimed it were poor and common men of no family, and born of men of no family. But none of these things hindered the course of the word. So great was the power of the crucified as to carry the word round everywhere. For it is spoken of, he says, in all the world. He says not, it is manifested, but is spoken of, as if all men had them in their mouths. And indeed, when he bears witness of this in the Thessalonians, he adds another thing also. For after saying, from you sounded out the word of God, he adds, so that we need not to speak anything. For the disciples had come into the place of teachers, by their boldness of speech instructing all, and drawing them to themselves. For the preaching came not anywhere to a stand, but went over the whole world more rapidly than fire. But here there is only thus much, it is spoken of. He well says that it is spoken of, showing that there was no need to add aught to what was said, or to take away. For a messenger's business is this, to convey from one to another only what is told him. For which cause also the priest is called a messenger, because he speaks not his own words, but those of him that sent him. And yet Peter had preached there, but he reckons what was his to be his own as well. In such degree, as I said before, was he beyond measure clear of all grudging. Verse 9. For God is my witness, whom I serve with my spirit in the gospel of his Son. Words these of an apostle's bowels of affection, the showing forth this of fatherly concernment. And what is it which he says, and why does he call God to witness? He had to declare his feeling towards them, since then he had not as yet ever seen them. He therefore called no man to witness, but him who walketh in the hearts. For since he had said, I love you, and as a token thereof alleged his praying continually for them, and wishing to come to them, and neither was this self-evident, he betakes himself to the trustworthy testimony. Will then any one of us be able to boast that he remembers, when praying at his house, the entire body of the church? I think not. But Paul drew near to God in behalf not of one city only, but of the whole world, and this not once or twice or thrice, but continually. But if the continually bearing anyone about in one's memory would not happen without much love, to have anyone in one's prayers, and to have them there continually, think what great affection and friendship that implies. But when he says, whom I serve with my spirit in the gospel of his Son, he shows us at once the grace of God, and also his own humble-mindedness, the grace of God because he entrusted to him so great a matter, but his own humility because he imputes it all not to his own zeal, but to the assistance of the Spirit. But the addition of the gospel shows the kind of ministry, For there are many and diverse modes of ministry and of service. For as under kings all are ranged under one that beareth kingly power, and all have not to minister about the same thing, but to one belongeth the ministry of ruling the armies, and to another that of ordering the cities, and to another again that of keeping the treasures in the storehouses. Thus also in spiritual things, one serveth God, and laboureth in believing and ordering his own life well, and another in undertaking the care of strangers, and another in taking in hand the patronship of them that be in need. As even during the apostles' own time, they of Stephen's company served God in the guardianship of the widows, others in the teaching of the word, of whom also Paul was, serving in the preaching of the gospel. And this was the fashion of his service, for it was to this that he was appointed. On this account he not only calls God to witness, but also says what he was entrusted with, to show that having so great things put into his hands, he would not have called him who trusted them to him to witness what is false. And therewith he wished to make another point out also, viz. That he could not but have this love and care for them, for that they might not say, Who art thou, and from whence? That thou sayest that thou art anxious over a city so great and most imperial, he shows that he must needs have this care, if at least the sort of service that was committed to him was to declare the gospel, for he that hath put this into his hands must needs have continually upon his mind them that are to receive the word. And he shows another thing besides this by saying, in my spirit, that this service is much higher than either the Gentile or the Jewish. For the Gentile is both fleshly and in error, and the Jewish is true indeed, yet even this is fleshly. But that of the church is the opposite of the Gentile, but more lofty than the Jewish by a great deal. For the mode of our service is not with sheep and oxen and smoke and fat, but by a spiritual soul, which Christ also shows in saying that God is a spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. In the gospel of his Son. Having said above that it was the Father's gospel, here he says it is the Son's. So indifferent is it to say the Father's or the Son's, for he had learned from that blessed voice that the things of the Father's are the Son's, and the things of the Son are the Father's. For all mine are thine, and thine are mine. That without ceasing I make mention of you always in my prayers. This is the part of genuine love, and he seems indeed to be saying some one thing, yet states four things even here, both that he remembers, that he does so continually, that it is in his prayers, and that it is to ask great things for them. Verses 10 and 11. If by any means now at length I might have a prosperous journey by the will of God to come unto you, for I long to see you. You see him painfully desiring to see them, and yet not enduring to see them contrary to what seemed good unto God, but having his longing mingled with the fear of God. For he loved them, and was eager to come to them, yet he did not, because he loved them, desire to see them contrary to what seemed good unto God. This is true love, not as we love, who err on both sides from the laws of love, for either we love no one, or if we ever do love, we love contrary to what seemeth good unto God, acting in both against the divine law. And if these things be grievous when spoken of, they are more grievous when done. And how do we love contrary to what seems good to God, you will say, when we neglect Christ pining with hunger, and provide our children and friends and relations above their needs? Or rather, what need to carry the subject further? For if anyone will examine his own conscience, he will find that this takes place in many things. But such was not that blessed person, but he knew both how to love and to love as he ought, and as was fitting, and though exceeding all men in loving, he transgressed not the measures of love. See then two things thrive extremely in him, fear of God, and also longing towards the Romans. For to be praying continually, and not to desist when he obtained not, shows exceeding love. But so loving, to continue yielding to the will of God, shows intense reverence. In another place, however, having thrice besought the Lord, he not only did not receive, but on the contrary, when he did not receive, he was very thankful for not having been heard. So in all things did he look to God. But here he received, though not when he was asked, but after delay, and neither hereat was he a whit discontented. And these things I mention, that we may not repine at not being heard, or at being heard slowly. For we are not better than Paul, who confesses his thankfulness for both, and with good ground. For when he had once given himself up to the all-governing hand, and put himself with as much subjection under it, as clay under the potter, he followed wheresoever God led. Having then said that he desired to see them, he mentions also the cause of his desire. And what is it? Verse 11, that I may impart unto you some spiritual gift, to the end you may be established. For it was not merely as many now go travelling in a needless and profitless way that he also went, but for necessary and very urgent ends. And this he has no mind indeed openly to tell them, but he does by way of hints, for he does not say that I may teach you, that I may instruct you, that I may fill up that which is wanting, but that I may impart, showing that it is not his own things which he is giving them, but that he was imparting to them what he had received. And here again he is unassuming in saying some. He means some small one and suited to my powers. And what may this small one be which thou art now going to impart? This it is, he says, to the end that he may be established. This then also cometh of grace, namely, the being unwavering and standing fast. But when you hear of grace, think not that the reward of resolve on our part is thereby cast aside, for he speaks of grace, not to disparage the labour of resolve on our part, but to undermine the haughtiness of an insolent spirit. Do not thou then, because that Paul hath called this a gift of grace, grow supine, for he knows how in his great candour to call even well-doings graces, because even in these we need much influence from above. But in saying, to the end that ye may be established, he covertly shows that they needed much correction, for what he would say is this: of a long time I have both desired and prayed to see you, for no other reason than that I may establish and strengthen and fix you thoroughly in the fear of God, so that ye be not continually wavering. But he does not express himself so, for he would have shocked them, but in another way he hints to them the same thing, though in a subdued tone, for when he says, to the end that he may be established, he makes this plain. Then, since this also was very irksome, see how he softens it by the sequel, for that they may not say, are we wavering? Are we carried about? And need we speech of yours in order to stand fast? He anticipates and does away any gainsaying of the kind by saying as follows, verse 12, that is, that I may be comforted together with you by the mutual faith both of you and me. As if he said, do not suspect that I spoke to accuse you. It was not with this feeling that I said what I did, but what may it be that I wish to say? Ye have undergone many tribulations, being drenched on every side by those who persecute you. I desired then to see you, that I may comfort you, or rather, not that I may comfort you only, but that I may myself receive comfort. See the wisdom of the teacher. He said, to the end that ye may be strengthened. He knew that what he had said would be irksome to the disciples, and he says, to the end that ye may be comforted. But this again is heavy, not indeed to such a degree as the former, still it is heavy. He then pares down what is galling in this also, smoothing his speech on every side and rendering it easy of acceptance, for he does not say, barely to be comforted, but to be comforted together with you. Nor was he content with this, but he puts in a further lenitive when he says, by the mutual faith both of you and me. Oh, what mighty humble-mindedness! He showed himself also to be in need of them, and not them only of him. And he puts the disciples in the position of teachers, not letting any superiority remain upon his own side, but points out a great matter of equality. For the gain is mutual. He means, and I need the comfort from you, and you that from me. And how comes this to pass? Through the mutual faith both of you and me. For as in the case of fire, if anyone gather together many lights, it is a bright flame that he kindles. Thus also does it naturally happen with the faithful. For when we be by ourselves torn away from others, we are somehow in worse spirits. But when we see one another and are entwined with the members of our own selves, great is the comfort we receive. You must not look to the present time, during which, by God's grace, in village and city, and in the desert itself, there be many hosts of believers, and all impiety hath been driven out. But consider in that time how great a good it was both for disciples to see their master, and for brethren who had come from another city to be seen of brethren. But that I may make what I am saying plainer, let us bring the matter to an example. For if it should even happen and come to pass, may it never do so, that we had been carried away to the land of the Persians or Scythians, or other barbarians, and had been scattered by 2 or 3s in their cities, and were then suddenly to see any one of those here coming to us, reflect what a harvest of comfort we should reap of it. See ye not those too who are in the prisons, if they see any of their acquaintance, how they revive and are quite fluttering with the pleasure. But if I compare those days with captivity and imprisonment, count it no wonder, for these suffered far harder things than those, scattered as they were, and driven about, and dwelling in the midst of famine and of wars, and tremblingly expected daily death, and suspecting friends and kindred and relatives, and dwelling in the world as in a strange land, ay, and in far harder plight than they who live in another's country. And this is why he says, to the end that he may be established and comforted with us by our mutual faith. And this he says, not as though he himself needed any assistance from them, far from it, for how should the pillar of the church, who is stronger than iron and the rock, the spiritual adamant who is equal to the charge of countless cities, but that he should not make his language impetuous and his reproof vehement, he says that he himself also needs their consolation. But if anyone here should say the increase of their faith was the comfort and gladness, and that Paul needed this, he would not be mistaking his meaning in this way either. If then thou desire, one may say and pray, and wilt gain comfort and give comfort by it, what is there to hinder thy coming? By way of dissipating this suspicion, he then proceeds. End of section 3. Section 4 of Homilies on Romans by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 2, Part 2, Romans 1, verse 8. Verse 13. Now I would not have you ignorant, brethren, that oftentimes I desired to come unto you, but was let hitherto. Here is a compliance great as that of slaves, and a plain proof of his excellent temper. That he was let, he says, but why he does not go on to say. For he does not pry into the command of his master, but only obeys, and yet one might expect a person to start questions as to why God hindered a city so conspicuous and great, and towards which the whole world was looking, from enjoying such a teacher, and that for so long a time. For he that had overcome the governing city could easily go on to the subjects of it. But he that let alone the more royal one, and lay in wait about the dependents, had the main point left neglected. But none of these things does he busy himself with, but yields to the incomparableness of providence, thereby both showing the right tone of his soul, and instructing us never to call God to account for what happens, even though what is done seem to be the confusion of many. For the master's part it is alone to enjoin, the servants to obey. And this is why he says that he was let, but not for what cause, for he means, even I do not know. Ask not then of me the counsel or mind of God. For neither shall the thing formed say to him that formed it, Why hast thou made me thus? For why, tell me, do you even seek to learn it? Do you not know that all things are under his care, that he is wise, that he doeth nothing at a mere hazard, that he loveth thee more than they who begat thee, and goes exceeding far beyond a father's yearnings of affection to thee, and a mother's anxiousness? Seek then no more, and go not a step further, for this is sufficient consolation for thee, since even then it was well ordered for the Romans. And if thou knowest not the manner, take it not to heart, for this is a main feature of faith, even when in ignorance of the manner of the dispensation, to receive what is told us of his providence. Paul then, having succeeded in what he was earnest about, and what was it? To show that it was not as slighting them that he did not come to them, but because, though greatly desiring it, he was hindered, and having divested himself of the accusation of remissness, and having persuaded them that he was not less desirous to see them himself, further shows his love to them by other means also. For even when I was hindered, he means, I did not stand aloof from the attempt, but I kept attempting always, yet was always hindered. Yet never did I stand aloof thus, without falling out with the will of God, still keeping my love. For by his purposing it to himself, and not standing aloof from it, he showed the affection. But through his being hindered, and yet not struggling against it, he manifested his entire love to God. That I might have some fruit among you also. Yet he had told them the cause of his longing before, and shown that it was becoming him. And still here also he states it earnestly, clearing away all their suspicion. For since the city was conspicuous, and in the whole event of sea and land had no equal, to many even the mere desire of becoming acquainted with it became a reason for a journey to it. that they might not think anything of the sort about Paul, or suspect that merely with a view to glory in claiming them to himself he desired to be present there. He repeatedly lays down the ground of his desire, and before he says, "It was that I may impart to you some spiritual gift that I desired to see you, but here more clearly that I might have some fruit among you also, even as among other Gentiles." The rulers he puts with the subjects, and after the countless triumphs and victories and the glory of the consuls, he puts them with the barbarians, and with good reason too. For where the nobility of faith is, there is none barbarian, none Grecian, none stranger, none citizen, but all mount up to one height of dignity. And see him here also unassuming, for he does not say that I may teach and instruct, but what? That I might have some fruit, and not fruit simply, but some fruit, again depreciating his own share therein, just as he had said above, that I may impart some gift. And then to repress them too, as I said also before, he says, even as among other Gentiles, for I do not, because you are rich and have the advantage of other, show less concern about the others. For it is not the rich that we are seeking, but the faithful. Where now are the wise of the Greeks, they that wear long beards, and that are clad in open dress, and puff forth great words? All Greece and all barbarian lands has the tent-maker converted, but Plato, who is so cried up and carried about among them, coming a third time to Sicily with the bombast of those words of his, with his brilliant reputation, did not even get the better of a single king, but came off so wretchedly as even to have lost his liberty. But this tent-maker ran over not Sicily alone or Italy, but the whole world, and while preaching too he desisted not from his art, but even then sewed skins and superintended the workshop. And even this did not give offence to those who were born of consuls, and with very good reason, for it is not their trades and occupations, but falsehood and forged doctrines, which usually render teachers easy subjects of contempt. And for this reason even Athenians still laugh at the former. But this man even barbarians attend to, and even foolish and ignorant men. For his preaching is set forth to all alike, it knows no distinction of rank, no preeminence of nation, no other thing of the sort, for faith alone does it require, and not reasonings. Wherefore it is most worthy of admiration, not only because it is profitable and saving, but that it is readily admissible and easy, and comprehensible to all, which is a main object in the providence of God, who setteth forth his blessings to all in common. For what he did in respect of the sun and the moon, and the earth and the sea and other things, not giving the rich and the wise a greater share of the benefits of these, and a less to the poor, but setting forth the enjoyment of them to all alike, this also did he with regard to the preaching, and even in a much greater degree, by how much this is more indispensable than they. Wherefore Paul repeatedly says to all the Gentiles, to show them that he in no respect favours them, but is fulfilling his master's command, and sending them away to thanksgiving to the God of all, he says, verse 14, I am debtor to the Greeks and to the barbarians, both to the wise and to the unwise. Which also he said when writing to the Corinthians, and he says it to ascribe the whole to God. Verse 15, so as much as in me is, I am ready to preach the gospel to you that are at Rome also. O noble soul, having taken on him a task laden of so great dangers, a voyage across the sea, temptations, plottings, risings, for it was likely that one who was going to address so great a city which was under the tyrannic sway of impiety should undergo temptations thick as snowflakes, and it was in this way that he lost his life in this city, being cut off by the tyrant of it, yet still expecting to undergo so great troubles, for none of these did he become less energetic, but was in haste, and was in travail, and was ready-minded. Wherefore he says, so as much as in me is, I am ready to preach the gospel to you that are at Rome also. Verse 16, for I am not ashamed of the gospel. What sayest thou, O Paul? When it were fitting to say that I boast and am proud and luxuriate in it, thou sayest not this, but what is less than this, that thou art not ashamed, which is not what we usually say of things very glorious. What then is this which he says, and why does he thus speak, while yet he exults over it more than over heaven? At least in writing to the Galatians he says, God forbid that I should glory, save in the cross of our Lord Jesus Christ. How then comes he here to say, not that I even glory, but that I am not ashamed? The Romans were most anxiously eager about the things of the world, owing to their riches, their empire, their victories, their kings. for these they reckoned to be equal to the gods, and so they even called them. And for this cause too they worshipped them with temples and with altars and with sacrifices. Since then they were thus puffed up, but Paul was going to preach Jesus, who was thought to be the carpenter's son, who was brought up in Judea, and that in the house of a mean woman, who had no bodyguards, who was not encircled in wealth, but even died as a culprit with robbers, and endured many other inglorious things. And it was likely that they were concealing themselves, as not as yet knowing any of the unspeakable and great things. For this reason, he says, I am not ashamed, having still to teach them not to be ashamed. For he knew that if they succeeded in this, they would speedily go on and come to glorying also. And do you then, if you hear anyone saying, Dost thou worship the crucified? Be not ashamed, and do not look down, but luxuriate in it, be bright-faced at it, and with the eyes of a free man, and with uplifted look, take up your confession. And if he say again, Dost thou worship the crucified? Say in reply to him, Yes, and not the adulterer, nor the insulter of his father, not the murderer of his children, for such be all the gods they have, but him who by the cross stopped the mouths of devils, and did away with countless of their juggleries. For the cross is for our sakes, being the work of unspeakable love towards man, the sign of his great concern for us. And in addition to what has been said, since they were puffed up with great pomposity of speech, and with their cloak of external wisdom, I, he means to say, bidding an entire farewell to these reasonings, come to preach the cross, and am not ashamed because of it, for it is the power of God to salvation. For since there is a power of God to chastisement also, for when he chastised the Egyptians, he said, This is my great power, and a power to destruction. For fear him, he says, that is able to destroy both body and soul in hell. For this cause, he says, it is not these that I come to bring, the powers of chastisement and punishment, but those of salvation. What then? Did not the gospel tell of these things also, namely the account of hell, and that of the outer darkness, and of the venomous worm, and yet we know of these from no other source than the gospel? In what sense then does he say the power of God unto salvation? Attend only to what follows. To every one that believeth, to the Jew first, and also to the Greek. For it is not to all absolutely, but to them that receive it. For though thou be a Grecian, and even one that has run into every kind of vice, though a Scythian, though a barbarian, though a very brute, and full of all irrationality, and burdened with the weights of endless sins, no sooner hast thou received the word concerning the cross, and been baptized, than thou hast blotted out all these. And why says he here, to the Jew first, and also to the Greek? What meaneth this difference? And yet he has often said, Neither circumcision is anything, nor uncircumcision. How then doth he here discriminate, setting the Jew before the Greek? Now why is this, seeing that, by being first, he does not therefore receive any more of the grace, for the same gift is bestowed both on this person and on that? But the first is an honour in order of time only, for he has no such advantage as that of receiving greater righteousness, but is only honoured in respect of his receiving it first. Since, in case of those that are enlightened, you that are initiated know what is meant, all run to the baptism, yet not all at the same hour, but one first and another second. Yet the first doth not receive more than the second, nor he than the person after him, but all enjoy the same gifts. The first, then, here is an honour in word, not a superiority in grace. Then, after saying unto salvation, he enhances the gift further by showing that it stayeth not at the present point, but proceedeth farther. For this is what he sets forth when he says, verse 17, For therein is the righteousness of God revealed from faith to faith, as it is written, The just shall live by faith. He then, who hath become just, shall live, not for the present life only, but for that which is to come. And he hints not only this, but also another thing along with this, namely the brightness and gloriousness of such a life. For since it is possible to be saved, yet not without shame, as many are saved of those who by the royal humanity are released from punishment, that no one may suspect this upon hearing of safety, he adds also righteousness, and righteousness not thine own, but that of God, hinting also the abundance of it and the facility. For you do not achieve it by toilings and labours, but you receive it by a gift from above, contributing one thing only from your own store, believing. Then, since the things spoken of did not seem credible, if the adulterer and effeminate person and robber of graves and magician, is not only to be suddenly freed from punishment, but to become just, and just too with the highest righteousness, he confirms his assertion from the Old Testament. And first, with a short sentence, he lays open a vast sea of histories to one who has a capacity for seeing them, for after having said, "from faith to faith," he sends the hearer back to the dispensations of God, which took place thus in the Old Testament, which, when writing to the Hebrews, he explains with great wisdom, and shows that both the just and the sinners were justified in that way even then. Wherefore also he made mention both of Rahab and of Abraham. But then here, after having just hinted at them, for he was running on to another and a pressing subject, he again confirms what he had said from the prophets, bringing in Zephaniah before them, crying and saying that it is not in the nature of things for him who is to live otherwise save by faith. For the just, he says, shall live by faith, speaking about the life to come. For since what God giveth transcends reasoning entirely, it is but reason that we need faith. But the man that thinks meanly of it, and is contemptuous and vainglorious, will not affect anything at all. Let heretics hearken to the voice of the Spirit, for such is the nature of reasonings. They are like some labyrinth or puzzles which have no end to them anywhere, and do not let the reason stand upon the rock, as having their very origin in vanity. For being ashamed to allow of faith, and to seem ignorant of heavenly things, they involve themselves in the dust cloud of countless reasonings. Then, O miserable and painful man, fit object for endless tears, should anyone ask thee how the heaven was made, or how the earth, why do I say the heaven and the earth? How thou wert thyself born, and how nourished, and how thou grewest, art thou then not ashamed of thine ignorance? But if anything be said about the only begotten, dost thou thrust thyself through shame into a pit of destruction, thinking that it is unworthy of thee not to know everything? And yet disputatiousness is an unworthy thing, and so is ill-timed curiosity. And why do I speak of doctrines? For even from the corruption in our present life we have escaped by no other resource than by faith. Thus shone all those aforetime, thus Abraham, thus Isaac, thus Jacob, thus too the harlot was saved, the one in the Old Testament, and likewise the one in the New. For by faith, he says, the harlot Rahab perished not with them that believed, not when she had received the spies, and did not say to herself, and how can they that are captives and exiles and refugees, and live the life of vagabond tribes, get the better of us who have a city and walls and towers? For had she said this to herself, she would have destroyed both herself and them, which also the forefathers of those who were then saved did suffer. For when, upon the sight of men great and tall, they questioned the manner of victory, they perished without battle or array, all of them. Seest thou what a pit is that of unbelief, what a wall that of faith? For the one carried down endless thousands, the other not only saved a harlot, but made her the patroness of so numerous a people. Now, since we know of these, and more than these, never let us call God to account for what is done, but whatsoever he may lay on us, that let us take up with, and let us not run into niceties and curious questions, though to human reasonings the things commanded even appear amiss. For what, let me ask, looks more amiss than for a father to slay his only and legitimate son? But still, when the righteous man was bid do it, he raised no scruples about it. But owing to the dignity of the bidder, he merely received the injunction and obeyed. And another, too, that was bidden of God to strike a prophet, when he raised nice scruples about the injunctions seeming amiss, and did not simply obey, he was punished to the extreme. But he that struck gained a good report. And Saul, too, when he saved men contrary to the decree of God, fell from the kingdom, and was irretrievably punished. And one might find other instances beside these, by all which we learn never to call God to account for his injunctions, but to yield and obey only. But if it be dangerous to raise nice scruples about aught that he may enjoin, and extreme punishment is appointed for those who are curious questioners, what possible excuse shall they have who curiously question things far more secret and awful than these, as, for instance, how he begat the Son, and in what fashion, and what his essence is? Now, as we know this, let us with all kindliness receive the mother of all blessings, faith, that, sailing as it were in a still harbour, we may at once keep our doctrines orthodox, and by steering our life safely in a straight course, may attain those eternal blessings by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, with whom be unto the Father glory and strength and honour and adoration, with the Holy Ghost, for ever and ever. Amen. End of section 4. Section 5 of Homilies on Romans by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 3, Romans 1, verse 18. For the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all the ungodliness and unrighteousness of men who hold the truth in unrighteousness. Observe the discretion of Paul, how after encouraging by gentler things he turns his discourse to the more fearful. For after saying that the gospel is the cause of salvation and of life, that it is the power of God, that it gendereth salvation and righteousness, he mentions what might well make them fear that were heedless of it. For since in general most men are not drawn so much by the promise of what is good as by the fear of what is painful, he draws them on both sides. For this cause too did God not only promise a kingdom, but also threaten hell. And the prophets spake thus with the Jews, ever intermingling the evil with the good. For this cause too Paul thus varies his discourse, yet not anyhow, but he sets first the good things, and after the evil, to show that the former came of the guiding purpose of God, but the latter of the wickedness of the backsliding. And in this way the prophet puts the good first, saying, If ye be willing and will obey me, ye shall eat the good of the land. But if ye be not willing and will not obey me, the sword shall devour you. So here too does Paul conduct his discourse. But observe him. Christ, he means, came to bring forgiveness, righteousness, life, yet not in any way, but by the cross doth he bring them, which is greatest too and most wonderful, that he not only gave such things, but that he also suffered such things. If then ye insolently scorn the gifts, then must ye await the penalties. And see how he raises his language. For the wrath of God, he says, is revealed from heaven. Whence does this appear? If it be a believer who says this, we will tell him of the declaration of Christ, but if the unbeliever and the Grecian, him Paul silences by what he says presently of the judgment of God, bringing an uncontrovertible demonstration from the things which were done by them. And this too is by far the most striking point in him, how he exhibits those who speak against the truth itself as bearing witness themselves by the things which they do daily or even say to the doctrines of the truth. But of this in the sequel. But for the present, let us keep to what is set before us, for the wrath of God is revealed from heaven. And indeed, even here, this often takes place in famines and pestilences and wars, for each individually and all in common are punished. What will be the new thing then? That the chastisement is greater and common to all, and not by the same rules. For now what takes place is for correction, but then for vengeance. And this also St. Paul showed when he said, We are chastened now, that we should not be condemned with the world. And now indeed to many such things usually seem to come not of the wrath from above, but of the malice of man. But then the punishment from God shall be manifest, when the judge, sitting upon the fearful tribunal, shall command some to be dragged to the furnaces, and some to the outer darkness, and some to other inexorable and intolerable punishments. And why is it that he does not speak as plainly as this? The Son of God is coming with 10,000 angels, and will call each man to account, but says that the wrath of God is revealed. His hearers were as yet novices, and therefore he draws them first by things quite allowed by them. And besides what is here mentioned, he also seems to me to be aiming against the Greeks, and this is why he makes his beginning from this, but afterwards he introduces the subject of Christ's judgment. Against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men who hold the truth in unrighteousness. Here he showeth that the ways of ungodliness are many, and that of truth one. For error is a thing various and multiform and compound, but the truth is one. And after speaking of doctrines, he also speaks of their life, mentioning the unrighteousness of men. For there be various kinds of unrighteousness also. One is in money affairs, as when anyone deals unrighteously by his neighbour in these, and another in regard to women, when a man leaves his own wife and breaks in upon the marriage of another. For St. Paul calls this also defrauding, saying thus, that no man go beyond or defraud his brother in the matter. Others again injure not the wife or property, but the reputation of their neighbour, and this too is unrighteousness. For a good name is better than great riches. But some say that this also is said of Paul about doctrines. Still there is nothing to prevent its having been said of both. But what it is to hold the truth in unrighteousness, learn from the sequel. Verse 19. Because that which may be known of God is manifest in them, for God hath showed it unto them. But this glory they invested stocks and stones with, as then he which is entrusted with the goods of the king, and is ordered to spend them upon the king's glory, if he waste these upon robbers and harlots and witches, and make these splendid out of the king's stores, he is punished as having done the kingdom the greatest wrong. Thus they also, who after having received the knowledge of God and of his glory, invested idols therewith, held the truth in unrighteousness, and at least as far as was in their power dealt unrighteously by the knowledge, by not using it upon fitting objects. Now has what was said become clear to you, or must one make it still clearer? Perhaps it were needful to say somewhat more. What then is it which is here said? The knowledge of himself God placed in men from the beginning, but this knowledge the Greeks invested stocks and stones with, and so dealt unrighteously to the truth, as far at least as they might. For it abideth unchanged, having its own glory immutable. And whence is it plain that he placed in them this knowledge, O Paul? Because, saith he, that which may be known of him is manifest in them. This, however, is an assertion, not a proof. But do thou make it good, and show me that the knowledge of God was plain to them, and that they willingly turned aside. Whence was it plain then? Did he send them a voice from above? By no means. But what is able to draw them to him more than a voice, that he did, by having put before them the creation, so that both wise and unlearned, and Scythian and barbarian, having through sight learned the beauty of the things which were seen, might mount up to God. Wherefore he says, verse 20, For the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things which are made. Which also the prophet said, The heavens declare the glory of God. For what will the Greeks say in that day? That we were ignorant of thee? Did ye then not hear the heavens sending forth a voice by the sight, while the well-ordered harmony of all things spake out more clearly than a trumpet? Did ye not see the hours of night and day abiding unmoved continually, the goodly order of winter, spring, and the other seasons, which is both sure and unmoved, the treatableness of the sea amid all its turbulence and waves, all things abiding in order, and by their beauty and their grandeur, preaching aloud of the Creator? For all these things, and more than these, doth Paul sum up in saying, The invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things which are made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so that they are without excuse. And yet it was not for this that God made these things, even if this came of it. For it was not to bereave them of all excuse that he set before them so great a system of teaching, but that they might come to know him. But by not having recognized him, they deprived themselves of every excuse, and then, to show how they are bereaved of excuse, he says, verse 21, Because that when they knew God, they glorified him not as God, neither were thankful. This is the one greatest charge, and the second after it is their also worshipping idols, as Jeremiah too, in accusing them, said, This people hath committed two evils. They have forsaken me, the fountain of living water, and have dug for themselves broken tanks. And then, as a sign of their having known God, and not used their knowledge upon a fit object, he adduces this very thing, that they had known gods. Wherefore he adds, Because that when they knew God, they glorified him not as God. And he names the cause through which they fell into such senselessness. What then is it? They trusted everything to their reasonings. Still he does not word it so, but in a much sharper language, but became vain in their reasonings, and their foolish heart was darkened. For, as in a night without a moon, if anyone attempt to go by a strange road, or to sail over a strange sea, so far will he be from soon reaching his destination, that he will speedily be lost. Thus they, attempting to go the way leading to heaven, and having taken away the light from their own selves, and in lieu of it trusted themselves to the darkness of their own reasoning, and seeking in bodies for him who is incorporeal, and in shapes for him who hath no shape, underwent a most rueful shipwreck. But beside what has been said, he names also another cause of their error, when he says, verse 22, Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. For having some great conceit of themselves, and not enduring to go the way which God had commanded them, they were plunged into the reasonings of senselessness. And then to show and give in outline what a rueful surge it was, and how destitute of excuse, he goes on to say, verse 23, And changed the glory of the uncorruptible God into an image made like to corruptible man, and to birds and four-footed beasts and creeping things. The first charge is that they did not find God. The second was that it was while they had great and clear means to do it. The third, that withal they said they were wise. The fourth, that they not only did not find that reverend being, but even lowered him to devils, and to stones and stocks. Now he takes down their haughtiness also in the epistle to the Corinthians, but not in the same way there as here. For there it is from the cross he gives them the blow, saying, "The foolishness of God is wiser than men." But here, without any comparison, he holds their wisdom by itself up to ridicule, showing it to be folly and a mere display of vain boasting. Then, that you may learn that when they had their knowledge of God, they gave it up thus treacherously, they changed, he says. Now he that changeth, changeth as having somewhat else instead, for they wished to find out more, and did not bear with the limits given them. And so they were banished from these also, for they were lusters after new devices, for such is all that is Grecian. And this is why they stood against one another, as Aristotle rose up against Plato, and the Stoics blustered against him, and one became hostile to one, another to another, so that one should not so much marvel at them for their wisdom, as turn away from them indignant and hate them, because through this very thing they had become fools. For had they not trusted what they had to reasonings and syllogisms and sophistries, they would not have suffered what they did suffer. Then, to strengthen the accusation against them, he holds the whole of their idolatry up to ridicule. For the changing even were a very fit subject of scorn, but to change such things too is beyond all excuse. What they were then, that they changed it for, and what it was which they invested with his glory, consider. Some conceptions they ought to have had about him, as for instance that he is God, that he is Lord of all, that he made them which were not, that he exerciseth a providence, that he careth for them, for these things are the glory of God. To whom then did they ascribe it? Not to men, but to an image made like corruptible man. Neither did they stop here, but even dropped down to the brutes, or rather to the images of these. But consider, I pray, the wisdom of Paul, how he has taken the two extremes, God the highest, and creeping things the lowest, or rather not the creeping things, but the images of these, that he might clearly show their evident madness. For what knowledge they ought to have had concerning him who is incomparably more excellent than all, with that they invested what was incomparably more worthless than all. But what has this to do with the philosophers, a man may say? To them especially belongs all I have said to do with them, for they have the Egyptians, who were the inventors of these things, to their masters, and Plato, who is thought more reverend than the rest of them, glories in these masters, and his master is in a stupid awe of these idols, for he it is that bids them sacrifice a cock to Aesculapius. Here one may see images of these beasts and creeping things, and Apollo and Bacchus worshipped along with the creeping things, and some of the philosophers lifted up to heaven bulls and scorpions and dragons, and all the rest of that vanity. For in all parts did the devil zealously strive to bring men down before the images of creeping things, and to range beneath the most senseless of all things those whom God hath willed to lift up above the heavens. And it is not from this only, but also from other grounds, that you will see their chief man to come under the remarks now made. For having made a collection of the poets, and having said that we should believe them upon matters relating to God, as having accurate knowledge, he has nothing else to bring forward but a tissue of these absurdities, and then says that this utterly ludicrous trifling is to be held for true. Verse 24. Wherefore also God gave them up to uncleanness through the lusts of their own hearts, to dishonour their own bodies between themselves. Hence he shows that even of the perversion of the laws it was ungodliness which was the cause, but he gave them up. Here is, let them alone. For as he that hath the command in an army, if upon the battle lying heavy upon him he retreat and go away, gives up his soldiers to the enemies, not by thrusting them himself, but by stripping them of his own assistance. Thus too did God leave those that were not minded to receive what cometh from him, but were the first to bound off from him, though himself having wholly fulfilled his own part. But consider, he set before them, for a form of doctrine, the world. He gave them reason and an understanding capable of perceiving what was needful. None of these things did the men of that day use unto salvation, but they perverted to the opposite what they had received. What was to be done then? To drag them by compulsion and force? But this were not to make them virtuous. It remained then for him to leave them alone, and this he did too, that in this way, if by no other, having by trial come to know the things they lusted after, they might flee from what was so shameful. For if any that was a king's son, dishonouring his father, should choose to be with robbers and murderers, and them that break up tombs, and prefer their doings to his father's house, the father leaves him, say, so that by actual trial he may learn the extravagance of his own madness. But how comes he to mention no other sin, as murder, for instance, or covetousness, or other such besides, but only unchasteness? He seems to me to hit at his audience at the time, and those who were to receive the epistle, to uncleanness, to dishonour their own bodies between themselves. Note the emphasis here, as it is most severe, for they stood not in need of any others. It means to do insolent violence to them by the very treatment the enemies would have shown them. This they did to themselves. And then, taking up the charge again, he says, verse 25, who changed the truth of God into a lie, and worshipped and served the creature more than the Creator. Things which were matter for utter scorn he puts down specially, but what seemed of a graver cast than the rest, in general terms, and by all he shows, that serving the creature is Grecian. And see how he makes his assertion plain, for he does not say barely they serve the creature, but more than the Creator, thus everywhere giving fresh force to the charge, and by the comparison taking from them all ground of mitigation. Who is blessed forever, Amen. But by this he means he was not any whit injured, for himself abideth blessed forever. Here he shows that it was not in self-defence that he left them alone, inasmuch as he suffered nothing himself. For even if they treated him insolently, yet he was not insolently treated, neither was any scathe done to the bearings of his glory, but he abideth continually blessed. For if it often happened that man, through philosophy, would not feel the insults men offered him, much less would God, the imperishable and unalterable nature, the unchangeable and immovable glory. For men are in this very respect made like unto God, when they do not feel what is inflicted by them who would do them despite, and are neither insulted of others who insult them, nor beaten of them when beating them, nor made scorn of when they make scorn of them. And how in the nature of things can this be, it may be said? It is so, yea, most certainly it is possible, when thou art not vexed at what is done. And how, it may be said, is it possible not to be vexed? How is it then that you can be vexed? Tell me now, if your little child were to insult you, would you then reckon the insult an insult? What, but would you be vexed? Surely not. But, and if you were to be vexed, would you not then be ridiculous? Thus, too, let us then get to feel disposed towards our neighbours, and then we shall have no sense of displeasure. For they that insult us are more senseless than children. Neither let us even seek to be free from insults, but when we are insulted, let us bear it nobly. For this is the only secure honour. But why so? Because this you are master of, but that another person. Do you not see the adamant reverberating the blows it receives? But nature, you will say, gives it this property. Yet you too have it in your power to become by free choice such as that happens to be by nature. How? Do you not know of the children in the furnace that were not burned, and Daniel, who in the den suffered no harm? This may even now come to pass. There stand by us too lions, anger and lust, with fearful teeth, tearing asunder him that falleth among them. Become then like that Daniel, and let not these affections fasten their fangs into thy soul. But he, they say, had the whole power of grace to work with him. Truly said, it was because the acts of free will led the way thereto, so that, if we be willing to train ourselves to a like character, even now the grace is at hand. And even though the brutes be an hungered, yet will they not touch thy sides. For if at the sight of a servant's body they were abashed, when they have seen the members of Christ, and this is what we believers are, how shall they do else than be still? Yet, if they shall not be still, it is owing to the fault of those cast among them. For indeed many spend largely upon these lions, by keeping harlots, breaking through marriages, taking vengeance upon enemies, and so before ever they come to the bottom of the den they get torn to pieces. But with Daniel this did not so happen, neither yet would it with us, if we were so minded, but even a greater thing would take place than what then happened. For the lions hurt not him, and if we be sober-minded, then will they that hurt us even profit us. Thus then did Paul grow bright out of those that thwarted him and plotted against him, thus Job out of those many scourges, thus Jeremiah out of the miry pit, thus Noah out of the flood, thus Abel out of the treachery, thus Moses out of the bloodthirsty Jews, thus Elisha, thus each of the worthies of old, not out of relaxedness and softness, but out of tribulations and trials, came to be attired with their bright crowns. Wherefore also Christ, inasmuch as he knew this to be the groundwork of a good report, said to his disciples, In the world ye shall have tribulation, but be of good cheer, I have overcome the world. What then, they will say? Have not many been turned to flight by these terrors? Yes, but that was not of the nature of temptation, but of their own remissness. But he that with the temptation maketh also an escape, so that ye may be able to bear it, may he stand by all of us, and reach forth his hand, that being gloriously proclaimed victorious, we may attain to the everlasting crowns, through the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, through whom and with whom to the Father be glory, with the Holy Ghost for ever and ever. Amen. End of section 5. Section 6 of Homilies on Romans by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 4, Romans 1 verses 26 and 27. For this cause God gave them up unto vile affections, for even their women did change their natural use into that which is against nature, and likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust one towards another. All these affections then were vile, but chiefly the mad lust after males, for the soul is more the sufferer in sins, and more dishonoured than the body in diseases. But behold how here too, as in the case of the doctrines, he deprives them of excuse, by saying of the women that they changed the natural use. For no one, he means, can say that it was by being hindered of legitimate intercourse that they came to this pass, or that it was from having no means to fulfill their desire that they were driven into this monstrous insaneness. For the changing implies possession, which also, when discoursing upon the doctrines, he said, they changed the truth of God for a lie. And with regard to the men, again, he shows the same thing by saying, leaving the natural use of the woman. And in a like way with those, these he also puts out of all means of defending themselves by charging them not only that they had the means of gratification, and left that which they had, and went after another, but that having dishonoured that which was natural, they ran after that which was contrary to nature. But that which is contrary to nature hath in it an irksomeness and displeasingness, so that they could not fairly allege even pleasure. For genuine pleasure is that which is according to nature. But when God hath left one, then all things are turned upside down. And thus not only was their doctrine satanical, but their life too was diabolical. Therefore, when he was discoursing of their doctrines, he put before them the world and man's understanding, telling them that by the judgment afforded them by God, they might, through the things which are seen, have been led as by the hand to the Creator, and then, by not willing to do so, they remained inexcusable. Here, in the place of the world, he sets the pleasure according to nature, which they would have enjoyed with more sense of security and greater glad-heartedness, and so have been far removed from shameful deeds. But they would not, whence they are quite out of the pale of pardon, and have done an insult to nature itself. And a yet more disgraceful thing than these is it when even the women seek after these intercourses, who ought to have more sense of shame than men. And here too the judgment of Paul is worthy of admiration, how having fallen upon two opposite matters, he accomplishes them both with all exactness. For he wished both to speak chastely and to sting the hearer. Now both these things were not in his power to do, but one hindered the other. For if you speak chastely, you shall not be able to bear hard upon the hearer, but if you are minded to touch him to the quick, you are forced to lay the naked facts before him in plain terms. But his discreet and holy soul was able to do both with exactness, and by naming nature has at once given additional force to his accusation, and also used this as a sort of veil to keep the chasteness of his description. And next, having reproached the women first, he goes on to the men also, and says, and likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, which is an evident proof of the last degree of corruptness, when both sexes are abandoned, and both he that was ordained to be the instructor of the woman, and she who was bid to become an helpmate to the man, worked the deeds of enemies against one another. And reflect, too, how significantly he uses his words, for he does not say that they were enamored of and lusted after one another, but they burned in their lust one toward another. You see that the whole of desire comes of an exorbitancy, which endureth not to abide within its proper limits. For everything which transgresseth the laws by God appointed lusteth after monstrous things, and not those which be lawful. For as many oftentimes, having left the desire of food, get to feed upon earth and small stones, and others being possessed by excessive thirst, often long even for mire. Thus these also ran into this evolution of lawless love. But if you say, and whence came this intensity of lust? It was from the desertion of God. And whence is the desertion of God? From the lawlessness of them that left him, men with men working that which is unseemly. Do not, he means, because you have heard that they burned, suppose that the evil was only in desire, for the greater part of it came of their luxuriousness, which also kindled into flame their lust. And this is why he did not say being swept along, or being overtaken, an expression he uses elsewhere, but what? Working. They made a business of the sin, and not only a business, but even one zealously followed up. And he called it not lust, but that which is unseemly, and that properly. For they both dishonored nature, and trampled on the laws. And see the great confusion which fell out on both sides. For not only was the head turned downwards, but the feet too were upwards, and they became enemies to themselves, and to one another, bringing in a pernicious kind of strife, and one even more lawless than any civil war, and one rife in divisions and of varied form, for they divided this into 4 empty and lawless kinds, since this war was not twofold or threefold, but even fourfold. Consider then, it was meet that the twain should be one, I mean the woman and the man, for the twain, it says, shall be one flesh, but this the desire of intercourse effected, and united the sexes to one another. This desire the devil having taken away, and having turned the course thereof into another fashion, he thus sundered the sexes from one another, and made the one to become 2 parts in opposition to the law of God. For it says, the 2 shall be one flesh, but he divided the one flesh into 2. Here then is one war. Again, these same 2 parts are provoked to war, both against themselves and against one another. For even women again abused women, and not men only. And the men stood against one another, and against the female sex, as happens in a battle by night. You see a 2nd and 3rd war, and a 4th and 5th, for there is also another, for besides what have been mentioned, they also behaved lawlessly against nature itself. For when the devil saw that this desire it is, principally, which draws the sexes together, he was bent on cutting through the tie, so as to destroy the race, not only by their not copulating lawfully, but also by their being stirred up to war, and in sedition against one another, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error which was meet. See how he goes again to the fountainhead of the evil, namely the ungodliness of their doctrines, and this, he says, is a reward of that lawlessness. For since in speaking of hell and punishment, it seemed he would not at present be credible to the ungodly, and deliberate choosers of such a life, but even scorned, he shows that this punishment was in the pleasure itself. But if they perceive it not, but are still pleased, be not amazed. For even they that are mad, and are afflicted with frenzy, while doing themselves much injury, and making themselves such objects of compassion that others weep over them, themselves smile and revel over what has happened. Yet we do not only for this not say that they are quit of punishment, but for this very reason are under a more grievous vengeance, in that they are unconscious of the plight they are in. For it is not the disordered, but those who are sound, whose votes one has to gain. Yet of old the matter seemed even to be a law, and a certain lawgiver among them bade the domestic slaves neither to use unguents when dry, i.e. except in bathing, nor to keep youths, giving the free this place of honour, or rather of shamefulness. Yet they, however, did not think the thing any disgrace, but, as being a grand privilege, and one too great for slaves, they permitted it to the free alone. And this did the Athenian people, the wisest of people, do, and Solon, who is so great amongst them. And sundry other books of the philosophers may one see full of this disease. But we do not therefore say that the thing was made lawful, but that they who received this law were pitiable and objects for many tears. For these are treated in the same way as women that play the whore, or rather their plight is more miserable, for in the case of the one, the intercourse, even if lawless, is yet according to nature, but this is both lawless and contrary to nature. For even if there were no hell, and no punishment had been threatened, this were worse than any punishment. Yet if you say, they found pleasure in it, you tell me what adds to the vengeance. For suppose I were to see a person running naked, with his body all besmeared with mire, and yet not covering himself, but exulting in it, I should not rejoice with him, but should rather bewail that he did not even perceive that he was doing shamefully. But that I may show the atrocity in a yet clearer light, bear with me in one more example. Now if anyone condemned a virgin to live in close dens, and to have intercourse with unreasoning brutes, and she was pleased with such intercourse, would she not for this be a worthy object of tears, as being unable to be freed from this misery, owing to her not even perceiving the misery? It is plain surely to everyone. But if that were a grievous thing, thus neither is this less so than that, for to be insulted by one's own kinsmen is more piteous than to be so by strangers. These, I say, are even worse than murderers, since to die even is better than to live under such insolency. For the murderer dissevers the soul from the body, but this man ruins the soul with the body. And name what sin you will, none you will mention equal to this lawlessness. And if they that suffer such things perceived them, they would accept 10,000 deaths, so they might not suffer this evil. For there surely is not, a more grievous evil than this insolent dealing. For if, when discoursing about fornication, Paul said that every sin which a man doeth is without the body, but he that committeth fornication sinneth against his own body, what shall we say of this madness, which is so much worse than fornication as cannot even be expressed? For I should not only say that thou hast become a woman, but thou hast lost thy manhood, and hast neither changed into that nature, nor kept that which thou hadst, but thou hast been a traitor to either of them, and deserving both of men and women to be driven out and stoned, as having wronged either sex. And that thou mayest learn what the real force of this is, if anyone were to come and assure you that he would make you a dog instead of being a man, would you not flee from him as a plague? But lo, thou hast not made thyself a dog out of a man, but an animal more disgraceful than this. For this is useful unto service, but he that hath thus given himself up is serviceable for nothing. And again, if anyone threaten to make men travail and be brought to bed, should we not be filled with indignation? But lo, now they that have run into this fury have done more grievously by themselves. For it is not the same thing to change into the nature of women as to continue a man, and yet to have become a woman, or rather neither this nor that. But if you would know the enormity of the evil from other grounds, ask on what account the lawgivers punish them that make men eunuchs, and you will see that it is absolutely for no other reason than because they mutilate nature. And yet the injustice they do is nothing to this, for there have been those that were mutilated, and were in many cases useful after their mutilation. But nothing can there be more worthless than a man who has pandered himself. For not the soul only, but the body also of one who hath been so treated is disgraced, and deserves to be driven out everywhere. How many hells shall be enough for such? But if thou scoffest at hearing of hell, and art unbelieving, remember that fire of Sodom. For we have seen, surely we have seen, even in this present life, a semblance of hell. For since many would utterly disbelieve the things to come after the resurrection, hearing now of an eternal fire, God brings them to a right mind by things present. Such then is the burning of Sodom, and that conflagration, and they know it well that have been at the place, and have seen with their eyes that scourge divinely sent, and the effect of the lightnings from above. Consider how great is that sin, to have forced hell to appear even before its time. For whereas many thought scorn of words, by deeds did God show them the image thereof in a certain novel way. For that rain was unwonted, for that the intercourse was contrary to nature, and it deluged the land, since lust had done so with their souls. Wherefore also the rain was the opposite of the customary rain. Now not only did it fail to stir up the womb of the earth to the production of fruits, but has made it even useless for the reception of seed. For such was the intercourse of the men, making a body of this sort more worthless than the very land of Sodom. And what is there more detestable than a man who hath pandered himself, or what more execrable? O what madness, O what distraction! Whence came this lust lewdly revelling and making man's nature all that enemies could, or even worse than that, inasmuch as the soul is better than the body? O, ye that were more senseless than irrational creatures, and more shameless than dogs, for in no case does such intercourse take place with them, but nature acknowledgeth her own limits. But ye have even made your race dishonoured below things irrational, by such indignities towards yourselves and one another. Whence then were those evils born? Of luxury, of not knowing God. For so soon as any have cast out the fear of him, all that is good straightway goes to ruin. Now that this may not happen, let us keep clear before our eyes the fear of God, for nothing, surely nothing, so ruins a man as to slip from his anchor, as nothing saves so much as continually looking thereto. For if by having a man before our eyes we feel more backward at doing sins, and often even through feeling abashed at servants of a better stamp we keep from doing anything amiss, consider what safety we shall enjoy by having God before our eyes. For in no case will the devil attack us when so conditioned, in that he would be labouring without profit. But should he see us wandering abroad and going about without a bridle, by getting a beginning in ourselves, he will be able to drive us off afterwards any whither. And as it happens with thoughtless servants at market, who leave the needful services which their masters have entrusted to them, and rivet themselves at a mere haphazard to those who fall in their way, and waste out their leisure there. This also we undergo when we depart from the commandments of God. For we presently get standing on, admiring riches and beauty of person, and the other things which we have no business with, just as those servants attend to the beggars that do jugglers' feats, and then, arriving too late, have to be grievously beaten at home. And many pass the road set before them through following others, who are behaving in the same unseemly way, but let not us so do. For we have been sent to dispatch many affairs that are urgent, and if we leave those, and stand gaping at these useless things, all our time will be wasted in vain and to no profit, and we shall suffer the extreme of punishment. For if you wish yourself to be busy, you have whereat you ought to wonder, and to gape all your days, things which are no subject for laughter, but for wondering and manifold praises. As he that admires things ridiculous will himself be such, and even worse than he that occasioneth the laughter, and that you may not fall into this, spring away from it forthwith. For why is it, pray, that you stand gaping and fluttering at sight of riches? Why do you see so wonderful and able to fix your eyes upon them, these gold-harnessed horses, these lackeys, partly savages and partly eunuchs, and costly raiment, and the soul that is getting soft in all this, and the haughty brow, and the bustlings, and the noise? And wherein do these things deserve wonder? What are they better than the beggars that dance and pipe in the marketplace? For these too, being taken with a sore famine of virtue, dance a dance more ridiculous than theirs, led and carried round at one time to costly tables, at another to the lodgings of prostitute women, and at another to swarms of flatterers and the host of hangers-on. But if they do wear gold, this is why they are the most pitiable, because the things which are nothing to them are most the subject of their eager desire. Do not now, I pray, look at their raiment, but open their soul, and consider if it is not full of countless wounds, and clad with rags, and destitute and defenceless. What then is the use of this madness of show? For if it were much better to be poor and living in virtue than to be a king with wickedness, since the poor man in himself enjoys all the delights of the soul, and doth not even perceive his outward poverty for his inward riches. But the king, luxurious in those things which do not at all belong to him, is punished in those things which are his most real concern, even the soul, the thoughts, and the conscience, which are to go away with him to the other world. Since then we know these things, let us lay aside the gilded raiment, let us take up virtue and the pleasure which comes thereof, For so, both here and hereafter, shall we come to enjoy great delights, and shall attain the promised blessings, through the grace and goodness towards mankind of our Lord Jesus Christ, through whom and with whom be glory to the Father, with the Holy Ghost, for ever and ever. Amen. End of section 6. Section 7 of Homilies on Romans by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 5, Part 1, Romans 1, verse 28. Even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind to do those things which are not convenient. Lest he should seem to be hinting at them by delaying in his discourse so long over the unnatural sin, he passes on to the other kinds of sins, and for this cause he carries on the whole of his discourse as of other persons. And as he always does when discoursing with believers about sins, and wishing to show that they are to be avoided, he brings the Gentiles in and says, not in the lust of concupiscence, even as the other Gentiles which know not God. And again, sorrow not, even as others which have no hope. And so here too he shows that it was to them the sins belonged, and deprived them of all excuse, for he says that their daring deeds came not of ignorance, but of practice. And this is why he did not say, and as they knew not, but as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, as much as to say that the sin was one of a perverted determination of obstinacy, more than of a sudden ravishment, and shows that it was not the flesh, as some heretics say, but the mind, to which the sins of wicked lust belonged, and that it was thence the fount of the evils flowed. For since the mind is become undistinguishing, all else is then dragged out of course and overturned, when he is confounded that held the reins. Verse 29, being filled with all unrighteousness, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness. See how everything here is intensive. For he says being filled and with all, and having named vice in general, he also further pursues the particulars, and these too in excess, saying, full of envy, murder, for the latter of these comes from the former, as was shown in Abel's case and Joseph's, and then after saying debate, deceit, malignity. Verse 30, whisperers, backbiters, haters of God, despiteful. Then, by classing the things which to many seem indifferent among his charges, he further strengthens his accusation, going up to the stronghold of the wickednesses, and styles them boasters. For even worse than sinning is it, even though sinning to be haughty-minded. Wherefore also he charges the Corinthians with it, saying, Ye are puffed up. For if in a good action he that puffs himself up loseth all, if any one do so among his sins, what vengeance is there, of which he is not worthy, since such an one cannot repent any more? Next he says inventors of evil things, showing that they were not content with those already existing, but even invented others. And this again is like men that are full-purposed and in earnest, not those that are hurried away and forced out of their course, and after particularizing their wickedness and showing that here too they stood against nature itself, for he says disobedient to parents, he then goes on to the root of the pestilence, calling them, verse 31, without natural affection, implacable. For this Christ himself also pronounces to be the cause of wickedness, saying, When iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. This too St. Paul here says, calling them covenant breakers, without natural affection, implacable and merciful, and showing that they were traitors even to the gift of nature. For we have a sort of family feeling, even by nature towards one another, which even beasts have got towards each other. For every beast, it says, loveth his like, and every man his neighbour. But these became more ferocious even than they. The disorder then which resulted to the world by evil doctrines, he proves to us by these witnesses, and clearly shows that the malady in either case came of the negligence of them that were disordered. He shows besides, what he did in the case of the doctrines, that they were here also deprived of all excuse, and so he says, verse 32, who, knowing the judgment of God, that they which commit such things are worthy of death, not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them. Having assumed two objections, he then, in the first place, removes them. For what reasons have you to say, he means, that you knew not the things which ought to be done? At best, if you did not know, you are to blame in having left God, who had instructed you. But now by many arguments we have shown that you did know, and transgressed willingly. But are you drawn by passion? Why then do you both cooperate therewith and praise it? For they not only do such things, he says, but have pleasure in them that do them. Having then put the more grievous and the unpardonable sin first, that he might have done with it. For he that praiseth the sin is far worse than even he that trespasseth. Having then put this the first, he by this method grapples more powerfully with him in the sequel, speaking on this wise. Chapter 2, verse 1, Therefore thou art inexcusable, O man, whosoever thou art that judgest, for wherein thou judgest another thou condemnest thyself. These things he says with an aim at the rulers, inasmuch as the city then had the rule of the world put into its hands. He anticipated them, therefore, by saying, Thou art depriving thyself of defence, whoever thou mayest be, for when thou condemnest an adulterer, and thyself committest adultery, and no man condemneth thee, in thy judgment upon the guilty person thou hast also passed sentence against thyself. Verse 2, For we are sure that the judgment of God is according to truth against them who commit such things. For lest any should say, Until now I have escaped, to make him afraid, he says that it is not so with God as it is here, for here one is punished and another escapes while doing the same thing. But hereafter it is not so, that he that judgeth then knoweth the right, he has said, but whence he knoweth it, he hath not added, for it was superfluous. For in the case of ungodliness he shows both that the ungodly was so even with a knowledge of God, and also whence he got that knowledge, namely, from the creation. For inasmuch as it was not plain to all, he gave the cause also. But here he passes it over as a thing admitted. But when he says, Whosoever thou art that judgest, he is not addressing himself to the rulers only, but to private individuals and subjects also. For all men, even if they have no chair of state, nor officials, nor stocks at command, yet even they judge those that offend in conversations and public meetings, and by the vote of their conscience. And no one would venture to say that the adulterer does not deserve punishment, but it is others, he says, they condemn, and not themselves. And for this cause he stands forth vehemently against them, and says, verse 3, And thinkest thou this, O man, that judgest those which do such things, and doest the same, that thou shalt escape the judgment of God? For since he had shown the sin of the world to be great, from its doctrines, from its doings, and that they did yet sin, though wise, and though they had the creation to lead them by the hand, and not by leaving God only, but also by choosing the images of creating things, and by their deserting, in spite of nature's drawings back, to the service of vice, even contrary to nature, he goes on next to show that they who do such things are punished too. He did indeed at once point out a punishment by mentioning their very practice, for they receive, he says, in themselves that recompense of their error which was meet. But as they do not perceive that, he mentions another also, which they stood most in fear of. And indeed already he chiefly pointed at this, for when he says that the judgment of God is according to truth, he is speaking of no other than this. But he establishes the same again upon other further grounds, saying thus, And thinkest thou this, O man, that judgest them which do such things, and doest the same, that thou shalt escape the judgment of God? Thou hast not been acquitted of thine own judgment, and wilt thou escape through God's? Who indeed would say this, and yet thou hast judged thyself? But since the rigorousness of the judgment court was such, and thou wert not able to spare even thyself, how should not God, that cannot do amiss, and who is in the highest sense just, be much surer to do the same? But hast thou condemned thyself, and is God to approve of thee and praise thee? And how can this be reasonable? And all the while thou art highly deserving of a greater punishment than he who is of thee condemned. For sinning merely is not the same thing with falling again into the same sins you have chastised another for committing. See how he has strengthened the charge. For if you, he means, punish a person who has committed less sins, and yet are going to disgrace yourself, how shall not God cast you in your guilt, and condemn you more severely, as you commit the greater transgressions, and this too when he will never dishonour himself, and you are already condemned by your own decisions? But if thou say, I know that I deserve punishment, yet through his long suffering think slightingly of it, and art confident, because thou dost not suffer punishment forthwith, this is a reason why thou oughtest to be afraid and tremble. For the fact that thou hast not yet suffered punishment will not result in thy not suffering any punishment, but in thy suffering a more severe one, if thou abidest unamended. And he goes on to say, verse 4, Or despisest thou the riches of his goodness, and forbearance, and long-suffering, not knowing that the goodness of God leadeth thee to repentance? For after praising God's long-suffering, and showing the gain thereof to be very great to them that heeded it, and this was the drawing sinners to repentance, he adds to the terror. For as to them who avail themselves of it aright, it is a ground of safety, so to them that slight it, it is conducive to a greater vengeance. For this is the notion that goes about, that God doth not exact justice because he is good and long-suffering. But in saying this, he would answer you, You do but mention what will make the vengeance intenser. For God showeth this goodness that you may get free from your sins, not that you may add to them. If then thou make not this use thereof, the judgment will be more fearful. Wherefore it is a chief ground for abstaining from sin that God is long-suffering, and not for making the benefit a plea for obstinacy. For if he be long-suffering, he most certainly punisheth. Whence does this appear? From what is next said. For if the wickedness be great, and the wicked have not been requited, it is absolutely necessary that they should be requited. For if men do not overlook these things, how should God make an oversight? And so from this point he introduces the subject of the judgment. For the fact of showing that many who, if they repent not, are liable, yet still are not punished here, implies with it necessarily the judgment, and that with increase. Wherefore he says, verse 5, But after thy hardness and impenitent heart treasurest up unto thyself wrath. For when a man is neither to be softened by goodness, nor to be turned back by fear, what can be harder than such an one? For since he had showed the goodness of God towards man, he next shows that his vengeance is unbearable for one who is not to be turned to him even by these means. And observe with what propriety he uses the words. Thou treasurest up unto thyself wrath, he says, so making it plain what is certainly laid up, and showing that it is not he that judgeth, but he that is condemned, who is the author of this. For he says, Thou treasurest up for thyself, not God for thee. For he did all, whatsoever things were fitting, and created thee with a power to discern between good and what was not so, and showed long-suffering over thee, and called thee to repentance, and threatened a fearful day, so by every means drawing thee to repentance. But if thou continuest unyielding, thou treasurest up unto thyself wrath against the day of wrath, and revelation of the righteous judgment of God. For lest on hearing of wrath thou shouldst think of any passion, he adds the righteous judgment of God. And he said revelation with good reason, for then is this revealed when every man receives his desert. For here many men often annoy and practice harm to one without justice, but hereafter it is not so. Verses 6 and 7, Who will render to every man according to his deeds, to them who by patient continuance in well-doing, etc. Since he had become awe-striking and harsh by discoursing of the judgment and of the punishment that shall be, he does not forthwith, as one might expect, enter upon the vengeance, but turns his discourse to what was sweeter, to the recompense of good actions, saying as follows, verse 7, To them who by patient continuance in well-doing seek for glory and honour and immortality, eternal life. Here also he awakens those who had drawn back during the trials, and shows that it is not right to trust in faith only, for it is deeds also into which that tribunal will inquire. But observe how when he is discoursing about the things to come, he is unable to tell clearly the blessings, but speaketh of glory and honour. For in that they transcend all that man hath, he hath no image of them here to show, but by those things which have a semblance of brightness among us, even by them he sets them before us as far as may be, by glory, by honour, by life. For these be what men earnestly strive after, yet are those things not these, but much better than these, inasmuch as they are incorruptible and immortal. See how he has opened to us the doors towards the resurrection of the body by speaking of incorruptibility. For incorruptibility belongs to the corruptible body. Then, since this sufficed not, he added glory and honour. For all of us are to rise incorruptible, but not all to glory, but some to punishment and some to glory. Verse 8, But unto them that are contentious, he says. Again, he deprives of excuse those that live in wickedness, and shows that it was from a kind of disputatiousness and carelessness that they fell into unrighteousness. And do not obey the truth, but obey unrighteousness. See, here is another accusation again. For what defense could he set up who fled from the light and chose the dark? And he does not say who are compelled by, lorded over by, but who obey unrighteousness, that one may learn that the fall was one of free choice, the crime not of necessity. Verse 9, tribulation and anguish upon every soul of man that doeth evil. That is, if a man be rich, if a consul, if the emperor himself, by none of them is the account of the judgment outfaced. Since in this dignities have no place, having then shown the exceeding greatness of the disease, and having added the cause that it was from the carelessness of the disordered, and finally that destruction awaits them, and that amendment is easy, in the punishment also he again gives the Jew the heavier lot, of the Jew first and also of the Gentile. For he that had enjoyed a larger share of instruction would also deserve to undergo a larger share of vengeance if doing lawlessly. And so the wiser or mightier men we are, the more are we punished if we sin. For if thou art rich, thou wilt have more money demanded of thee than of the poor, and if wiser than others, a stricter obedience, and if thou wert invested with authority, more shining acts of goodness, and so in the case of all the other things, thou wilt have to bring in measures proportioned to the power. Verse 10, but glory, honour, and peace to every man that worketh good, to the Jew first, and also to the Gentile. What Jew does he mean here, or about what Gentiles is he discoursing? It is of those before Christ's coming, for his discourse had not hitherto come to the times of grace, but he was still dwelling upon the earlier times, so breaking down first from afar off, and clearing away the separation between the Greek and the Jew, that when he should do this in the matter of grace, he might no more seem to be devising some new and degrading view. For if, in the earlier times, when this grace had not shone forth in such greatness, when the estate of the Jews was solemn and renowned, and glorious before all men, there was no difference, what could they say for themselves now, after so great a display of grace? And this is why he establishes it with so great earnestness. For when the hearer has been informed that this held in the earlier times, much more will he receive it after the faith. But by Greeks he here means not them that worshipped idols, but them that adored God, that obeyed the law of nature, that strictly kept all things save the Jewish observances, which contribute to piety, such as were Melchizedek and his, such as was Job, such as were the Ninevites, such as was Cornelius. Here then he is first breaking through the partition between the circumcision and the uncircumcision, and at a distance dissipates this distinction beforehand, so as to do it without being suspected, and to strike into it as compelled by another occasion, which is even a characteristic of his apostolic wisdom. For if he had showed it of the times of grace, what he said would have had a very suspicious look, but on relating the vice and wickedness which possessed the world, to pass from that consecutively into the treatment of these points renders his teaching unsuspected. And that he means this, and for this purpose so put them together, is plain from hence, for if he were not intent upon effecting this, it were enough for him to have said, according to thy hardness and impenitent heart, thou treasurest up unto thyself wrath against the day of wrath, and then to have dropped this subject, since it would have been complete. But in that what he had in view was not to speak of the judgment to come only, but to show also that the Jew had no advantage of such a Greek, and so was not to be haughty-spirited, he advances farther and speaks of them in order. But consider, he had put the hearer in fear, had sounded over him the fearful day, had told him what an evil it is to be living in wickedness, had showed him that no man sinneth of ignorance, nor with impunity, but that even though he suffer no punishment now, yet he certainly will suffer it. Then he wishes to make good next that the teaching of the law was not a thing of great importance, for it is upon works that punishment and reward depend, not upon circumcision and uncircumcision. Since then he had said that the Gentile shall by no means go unpunished, and had taken this for granted, and upon it had made good that he shall also be rewarded, he next showed the law and circumcision to be redundant. For it is the Jews that he is here chiefly opposing, for inasmuch as they were somewhat captiously disposed, first of their haughtiness not deigning to be reckoned along with the Gentiles, and secondly, thinking it ridiculous if the faith is to do away all sins. For this cause he accused the Gentiles first, in whose behalf he is speaking, that without suspicion and with boldness of speech he may attack the Jews. And then, having come to the inquiry concerning future punishment, he shows that the Jew is so far from being at all profited by the law that he is even weighed down by it. And this was his drift some way back, for if the Gentile be on this score inexcusable, because when the creation led him on, and his own reasonings he yet did not amend, much more were the Jew so, who besides these had the teaching of the law also. Having then persuaded him to a ready admission of these reasonings in the case of other men's sins, he now compels him, even against his will, to do so in the case of his own. And in order that what he says may be more readily allowed, he leads him forward, with the better things also in view, speaking on this wise, but glory and honour and peace to every man that worketh good, to the Jew first, and also to the Gentile. For here, whatever good things a man hath, he hath with many troubles, even if he be rich, if in power, if a king. For though he be not at variance with others, yet is he often so with himself, and has abundant war in his own thoughts. But there it is no such thing, but all is still and void of trouble, and in possession of true peace. Having then made good from what was said above, that they too which have not the law are to enjoy the same blessings, he adds his reason in the following words, verse 11, for there is no respect of persons with God. For when he says that Jew and Gentile are punished if they sin, he needs no reasonings. But when he wants to prove that the Gentile is honoured also, he then needs a foundation for it also, as it seemed wonderful and extravagant if he who had heard neither law nor prophets were to be honoured upon his working good. And this is why, as I also said before, he exercises their hearing in the times before grace, that he might afterwards more treatably bring in, along with the faith, the acquiescence in these things also. For here he is not at all suspected as seeming not to be making his own point good. Having then said glory and honour and peace to every man that worketh good, to the Jew first and also to the Gentile, he adds, for there is no respect of persons with God. Wonderful! What more than victory has he gained, for he shows, by reducing it to an absurdity, that it was not meet with God that it should be otherwise, for it would then be a case of respecting of persons, but of such character God is not. And he does not say, for if this were not so, God would be a respecter of persons, but with more of dignity, for there is no respect of persons with God. That it is not quality of persons, but difference of actions, which he maketh inquisition for. By so saying, he shows that it was not in actions, but in persons only, that the Jew differed from the Gentile. The consequence of this would be thus expressed, for it is not because one is a Jew, and the other a Gentile, that one is honoured and the other disgraced, but it is from the works that either treatment comes. But he does not say so, since it would have roused the anger of the Jew, but he sets down something more, so bringing their haughty spirit yet lower, and quelling it for the admission of the other. But what is this? The next position. End of section 7. Section 8 of Homilies on Romans by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 5, Part 2, Romans 1, verse 28. Verse 12. For as many, he says, as have sinned without law shall also perish without law, and as many as have sinned in the law shall be judged by the law. For here, as I said before, he shows not only the equality of the Jew and the Gentile, but that the Jew was even much burdened by the gift of the law. For the Gentile is judged without law, but this without law here expresses not the worse plight, but the easier, that is, he has not the law to accuse him. For without law, that is, without the condemnation arising from it, is he condemned solely from the reasonings of nature, but the Jew in the law, that is, with nature and the law too to accuse him. For the greater the attention he enjoyed, the greater the punishment he will suffer. See how he urges on the Jews their greater need of a speedy recourse to grace, for in that they said they needed not grace, being justified by the law alone, he shows that they needed it more than the Gentiles, considering they are more liable to be punished. Then he adds another reason again, and so farther contends for what has been said. Verse 13, for not the hearers of the law are just before God. Well doth he add before God, for haply before men they may be able to appear dignified, and to vaunt great things, but before God it is quite otherwise. The doers of the law alone are justified. You see with what advantage he combats by turning what they said to an opposite bearing. For if it is by the law you deem that you shall be saved, in this respect, saith he, the Gentile will stand before you, when seen to be a doer of what is written in the law. And how is it possible, one may say, for one who hath not heard to be a doer? Not only this, he says, is possible, but what is much more even than this. For not only is it possible without hearing to be a doer, but even with hearing not to be so. Which last thing he makes plainer, and that with a greater advantage over them, when he says, Thou that teachest another, teachest thou not thyself? But here he is still making the former point good. Verse 14. For when the Gentiles, he says, which have not the law, do by nature the things contained in the law, these, not having the law, are a law unto themselves. I am not, he means, rejecting the law, but even on this score I justify the Gentiles. You see how in undermining the conceit of Judaism he giveth no handle against himself as vilifying the law, but, on the contrary, by extolling it and showing its greatness, he so makes good his whole position. But when he saith by nature, he means by the reasonings of nature. And he shows that others are better than they, and what is more better than this, that they have not received the law, and have not that wherein the Jews seemed to have an advantage over them. On this ground, then, he means, they are to be admired, because they required not a law, and yet exhibited all the doings of the law, having the works, not the letters, graven upon their minds. For this is what he says, verse 15, which show the work of the law written in their hearts, their conscience also bearing witness, and their thoughts the meanwhile accusing or else excusing one another. Verse 16, in the day when God shall judge the secrets of men by Jesus Christ, according to my gospel. See how he again puts that day before them and brings it close to them, battering down their conceit, and showing that those were rather to be honored, who without the law strove earnestly to fulfill the things of the law. But what is most to be marveled at, in the discretion of the apostle, it is worthwhile to mention now. For having shown from the grounds given that the Gentile is greater than the Jew, in the inference and the conclusion of his reasoning he does not state it in order not to be grating to the Jews. But to make what I have said clearly, I will give the very words of the apostle. For after saying that it is not the hearers of the law, but the doers of the law that shall be justified, it followed to say, For when the Gentiles, which have not the law, do by nature the things contained in the law, they are much better than those who are instructed by the law. But this he does not say, but he stays at the encomium of the Gentiles, and does not yet awhile carry on his discourse by way of comparison, that so at least the Jew may receive what is said, and so he does not word it, as I was doing, but how? For when the Gentiles, which have not the law, do by nature the things contained in the law, these not having the law are a law unto themselves, which show the work of the law written in their hearts, their conscience also bearing witness. For the conscience and reason doth suffice in the law's stead. By this he showed first that God made man independent, so as to be able to choose virtue and to avoid vice. And be not surprised that he proves this point, not once or twice, but several times. For this topic was very needful for him to prove, owing to those who say, Why ever is it that Christ came but now? And where in times before was this mighty scheme of providence? Now it is these that he is at present beating off by the way, when he shows that even in former times and before the law was given, the human race fully enjoyed the care of providence. For that which may be known of God was manifest in them, and they knew what was good and what bad, by means whereof they judged others, which he reproaches them with when he says, Wherein thou judgest another, thou condemnest thyself. But in the case of the Jews, besides what has been mentioned, there was the law, and not reason or conscience only. And why does he put the words accusing or else excusing? Because if they have a law written and show the work of it in them, how comes reason to be able to accuse them still? But he is not any longer speaking of them only in the word accusing, but also of mankind universally. For then our reasonings stand up, some accusing and some excusing. And at that tribunal a man needeth not other accuser. Then, to add to their fear, he does not say the sins of men, but the secrets of men. For since he said, Thinkest thou that judgest them that do such things, and doest the same, that thou shalt escape the judgment of God? That thou mayest not expect such a sentence as thou passest thyself, But mayest know that that of God is far more exact than thine own. He brings in the secrets of men, and adds through Jesus Christ according to my gospel. For men sit in judgment upon overt acts alone, and above too he spake of the Father alone, but as soon as he had crushed them with fear, he brought in the mention of Christ also. But he does not do barely this, but even here, after having made mention of the Father, he so introduceth him. And by the same things he raises the dignity of his preaching. For this preaching, he means, openly speaks out what nature showed by anticipation. Do you see with what wisdom he has bound them both to the gospel and to Christ, and demonstrated that our affairs come not here to a stand, but travel further? And this he made good before also, when he said, Thou treasurest up to thyself wrath against the day of wrath, and here again God shall judge the secrets of men. Now let each man enter into his own conscience, and reckon up his transgressions, let him call himself to a strict account, that we be not condemned with the world. For fearful is that court, awful the tribunal, full of trembling the accounts, a river of fire rolls along. A brother doth not redeem, shall man redeem? Call then to mind what is said in the gospel, of the angels running to and fro, of the bride chamber being opened, of the lamps which are extinguished, of the powers which drag to the flames. And consider this, that if a secret deed of any one of us were brought forth into the midst today, before the church only, what prayer to perish, and to have the earth gape for him would he not offer, rather than have so many witnesses of his wickedness? How then shall we feel, when before the whole world all things are brought into the midst, in such a theatre so bright and open, with both those known and those unknown to us, seeing into everything? But alas, wherewith am I forced to affright you, with men's estimation, when I ought to use the fear of God and your self-condemnation? For what, pray, is to become of us, then, when bound and gnashing our teeth, we are led away to the outer darkness? Or rather, what shall we do? And this is the most dreadful thought of all, when we offend God. For if any one have sense and reason, he has already endured a hell when he is out of sight of God. But since this doth not pain, he therefore threatened fire. For we ought to smart, not when we are punished, but when we sin. Thus, listen to Paul wailing and lamenting over sins, for which he was not to be punished. For I am not meet, he says, to be called an apostle, because I persecuted the church. Here also David, when he is set free from the punishment, yet as thinking that he had offended God, calling vengeance down upon himself, and saying, Let thy hand be upon me, and upon my father's house. For to have offended God is more distressing than to be punished. But now we are so wretchedly disposed, that were there no fear of hell, we should not even choose readily to do any good thing. Wherefore, were it for nothing else, yet for this at least we should deserve hell, because we fear hell more than Christ. But not so the blessed Paul, but contrariwise. But since we feel otherwise, for this reason are we condemned to hell, since did we but love Christ as we should love him, we should have known that to offend him we love were more painful than hell. But since we love him not, we know not the greatness of his punishment, and this is what I bewail and grieve over the most. And yet what has God not done to the beloved of us? What hath he not devised? What hath he omitted? We insulted him when he had not wronged us in aught, but had even benefited us with blessings countless and unspeakable. We have turned aside from him when calling and drawing us to him by all ways. Yet hath he not even upon this punished us, but hath run himself unto us, and held us back when fleeing, and we have shaken him off, and leapt away to the devil. And not even on this hath he stood aloof, but hath sent numberless messengers to call us to him again, prophets, angels, patriarchs. And we have not only not received the embassy, but have even insulted those that came. But not even for this did he spew us out of his mouth, but like those slighted lovers that be very earnest, he went round beseeching all, the heaven, the earth, Jeremiah, my care, and that not that he might weigh us down, but that he might speak in behalf of his own ways. And along with the prophets he went also himself to those that turned aside from him, being ready to submit to examination, and deigning to condescend to a conference, and drawing them that were deaf to every appeal into a disputation with himself. For he says, O my people, what have I done unto thee, and wherein have I wearied thee? Answer me. After all this, we killed the prophets, we stoned them, we did them other cruel wrongs without number. What then? In their place he sent no longer prophets, no longer angels, no longer patriarchs, but the Son himself. The Son too was killed when he had come, and yet not even then did he quench his love, but kindled it even more, and keepeth on beseeching us, after that his Son was killed, and entreating us, and doing all things to turn us unto himself. And Paul crieth aloud, saying, Now then we are ambassadors for Christ, as though God did beseech you by us, be ye reconciled to God. None of these things, however, reconciled us, yet not even then did he leave us, but keeps on both threatening hell and promising the kingdom, that so at least he may get us drawn unto him. But we be still in an insensible mood. What could be worse than this brutishness? For had a man done these things, should we not many times over have let ourselves become slaves to him? But God, when doing so, we turn us away from. Oh, what listlessness! Oh, what unfeelingness! We that live continually in sins and wickedness, if we happen to do any little good, like unfeeling domestics, with what a niggardly spirit do we exact it, and how particular are we about the recompense made, if what we have done has any recompense to come of it? And yet the recompense is the greater if you do it without any hope of reward. Why, saying all this and making exact reckoning is language fitter for an hireling than a domestic of willing mind, for we ought to do everything for Christ's sake, not for the reward, but for him. For this also was why he threatened hell and promised the kingdom, that he might be loved of us. Let us then so love him as we ought to love him, for this is the great reward. This is royalty and pleasure, this is enjoyment and glory and honor, this is light, this is the great happiness, which language cannot set before us, nor mind conceive. Yet indeed I do not know how I was led so far in this way of speaking, and came to be exhorting men, who do not even think slightly of power and glory here for Christ's sake, to think slightly of the kingdom. Yet still those great and noble men even attained to this measure of love. Hear, for instance, how Peter burns with love towards him, setting him before his soul and his life and all things. And when he had denied him, it was not the punishment he was grieved for, but that he had denied him whom he longed for, which was more bitter to him than any punishment. And all this did he show before the grace of the Spirit was given. And he perseveringly pressed the question, Whither goest thou? And before this, To whom shall we go? And again, I will follow thee whithersoever thou goest. Thus he was all things to them, and neither heaven nor the kingdom of heaven did they count of in comparison of him they longed for. For thou art all these things unto me, he means. And why dost thou marvel that Peter was so minded? Hear now what the prophet says. What have I in heaven, and what is there upon earth, that I should desire in comparison of thee? Now what he means is nearly this. Neither of things above nor of things below desire I any, save thee only. This is desire, this is love. Can we so love? It will not be things present only, but even things to come, which we shall reckon as nothing compared with that charm, and even here shall we enjoy the kingdom, delighting ourselves in the love of him. And how is this to be, one may say? If we will reflect how oft we insult him after his numberless goodnesses, yet he standeth and calleth us to him, and so often as we run by him, he still doth not overlook us, but runneth to us, and draweth us to him, and catcheth us in unto himself. For if we consider these things, and such as these, we shall be enabled to kindle this longing. For if it were a common man that so loved, but a king who was thus beloved, would he not feel a respect for the greatness of the love? Most assuredly he would. But when the case is reversed, and his beauty is unspeakable, and the glory of the riches too of him that loveth us, and our vileness so great, surely we deserve the utmost punishment, vile as we are, and outcasts, who are treated with so exceeding great love by one so great and wonderful, and yet wax wanton against his love. He needeth not anything of ours, and yet he doth not even now cease loving us. We need much what is his, and for all that we cleave not unto his love, but money we value above him, and man's friendship, and ease of body, and power, and fame, before him who valueth nothing more than us. For he had one Son, very and only begotten, and he spared not even him for us. But we value many things above him. Were there not then good reason for a hell? even were it twofold or threefold or manifold what it is. For what can we have to say for ourselves if even Satan's injunctions we value more than the laws of Christ, and are reckless of our own salvation, that we may choose the works of wickedness before him who suffered all things for us? And what pardon do these things deserve? What excuse have they? Not one even. Let us stand then henceforward, not rushing headlong down precipices, and let us grow again sober, and reckoning up all these things, let us send up glory unto him by our works, for words alone suffice not thereto, that we too may enjoy the glory that cometh of him, which may we all attain unto by the grace and love towards man of our Lord Jesus Christ, through whom and with whom to the Father be glory with the Holy Spirit for ever and ever. Amen. End of section 8. Section 9 of Homilies on Romans by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 6, Part 1, Romans 2, verses 17 and 18. Behold, thou art called a Jew, and restest in the law, and makest thy boast of God, and knowest his will, and approvest the things that are more excellent, being instructed out of the law. After saying that the Gentile wanteth nothing appertaining to salvation if he be a doer of the law, and after making that wonderful comparison, he goes on to set down the glories of the Jews, owing to which they thought scorn of the Gentiles. And first, the very name itself, which was of great majesty, as Christianity is now. For even then the distinction which the appellation made was great. And so he begins from this, and see how he takes it down. For he does not say, Behold, thou art a Jew, but art called so, and makest thy boast in God, that is, as being loved by him, and honoured above other men. And here he seems to me to be greatly mocking their unreasonableness, and great madness after glory, because they misused this gift not to their own salvation, but to set themselves up against the rest of mankind, and to despise them. And knowest his will, and approvest the things that are more excellent. And this too is a disadvantage, if without working. Yet still it seemed to be an advantage, and so he states with accuracy. For he does not say, Thou doest, but knowest, and approvest, not followest up and doest. Verse 19, And art confident that thou thyself art a guide of the blind. Here again he does not say that thou art a guide of the blind, but thou art confident, so thou boastest, he says. So great was the unreasonableness of the Jews, wherefore he also repeats nearly the very words which they used in their boastings. See then what they say in the Gospels, Thou wert altogether born in sin, and dost thou teach us? And they were haughty-minded towards all, to convince them of which Paul keeps extolling them and lowering the others, that so he may get more hold on them, and make his accusation the weightier. And so he goes on adding the like things, and making more of them, by different ways of relating them. For thou art confident that thou thyself art a leader of the blind, a light of them which are in darkness. Verse 20, An instructor of the foolish, a teacher of babes, which hath the form of knowledge and truth which is in the law. Here again he says not in the conscience, and in actions, and in well-doings, but in the law. And after saying so, he does here also what he did with regard to the Gentiles. For as there he says, Wherein thou judgest another, thou condemnest thyself, so saith he here also. Verse 21, Thou therefore which teachest another, teachest thou not thyself? But there he treats the point with more of sharpness, here with more of gentleness. For he does not say, However, on this score thou deservest greater punishment, because though entrusted with so great things, thou hast not made a good use of any of them. But he carries his discourse on by way of question, turning them on themselves, and saying, Thou that teachest another, teachest thou not thyself? And here I would have you look at the discretion of Paul in another case. For he sets down such advantages of the Jews as came not of their own earnestness, but by a gift from above, and he shows not only that they are worthless to them if neglectful, but that they even bring with them increase of punishment. For the being called a Jew is no well-doing of theirs, nor yet is the receiving of the law, nor the other things he has just enumerated, but of grace from above. And towards the beginning he had said that the hearing of the law is valueless unless the doing be thereto added. For not the hearers of the law, he says, are just before God. But now he shows further still that not only the hearing, but what is more than the hearing, the teaching of law itself, will not be able to screen the teacher unless, he says, he do what he teaches. And not only will it not screen him, but will even punish him the more. And he has used his expressions well too, since he does not say, "Thou hast received the law, but thou restest in the law." For the Jew was not wearied with going about to seek what was to be done, but had on easy terms the law, which pointed out the way leading to virtue. For if even the Gentiles have natural reason, and it is on this ground that these are better than they, as doing the law without hearing, yet still those men had greater facility. But if you say, "I am not only a hearer, but even a teacher," this very thing is an aggravation of your punishment, for because they prided themselves upon this, from which, above all, he shows them to be ridiculous. But when he says, "a guide of the blind, an instructor of the foolish, a teacher of babes," he is speaking their own pompous language. For they treated proselytes extremely ill, and these were the names they called them by. And this is why he dwells at large upon what were supposed to be their praises, well knowing that what was said gave greater ground for accusation, which has the form of knowledge and of the truth in the law. As if anyone who had a picture of the king were to draw nothing after it, and they that were not entrusted with it were to imitate it exactly, even without the original. And then, after mentioning the advantages they had from God, he tells them of their failences, and brings forward what the prophets accused them of. "Thou therefore, which teachest another, teachest thou not thyself? Thou that preachest a man should not steal, dost thou steal? Thou that sayest a man should not commit adultery, dost thou commit adultery? Thou that abhorrest idols, dost thou commit sacrilege?" For it was strictly forbidden them to touch any of the things in the idol temples by reason of the defilement. But the tyranny of avarice, he says, has persuaded you to trample this law also under foot. Then he goes on to bring a much more grievous charge, saying, verse 23, "Thou that makest a boast in the law, through breaking the law dishonourest thou God?" There are two accusations which he makes, or rather three, both that they dishonour, and dishonour that whereby they were honoured, and that they dishonour him that honoured them, which was the utmost extreme of unfeelingness. And then, not to seem to be accusing them of his own mind, he brings in the prophet as their accuser, at present briefly and concisely and summarily, but afterwards more particularly, and at present Isaiah, and after that David, when he had shown the grounds of reproof to be more than one. "For that I am not abusing you," he means, in saying these things. Hear what Isaiah saith. Verse 24, "For the name of God is blasphemed among the Gentiles through you." See again another double accusation, for they not only commit insolence themselves, but even induce others to do so. "What then is the use of your teaching, when ye teach not your own selves?" Above, however, he merely said this, but here he has even turned it round to the contrary. "For not only yourselves, but even others, do ye not teach what should be done. And what is far worse, ye not only teach not the things of the law, but ye even teach the opposite, viz. To blaspheme God, which is opposite to the law. But the circumcision, one will say, is a great thing. Yea, I also confess it, but when? When it hath the inward circumcision. And observe his judgment in bringing in what he says about it so opportunely. For he did not begin straightway with it, since the conceit men had of it was great, but after he had shown them to have offended in that which was greater, and to be causes of blasphemy against God, then, having henceforth possession of the reader who has condemned them, and having stripped them of their preeminence, he introduces the discussion about circumcision, feeling sure that no one will any more abet it, and says, verse 25, "For circumcision verily profiteth, if thou keep the law." Were this not so, a man might have rejected it, and said, "What is this circumcision? For is it any good deed on his part that hath it? Is it any manifestation of a right choice? Why, it takes place at an unripe age, and those in the wilderness too remained uncircumcised for a long time, and in many other views one might look at it as not necessary. And yet it is not on this foot that he rejects it, but upon the most proper ground, from the case of Abraham. For this is the most exceeding victory, to take the very reason for showing it to be of small regard, whence it was held by them in reverence. Now he might have said, that even the prophets call the Jews uncircumcised, but this is no disparagement of circumcision, but of those that hold ill to it. For what he aims at is to show that in the very best life it has not the least force. This is what he next proves. And here he does not bring forward the patriarch, but having previously overturned it upon other grounds, he keeps him till afterwards, when he brings in what he has to say of faith, on the words, "How then was it reckoned to Abraham, when he was in circumcision or in uncircumcision?" So long then as it is struggling against the Gentiles and the uncircumcised, he is unwilling to say aught of this, lest he should be over irksome to them. But when it comes in opposition to the faith, then he disengages himself more completely for a combat with it. Up to the present point, then, it is uncircumcision that the contest is against, and this is why he advances in his discourse in a subdued tone and says, "For circumcision verily profiteth, if thou keep the law. But if thou be a breaker of the law, thy circumcision is made uncircumcision." For here he speaks of 2 uncircumcisions and 2 circumcisions, as also 2 laws. For there is a natural law and there is a written law. But there is one also between these, that of works. And see how he points these 3 out and brings them before you. For when the Gentiles, he says, which have not the law, what law? Say, the written one, do by nature the things of the law. Of what law? Of that by works. These not having the law, what law? The written one, are a law unto themselves. How so? By using the natural law. Who show the work of the law, of what law? Of that by actions. For that which is by writing lieth outside, but this is within the natural one, and the other is in actions. And one, the writing proclaims, the other, nature, and another, action. Of this third there is need, for which sake also those 2 are, both the natural and the written. And if this be not present, they are of no good, but even very great harm. And to show this in the case of the natural, he said, "For wherein thou judgest another, thou condemnest thyself. But of the written law thus, thou that preachest a man should not steal, dost thou steal?" Thus there are 2 uncircumcisions, one that of nature, and the second from conduct, and one circumcision in the flesh, and the other from the will. What I mean is, if any man has been circumcised upon the 8th day, this is fleshly circumcision. If any has done all the law bids him, this is circumcision of the mind, which St. Paul requires above all, yea, rather the law also. See now, having granted it in words, he indeed does away with it. For he does not say the circumcision is superfluous, the circumcision is of no profit, of no use. But what saith he? That the circumcision verily profiteth, if thou keepest the law. He approves it till now, saying, I confess and deny not that the circumcision is honourable, but when it has the law kept along with it. But if thou be a breaker of the law, thy circumcision is made uncircumcision. He does not say it is no more profitable, lest he should seem to insult it, but having stripped the Jew of it, he goes on to smite him. And this is no longer any insult to circumcision, but to him who through listlessness has lost the good of it. As then, in the case of those who are in dignified stations, and are after convicted of their greatest misdemeanours, the judges deprive them of the honours of their stations, and then punish them. So has Paul also done, for after saying, If thou art a breaker of the law, thy circumcision is made uncircumcision, and having shown him to be uncircumcised, he condemns him after that without scruple. Verse 26, Therefore, if the uncircumcision keep the righteousness of the law, shall not his uncircumcision be turned into circumcision? See how he acts. He does not say that the uncircumcision is better than circumcision, for this was highly grating to those who then heard him, but that the uncircumcision hath become circumcision. And he next inquires what circumcision is and what uncircumcision, and he says that circumcision is well-doing, and uncircumcision is evil-doing. And having first transferred into the circumcision the uncircumcised who has good deeds, and having thrust out the circumcised man that lived a corrupt life into the uncircumcision, he so gives the preference to the uncircumcised. And he does not say to the uncircumcised, but goes on to the thing itself, speaking as follows, Is not his uncircumcision turned into circumcision? And he does not say reckoned, but turned into, which was more expressive. As also above, he does not say, Thy circumcision is reckoned uncircumcision, but has been made so. Verse 27, And shall not the uncircumcision, which is by nature, judge? You see, he reckons 2 uncircumcisions, one by nature and the other from the will. Here, however, he speaks of that by nature, but does not pause here, but goes on, if it fulfill the law, judge thee, who by the letter and circumcision dost transgress the law. See his exquisite judgment. He does not say that the uncircumcision, which is by nature, shall judge the circumcision, but where the victory had been, he brings in the uncircumcision, but where the defeat, he does not expose the circumcision, but the Jew himself who had it, and so by the wording spares offending his hearer. And he does not say, thee that hast the law and the circumcision, but something yet more subdued, thee who by the letter and circumcision dost transgress the law. That is, such uncircumcision even stands up for the circumcision which has been injured, and comes to the law's assistance, which has been insulted, and obtains a notable triumph. For then is the victory decided, when it is not by Jew that Jew is judged, but by the uncircumcised, as when he says, the men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment against this generation, and shall condemn it. It is not then the law that he dishonours, for he reverences it greatly, but him that does disgrace to the law. Next, having settled these grounds clearly, he goes on confidently to define what the Jew is, and he shows that it is not the Jew nor the circumcision, but he that is no Jew and uncircumcised, whom he is rejecting. And he seemeth indeed to stand up in its behalf, but yet does away with the notion regarding it, securing men's concurrence by the conclusion he comes to. For he shows not only that there is no difference between the Jew and the uncircumcised, but that the uncircumcised has even the advantage, if he take heed to himself, and that it is he that is really the Jew. And so he says, verse 28, For he is not a Jew which is one outwardly, neither is that circumcision which is outward in the flesh. Here he attacks them as doing all things for show. Verse 29, But he is a Jew which is one inwardly, and circumcision is that of the heart in the spirit, and not in the letter. By saying this he sets aside all things bodily, for the circumcision is outwardly, and the Sabbaths and the sacrifices and purifications. And all these he hints in a single word when he says, For he is not a Jew which is one outwardly, but since much was made of the circumcision, inasmuch as even the Sabbath had given way to it, he has good reason for aiming more especially against it. But by saying in the Spirit, he paves the way for the conversation of the church to come and introduce the faith, for it in the heart and spirit hath the praise of God. And how cometh he not to show that the Gentile which doeth aright is no less than the Jew which doeth aright, but that the Gentile which doeth aright is better than the Jew which breaketh the law? It was that he might make the victory an undoubted one, for when this is agreed upon, of necessity the circumcision of the flesh is set aside, and the universal need of a good life is demonstrated. For when the Greek is saved without these, but the Jew with these is yet punished, Judaism stands by doing nothing. And again, it is not the idolatrous Greek, but the religious and virtuous, that he says is quit also of the observances of the law. End of section 9. Section 10 of Homilies on Romans, by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 6, Part 2, Romans 17 to 18. Chapter 3, verse 1. What advantage then hath the Jew? Since he has set all aside, the hearing, the teaching, the name of the Jew, the circumcision, and all other particulars, by his saying that he is not a Jew which is one outwardly, but he which is one inwardly. See now an objection which starts up, and against this he makes his stand. Now what is this objection? If, he means, these things are no use, what reason was there for that nation being called, and the circumcision too being given? What does he then, and how does he solve it? By the same means as he solved the former ones, for as there he told not of their praises, but the benefits of God, not their well-doings. For to be called a Jew, and to know his will, and to approve the things which are more excellent, was no well-doing of their own, but came of the grace of God. And this the prophet also says, upbraiding them, He hath not done so to any nation, neither hath he showed his judgments unto them. And Moses again asked now whether there hath been any such thing as this. He says, Did ever people hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of the fire, and live? This then he does here also. For as, when speaking of circumcision, He did not say that circumcision is valueless without a good life, but that circumcision is of value with a good life, pointing out the same thing, but in a more subdued tone. And again, if thou be a breaker of the law, he does not say, thou art no whit profited by being circumcised, but thy circumcision is made uncircumcision. And after this again, the uncircumcision, saith he, shall judge not the circumcision, but thee that dost transgress the law, so sparing the things of the law and smiting the persons. So he doth here also. For after setting before him this objection, and saying, what advantage then hath the Jew? He says not none, but he joins in the argument and confutes it again by the sequel, and shows that they were even punished owing to this preeminence. And how, I proceed to say at once. Bringing forward the objection, what advantage then, he says, hath the Jew, or what profit is there of circumcision? Verse 2, much every way, chiefly because that unto them were committed the oracles of God. Do you see that, as I said above, it is not their well-doings, but the benefits of God that he everywhere counts up? And what is the word epistevthesan? Footnote, they were trusted, end footnote. It means that they had the law put into their hands because he held them worthy, so far as to entrust the oracles to them, which came down from above. I know indeed that some take the epistevthesan not of the Jews, but of the oracles, as much as to say the law was believed in. But the context does not admit of this being held good, for in the first place he is saying this with a view to accuse them, and shows that, though in the enjoyment of many a blessing from above, they yet showed great unfeelingness. Then the context also makes this clear, for he goes on to say, for what if some did not believe? If they did not believe, how do some say the oracles were believed in? What does he mean then? Why, that God entrusted the same to them, and not that they trusted to the oracles. And how else will the context make sense? For he farther goes on to say, verse 3, what if some did not believe? And what comes next makes the same point clear, for he again adds as follows, shall their unbelief make the faith of God without effect? Verse 4, God forbid. The word epistevthesan then proclaims God's gift. And I would have you here also note his judgment, for again he does not bring in their accusation on his own part, but as it were by way of objection, as if he said, but perhaps you will say, what then is the use of this circumcision, since they used it not as were fitting, since they were trusted with the law, and did not believe themselves? And hitherto he is not a severe accuser, but as if to clear God of complaints against him, he by this means turns the whole of the accusations round upon themselves. For why, he would say, do you complain that they did not believe? Now, how doth this affect God? For as for his benefit, doth the unfeelingness of those benefited overturn it? Or doth it make the honour to be no honour? For this is what the words, shall their unbelief make the faith of God without effect, amount to. God forbid. As if one should say, I have honoured such an one, and if he did not receive the honour, this gives no ground for accusing me, nor impairs my kindness, but shows his want of feeling. But Paul does not say this merely, but what is much more, that not only does their unbelief not leave the soil of a complaint upon God, but even shows his honour and love of man to be the greater, in that he is seen to have bestowed honour upon one who would dishonour him. See how he has brought them out guilty of misdemeanours by means of what they gloried in, forasmuch as the honour with which God treated them was so great, that even when he saw what would come thereof, he withheld not his goodwill toward them. Yet they made the honours bestowed on them a means of insulting him that honoured them. Next, since he said, for what if some did not believe? And clearly it was all of them that did not believe, lest by speaking here too as the history allowed him, he should seem to be a severer accuser of them like an enemy, he puts that which really took place in the method of reasoning and syllogism, saying as follows, Yea, let God be true, but every man a liar. What he says is something of this sort. I do not say he means that some did not believe, but if you will, suppose that all were unbelieving, and so waiving what really happened, to fall in with the objector, that he might not seem overbearing or to be suspected. Well, he says, in this way God is the more justified. What does the word justified mean? That if there was to be a trial and an examination of the things he had done for the Jews, and of what had been done on their part towards him, the victory would be with God, and all the right on his side. And after showing this clearly from what was said before, he next introduces the prophet also as giving his approval to these things, and saying that thou mightest be justified in thy sayings, and clear when thou art judged. He then, for his part, did everything, but they were nothing the better even for this. Then he brings another objection forward, that starts up out of this, and says, verse 5, But if our unrighteousness commend the righteousness of God, what shall we say? Is God unrighteous, who taketh vengeance? I speak as a man. Verse 6, God forbid. He solves one perplexity by another again. Yet, as this is not clear, we must needs declare it more clearly. What is it then he means? God honoured the Jews, they did dishonour him. This gives him the victory, and shows the greatness of his love towards man, in that he honoured them even such as they were. Since then, he means, by our dishonouring of him and wronging him, God by this very thing became victorious, and his righteousness was shown to be clear. Why, a man may say, am I to be punished, who have been the cause of his victory by the wrongs I did him? Now, how does he meet this? It is, as I was saying, by another absurdity. Again, if it were you, he says, that were the cause of the victory, and after this are punished, the thing is an act of injustice. But if he be not unrighteous, and yet you be punished, then you are no more the cause of the victory. And note the caution of the apostle, for after saying, Is God unrighteous, who taketh vengeance? He adds, I speak as a man, as if he means anybody were to argue in the way men reason. For what things seem with us to be justice, these the just judgment of God far exceedeth, and has certain other unspeakable grounds for it. Next, since it was indistinct, he begins afresh again, and says, verse 7, For if the truth of God hath more abounded through my lie unto his glory, why yet am I also judged as a sinner? For if God, he means, is shown to be a lover of man, and righteous and good, you ought not only to be exempt from punishment for your neglect to hear him, but even to have good done unto you. But if so, that absurdity will be found to result, which is in circulation with so many, that good comes of evil, and that evil is the cause of good. And one of the two is necessary, either that God be clearly unjust in punishing, or that in not punishing it is from our vices that he hath the victory. And both of these are absurd to a degree. And himself meaning to show this too, he introduces the Greeks as the fathers of these opinions, thinking it enough to allege against what he has mentioned the character of the persons who say these things. For then they used to say, in ridicule of us, Let us do evil that good may come. And this is why he has stated it clearly in the following language. Verse 8, If not rather, as we be slanderously reported, and as some affirm that we say, Let us do evil that good may come, whose damnation is just. For when Paul said, Where sin abounded, grace did much more abound, in ridicule of him, and by perverting what he said to another meaning, they said, We must cling to vice, that we may get what is good. But Paul said not so. However, to correct this notion, it is that he says, Shall we continue in sin that grace may abound? God forbid. For I said it, he means of times which are past, not that we should make this a practice. To lead them away then from this suspicion, he said, that henceforth this was even impossible. For how shall we, he says, that are dead unto sin, live any longer therein? Against the Greeks, then, he inveighs without difficulty, for their life was exceeding abandoned. But of the Jews, even if their life seemed to have been careless, still they had great means of cloaking these things in the law and circumcision, and the fact of God having conversed with them, and their being the teachers of all. And this is why he strips them even of these, and shows that for these they were the more punished. And this is the conclusion to which he has here drawn his discussion, for if they be not punished, he would say, for so doing, that blasphemous language, Let us do evil that good may come, must necessarily gain currency. But if this be impious, and they who hold this language shall be punished, for this he declared by saying, Whose damnation is just, it is plain that they are punished. For if they who speak it be deserving of vengeance, much more are they who act it. But if deserving thereof, it is as having done sin. For it is not man that punishes them, that any one should suspect the sentence, but God, that doeth all things righteously. But if they are righteously punished, it is unrighteously that they, who make ridicule of us, said what they did. For God did and doth everything, that our conversation might shine forth and be upright on every side. Let us then not be listless, for so we shall be able to recover the Greeks from their error. For when we are in words lovers of wisdom, but in deeds behave unseemly, with what looks shall we face them? with what lips shall we discourse concerning doctrines? For he will say to each of us, How can you that have failed in what is less claim to teach me about what is greater? You, who as yet have not learnt that covetousness is a vice, how can you be wise upon the things in heaven? But you do know that it is a vice. Well then, the charge is the greater, because you transgress knowingly. And why speak I of the Greek? For even our laws allow us not to speak thus boldly when our life has become abandoned. For to the sinner it says, Saith God, What hast thou to do to declare my statutes? There was a time when the Jews were carried away captive, and when the Persians were urgent with them, and thought fit to have them sing those divine songs unto them. They said, How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? Now if it were unlawful to sing the oracles of God in a strange land, much less might an estranged soul do it. For estranged the merciless soul is. For if the law made those who were captives, and had become slaves to men in a strange land, to sit in silence, much more is it right for those who are slaves to sin, and are in an alien community, to have a curb upon their mouths. And moreover, they had the instruments then, for it says, Upon the willows in the midst thereof did we hang our instruments, but still they might not sing. And so we also, though we have a mouth and tongue which are the instruments of speech, have no right to speak boldly, so long as we be slaves to what is more tyrannical than any barbarian, sin. For tell me, what have you to say to the Gentile if you plunder and be covetous? Will you say, Forsake idolatry, become acquainted with God, worship not gold or silver? Will he not make a jest of you and say, Talk to thyself first in this way? For it is not the same thing for a Gentile to practice idolatry and a Christian to commit this same sin. For how are we to draw others away from that idolatry if we draw not ourselves away from this? For we are nearer related to ourselves than to our neighbour, and so when we persuade not ourselves, how are we to persuade others? For if he that doth not rule well over his own house will not take care of the church either, how shall he that doth not rule even over his own soul be able to improve others? Now do not tell me that you do not worship an image of gold, but make this clear to me, that you do not do those things which gold bids you. For there be different kinds of idolatry, and one holds Mammon Lord, and another his belly his God, and a third some other most baneful lust. But you do not sacrifice oxen to them, as the Gentiles do. Nay, but what is far worse, you butcher to them your own soul. But you do not bow the knee or worship. Nay, but with great obedience you do all that they command you, whether it be your belly or money or the tyranny of lust. Why, this is just what the Gentiles are disgusting in, that they made gods of the passions, calling lust Venus, and anger Mars, and drunkenness Bacchus. If then you do not grave images, as did they, yet do you with great eagerness bow under the very same passions, when you make the members of Christ members of an harlot, and plunge yourselves into the other deeds of iniquity. I therefore exhort you to lay to heart the exceeding unseemliness hereof, and to flee from this idolatry. For this doth Paul name covetousness, and to flee not only covetousness in money, but that in evil desire, and that in clothing, and that in table, and that in everything else, since the punishment we shall have to suffer if we obey not God's laws is much severer. For he says, The servant that knew his Lord's will, and did it not, shall be beaten with many stripes. With a view then to escaping from this punishment, and be useful both to others and to ourselves, let us drive out all iniquity from our soul, and choose virtue. For so shall we attain unto the blessings which are to come, and may we all attain thereto by his grace and love towards man, etc. End of section 10. Section 11 of Homilies on Romans by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 7, Part 1, Romans 3, verses 9 to 18. What then, are we better than they? No, in no wise. For we have before proved, both Jews and Gentiles, that they are all under sin. As it is written, There is none righteous, no, not one. There is none that understandeth, there is none that seeketh after God. They are all gone out of the way, they are together become unprofitable. There is none that doeth good, no, not one. Their throat is an open sepulchre, with their tongues they have used deceit. The poison of asps is under their lips, whose mouth is full of cursing and bitterness. Their feet are swift to shed blood. Destruction and misery are in their ways, and the way of peace they have not known. There is no fear of God before their eyes. He has accused the Gentiles, he has accused the Jews. What follows to mention next is the righteousness which is by faith. For if the law of nature availed not, and the written law was of no advantage, but both weighed down those that used them not aright, and made it plain that they were worthy of greater punishment, then the salvation which is by grace was henceforth necessary. Speak then of it, O Paul, and display it. But as yet he does not venture, as having an eye to the violence of the Jews, and so turns afresh to accusation of them. And first he brings in David as accuser, who speaks of these things at length, which Isaiah mentioned briefly as a whole, so furnishing a strong curb for them, such that none of those who heard them could bound off from, nor, after the matters of faith were laid open to them, start away, as being beforehand safely held down by the accusations of the prophets. For there are 3 excesses which the prophet lays down. He says that all of them together did evil, and that they did not mingle any good with the evil, but followed after wickedness alone, and after this also with all earnestness. And next, that they should not say, What then, if these things were said to others? He goes on, verse 19, Now we know that what things soever the law saith, it saith to them who are under the law. This then is why, next to Isaiah, who confessedly aimed at them, he brought in David, that he might show that these things also belong to the same subject. For what need was there, he means, that a prophet who was sent for your correction should accuse other people? For neither was the law given to any else than you. And for what reason did he not say, We know that what things soever the prophet saith, but what things soever the law saith? It is because Paul uses to call the whole Old Testament the law. And in another place he says, Do ye not hear the law, that Abraham had 2 sons? And here he calls the Psalms the law, when he says, We know that what things soever the law saith, it saith to them who are under the law. Next he shows that these things are not said merely for accusation's sake, but that the law might again be paving the way for the faith. So close is the harmony of the Old Testament with the New, that even the accusations and reproofs were entirely with a view to this, that the door of faith might open brightly unto them that hear it. For since it was the principal bane of the Jews that they were so conceited with themselves, which thing he mentioned as he went on, how that being ignorant of the righteousness of God, and going about to establish their own righteousness, they submitted not themselves to the righteousness of God. The law and the prophets, by being beforehand with them, cast down their high thoughts, and laid low their conceit, that being brought to a consideration of their own sins, and having emptied out the whole of their unreasonableness, and seen themselves in danger of the last extremity, they might with much earnestness run unto him who offered them the remission of their sins, and accept the grace through the faith. And this it is then which St. Paul hints even here, when he says, Now we know that what things soever the law saith, it saith to them who are under the law, that every mouth may be stopped, and all the world may become guilty before God. Here then he exhibits them as destitute of the boldness of speech which comes of works, and only using a parade of words, and behaving in a barefaced way. And this is why the phrase he uses has such propriety when he says that every mouth may be stopped, so pointing out the barefaced and almost uncontrolled pomposity of their language, and that their tongue was now curbed in the strictest sense. For, as an unstoppable torrent, so had it been borne along, but the prophet stopped it. And when Paul saith that every mouth may be stopped, what he means is not that the reason of their sinning was that their mouth might be stopped, but that the reason of their being reproved was that they might not commit this very sin in ignorance. And all the world may become guilty before God. He does not say the Jew, but the whole of mankind, for the phrase that every mouth may be stopped is obscurely said of them, but if it is not perspicuously stated, it is with a view to prevent the language being too harsh. But the words that all the world may become guilty before God is spoken at once both of the Jews and of the Gentiles. Now this is no slight thing with a view to take down their unreasonableness, since even here they have no advantage over the Gentiles, but are alike given up as far as salvation is concerned. For he would be in strict propriety called a guilty person who cannot help himself to any excuse, but needeth the assistance of another. Such was the plight of all of us, in that we had lost the things pertaining to salvation. Verse 20, For by the law is the knowledge of sin. He springs upon the law again with forbearance, however, For what he says is not an accusation of it, but of the listlessness of the Jews. Yet, nevertheless, he has become earnest here with a view, as he was going to introduce his discourse about the faith, to show its utter feebleness. For if thou boastest in the law, he means, it puts thee to the greater shame. It solemnly parades forth your sins before you. Only he does not word it in this harsh way, but in a subdued tone. Again, for by the law is the knowledge of sin, and so the punishment is greater, but that because of the Jews. For the law accomplished the disclosure of sin to you, but it was your duty then to flee it. Since then you have not fled it, you have pulled the punishment more sorely on yourself, and the righteousness of the law has been made to you a purveyor of greater vengeance. Now then, having added to their fear, he next brings in the things of grace, as having brought them to a strong desire of the remission of sins, and says, verse 21, But now the righteousness of God without the law is manifested. Here he utters a great thing, and such as needed much proof. For if they that live in the law not only did not escape punishment, but were even the more weighed down thereby, how without the law is it possible not only to escape vengeance, but even to be justified? For he has here set down two high points, the being justified and the obtaining these blessings without the law. And this is why he does not say righteousness simply, but the righteousness of God, so by the worthiness of the person displaying the greater degree of the grace and the possibility of the promise. For to him all things are possible, and he does not say is given, but is manifested, so pruning away the accusation of novelty. For that which is manifested is so as being old, but concealed. And it is not this only, but the sequel, that shows that this is no recent thing. For after saying is manifested, he proceeds, being witnessed by the law and the prophets. Do not be troubled, he means, because it has but now been given, nor be affrighted as though at a thing new and strange, for of old both the law and the prophets foretold it. And some passages he has pointed out in the course of this argument, and some he will shortly, as in what came before he brought in Habakkuk, as saying, The just shall live by faith, but in what comes after, Abraham and David, who also themselves converse with us about these things. Now the regard they had for these persons was great, for one was a patriarch and a prophet, and the other a king and a prophet, and both of these had had the promises about these things made to them. And this is why Matthew, in the beginning of his Gospel, mentions both of these first, and then brings forward in order the forefathers. For after saying the book of the revelation of Jesus Christ, he does not wait after Abraham to name Isaac also and Jacob, but has mentioned David along with Abraham. And what is wonderful indeed is that he has even set David before Abraham, speaking on this wise, the son of David, the son of Abraham, and then begins the catalogue of Isaac and Jacob and all the rest in order. And this is why the apostle here keeps presenting them in turns, and speaks of the righteousness of God being witnessed by the law and the prophets. But that no one should say, How are we to be saved without contributing anything at all to the object in view? He shows that we also offer no small matter towards this, I mean our faith. Therefore, after saying the righteousness of God, he adds straightway, By faith unto all and upon all them that believe. Here again the Jew is alarmed by his not having anything better than the rest, and being numbered with the whole world. Now that he may not feel this, he again lowers him with fear by adding, For there is no difference, for all have sinned. For tell me not that it is such and such a Greek, such and such a Scythian, such and such a Thracian, for all are in the same plight. For even if you have received the law, one thing alone is there, which you have learned from the law, to know sin, not to flee from it. Next, that they may not say, Even if we have sinned, still it is not in the same way that they did, he added, and have come short of the glory of God. So that even if you have not done the same sins as others, still you are alike bereft of the glory, since you belong to those who have offended. Now he that hath offended belongeth not to such as are glorified, but to such as are put to shame. Yet be not afraid, for the reason of my saying this was not that I might thrust you into despair, but that I might show the love of the Lord toward man. And so he goes on. Verse 24 and 25, being justified freely by his grace through the redemption that is in Christ Jesus, whom God hath set forth to be a propitiation through faith in his blood, to declare his righteousness at this time. See, by how many proofs he makes good what was said, First, from the worthiness of the person, for it is not a man who doeth these things, that he should be too weak for it, but God all-powerful. For it is to God, he says, that the righteousness belongs. Again, from the law and the prophets. For you need not be afraid at hearing thee without the law, inasmuch as the law itself approves this. Thirdly, from the sacrifices under the old dispensation, for it was on this ground that he said in his blood, to call to their minds those sheep and calves. For if the sacrifices of things without reason, he means, cleared from sin, much more with this blood. And he does not say barely lutroseos, but apolutroseos, entire redemption, to show that this was so brought about that we shall come no more into such slavery. And for this same reason he calls it a propitiation, to show that if the type had such force, much more would the reality display the same. But to show again that it was no novel thing or recent, he says foreordained, and by saying God foreordained, and showing that this is the good deed of the Father, it showeth it to be the Son's also, for the Father foreordained, but Christ, in his own blood, wrought the whole aright. To declare his righteousness. What is declaring of righteousness? Like the declaring of his riches, not only so as to show him as rich himself, but so also as to make others rich, or of life, not that he only is himself living, but also that he makes the dead to live, and of his power, not that he only is himself powerful, but also that he makes the feeble powerful. So also is the declaring of his righteousness, not only that he is himself righteous, but that he doth also make them that are filled with the putrefying sores of sin suddenly righteous. And it is to explain this, viz., what is declaring, that he has added that he might be just and the justifier of him which believeth in Jesus. Doubt not then, for it is not of works but of faith, and shun not the righteousness of God, for it is a blessing in two ways, because it is easy and also open to all men. And be not abashed and shamefaced, for if he himself declareth himself to do so, and he, so to say, findeth a delight and a pride therein, how comest thou to be dejected, and to hide thy face at what thy master glorieth in? Now then, after raising his hearers' expectations by saying that what had taken place was a declaring of the righteousness of God, he next by fear urges him on that is tardy and remissful about coming, by speaking as follows, on account of the relaxing of sins that were before. Do you see how often he keeps reminding them of their transgressions? Before, he did it by saying, through the law is the knowledge of sin, and after by saying that all have sinned, but here is yet stronger language, for he does not say for the sins, but for the relaxing, that is, the deadness. For there was no longer any hope of recovering health, but as the paralyzed body needed the hand from above, so doth the soul which hath been deadened. And what is indeed worse, which he sets down as a charge, and points out that it is a greater accusation. Now what is this? That the last state was incurred in the forbearance of God. For you cannot plead, he means, that you have not enjoyed much forbearance and goodness, but the words at this time are those of one who is pointing out the greatness of the power and love toward man. For after we had given all over, he would say, and it were time to sentence us, and the evils were waxed great, and the sins were in their full, then he displayed his own power, that thou mightest learn how great is the abundancy of righteousness with him. For this, had it taken place at the beginning, would not have had so wonderful and unusual an appearance as now, when every sort of cure was found unavailing. Verse 27, where is boasting then? It is excluded. By what law? Of works? Nay, but by the law of faith. Paul is at great pains to show that faith is mighty to a degree which was never even fancied of the law. For after he had said that God justifieth man by faith, he grapples with the law again, and he does not say, where then are the well-doings of the Jews? Where their righteous dealing? But where is then the boasting? So taking every opportunity of showing that they do but use great words, as though they had somewhat more than others, and have no work to show. And after saying, where then is the boasting? He does not say, it is put out of sight and hath come to an end, but it is excluded, which word better expresses its unseasonableness, since the season for it is no more. For as when the judgment is come, they that would repent have not any longer the season for it. Thus now the sentence being henceforth past, and all being upon the point of perishing, and he being at hand, who by grace would break these terrors, They had no longer the season for making a plea of amelioration wrought by the law. For if it were right to strengthen themselves upon these things, it should have been before his coming. But now that he who should save by faith was come, the season for those efforts was taken from them. For since all were convicted, he therefore saveth by grace, and this is why he is come but now, that they may not say, as they would had he come at the first, that it was possible to be saved by the law and by our own labours and well-doings. To curb therefore this their effrontery, he waited a long time, so that after they were by every argument clearly convicted of inability to help themselves, he then saved them by his grace. And for this reason too, when he had said above to declare his righteousness, he added, at this time. If any then were to gainsay still, they do the same as if a person who after committing great sins was unable to defend himself in court, but was condemned and going to be punished, and then, being by the royal pardon forgiven, should have the effrontery after his forgiveness to boast and say that he had done no sin. For before the pardon came, he ought to have shown his innocence, but after it came, he would no longer have the season for boasting. And this happened in the Jews' case. For since they had been traitors to themselves, this is why he came, by his very coming doing away their boasting. For he who saith that he is a teacher of babes, and maketh his boast in the law, and styles himself the instructor of the foolish, if alike with them he needed a teacher and a saviour, cannot have any pretext for boasting. For if even before this the circumcision was made uncircumcision, much rather was it now, since it is excluded from both periods. But after saying that it was excluded, he shows also how. How then was it excluded, he means, by what law? Of works? Nay, but by the law of faith. See, he calls the faith also a law, delighting to keep to the names, and so allay the seeming novelty. But what is the law of faith? It is being saved by grace. Here too he shows God's power in that he has not only saved, but has even justified and led them to boasting, and this too without needing works, but looking for faith only. And in saying this he attempts to bring the Jew who believes to act with moderation, and to calm him that hath not believed in such a way as to draw him on. For he that has been saved, if he be high-minded in that he abides by the law, will be told that he himself has stopped his own mouth, himself has accused himself has renounced claims to his own salvation, and has excluded boasting. But he that hath not believed again, being humbled by these same means, will be capable of being brought over to the faith. Do you see how great faith's preeminence is, how it hath removed us from the former things, not even allowing us to boast of them? Verse 28. Therefore we conclude that a man is justified by faith without the deeds of the law. When he had shown that by faith men were superior to the Jews, then he goes on with great confidence to discourse upon it also, and what seemed therein to annoy he again heals up. For these two things were what confused the Jews: one, if it were possible for men, who with works were not saved, to be saved without them, and another, if it were just for the uncircumcised to enjoy the same blessings with those who had during so long a period been nurtured in the law, which last confused more by far than the former. And on this ground, having proved that, he goes on to the next, which perplexed the Jews so far that they even complained on account of this position against Peter after they believed. What does he say then? Therefore we conclude that by faith a man is justified. He does not say a Jew, or one under the law, but after leading forth his discourse into a large room, and opening the doors of faith to the world, he says a man, so using the name common to our race. And then, having taken occasion from this, he meets an objection not set down, for since it was likely that the Jews, upon hearing that faith justifieth every man, would take it ill and feel offended, he goes on. Verse 29, is he the God of the Jews only? As if he said, on what foot does it then seem to you amiss that every man should be saved? Is God partial? So showing from this, that in wishing to thwart the Gentiles, they are rather offering an insult to God's glory, if, that is, they would not allow him to be the God of all. But if he is of all, then he taketh care of all, and if he care for all, then he saveth all alike by faith. And this is why he says, is he the God of the Jews only? Is he not also of the Gentiles? Yes, of the Gentiles also. For he is not partial, as the gods of the Gentiles are, but one and common to all. And this is why he goes on, verse 30, seeing it is one God. That is, the same as the master of both these and those. But if you tell me of the ancient state of things, I will tell you the dealings of providence were shared by both, even if in diverse ways. For as they have the natural law, so you have with this the written law also given you, so that they came short in nothing, if that is, only they were willing, but were even able to be conquerors, and so he proceeds with an allusion to this very thing, who shall justify the circumcision by faith, and the uncircumcision through faith. So reminding them of what he said before about uncircumcision and circumcision, whereby he showed that there was no difference. But if then there was no difference, much less is there any now. And this he now establishes upon clearer grounds, and so demonstrates that either of them stand alike in need of faith. End of section 11. Section 12 of Homilies on Romans by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 7, Part 2, Romans 3, verses 9 to 18. Verse 31, Do we then, he says, make void the law through faith? God forbid, yea, we establish the law. Do you see his varied and unspeakable judgment? For the bare use of the word establish shows that it was not then standing, but was worn out. And note also Paul's exceeding power, and on what vantage ground he maintains what he wishes. For here he shows that the faith, so far from doing any disparagement to the law, even comes to its assistance, as it on the other hand paved the way for the faith. For that was first to bear witness to this. For he saith, being witnessed by the law and the prophets. So here this established that, now that it is unnerved. And how did it establish, he would say? What was the object of the law, and what the scope of all its enactments? Why, to make man righteous. But this it had no power to do, for all, it says, have sinned. But faith by coming accomplished it. And when a man is once a believer, he is straightway made righteous. The intention then of the law it did establish, and what all its enactments aim after, this hath it brought to a consummation. Consequently, it has not disannulled, but perfected it. Here then 3 points he has demonstrated. First, that without the law it is possible to be justified. Next, that this the law could not effect, and that faith is not opposed to the law. For since the chief cause of perplexity to the Jews was this, that the faith seemed to be in opposition to it, he shows, more than the Jew wishes, that so far from being contrary, it is even in close alliance and cooperation with it, which was what they especially longed to hear proved. But since after this grace, whereby we were justified, there is need also of a life suited to it, let us show in earnestness worthy the gift, and show it we shall, if we keep with great earnestness charity, the mother of good deeds. Now charity is not bare words, or mere ways of speaking to men, but a taking care of them, and a putting forth of itself by works, as for instance by relieving poverty, lending one's aid to the sick, rescuing from dangers, to stand by them that be in difficulties, to weep with them that weep, and rejoice with them that rejoice. For even this last is a part of charity, and yet, little thing as this seems, to be rejoicing with them that rejoice, it still is exceedingly great, and requireth for it the spirit of true wisdom. And we might find many that perform the more irksome part, and yet want vigour for this. For many weep with them that weep, but still do not rejoice with them that rejoice, but are in tears when others rejoice. Now this comes of grudging and envy. The good deed, then, of rejoicing when our brother rejoices is no small one, but even greater than the other, and haply not only greater than weeping with them that weep, but even than standing by them that are in danger. There are many, however, that have shared danger with men in danger, but were cut to the heart when they came into honour. So great is the tyranny of a grudging spirit, and yet the one is a thing of toils and troubles, and this of choice and temper only. Yet at the same time many that have endured the harder task have not accomplished this easier, but pine and consume away when they see others in honour, when a whole church is benefited by doctrine, or in any other fashion. And what can be worse than this? For such an one doth not any more fight with his brother, but with the will of God. Now consider this, and be rid of the disease, and even if you be unwilling to set your neighbour free, at least set yourself free from these countless evils. Why do you carry war into your own thoughts? Why fill your soul with trouble? Why work up a storm? Why turn things upside down? How will you be able, in this state of mind, to ask forgiveness of sins? For if those that allow not the things done against themselves to pass, neither doth he forgive, what forgiveness shall he grant to those who go about to injure those who have done them no injury? For this is a proof of the utmost wickedness. Men of this kind are fighting with the devil against the church, and haply they do even worse. For him one can be on one's guard against. But these, cloaking themselves under the mask of friendliness, secretly kindle a fire, while they first throw themselves into the furnaces, and growing ill of a disease not only past all pity, but even such as to meet with much ridicule. For why is it, tell me, that thou art pale and trembling and standing in fear? What evil has happened? Is it that thy brother is in honour and looked up to and in esteem? Why, thou oughtest to make chaplets and rejoice and glorify God, that thine own member is in honour and looked up to. But art thou pained that God is glorified? Seest thou to what issue the war tends? But some will say, it is not because God is glorified, but because my brother is. Yet through him the glory ascendeth up to God, and so will the war from thee do also. But it is not this, he will say, that grieves me, for I should wish God to be glorified by me. Well then, rejoice at thy brother's being in honour, and then glorified is God again through thee, and all will say, Blessed be God, that hath his household so minded, wholly freed from envy, and rejoicing together at one another's goods. And why do I speak of thy brother? For if he were thy foe and enemy, and God were glorified through him, a friend shouldst thou make of him for this reason. But thou, dost thou make thy friend an enemy because God is glorified by his being in honour? And were any one to heal thy body when in evil plight, though he were an enemy, thou wouldst count him thenceforward among the first of thy friends. And dost thou reckon him that gladdens the countenance of Christ's body, that is the church, and is thy friend, yet to be an enemy? How else then couldst thou show war against Christ? And this is why even if a man do miracles, have celibacy to show, and fasting, and lying on the bare ground, and doth by this virtue advance even to the angels, yet shall he be most accursed of all, while he has this defect, and shall be a greater breaker of the law than the adulterer, and the fornicator, and the robber, and the violator of sepulchres. And that no one may condemn this language of hyperbole, I should be glad to put this question to you. If any one were to come with fire and mattock, and were destroying and burning this church, and digging down this altar, would not each one of those here stone him with stones, as accursed and a lawbreaker? What then, if one were to bring a yet more consuming flame than this, I mean envy, that doth not ruin the stone buildings, nor dig down the altar of gold, but subverteth and scornfully marreth what is far more precious than either walls or altars, the teacher's building? What sufferance would he deserve? And let no one tell me that he has often endeavoured and been unable, for it is from the Spirit that the actions are judged. For Saul did kill David, even though he did not hit him. Tell me, dost thou not perceive that thou art plotting against the sheep of Christ when thou warrest with his shepherd? Those sheep for whom also Christ shed his blood, and bade us both to do and to suffer all things. Dost thou not remind thyself that thy master sought thy glory and not his own, but thou art seeking not that of thy master, but thine own? And yet if thou wert to seek his, then thou wouldst obtain thine own also. But by seeking thine own before his, thou wilt not ever gain this. What remedy is there then for this? Let us all join in prayer, and let us lift up our voice with one accord in their behalf, as for those possessed, for indeed these are more wretched than they, inasmuch as their madness is of choice. For this affliction needeth prayer and much entreaty. For if he that loveth not his brother, even though he empty out his money, yea, and have the glory of martyrdom, is no whit advantaged, consider what punishment the man deserves, who even wars with him that hath not wronged him in anything. He is even worse than the Gentiles. For if to love them that love us does not let us have any advantage over them, in what grade shall he be placed, tell me, that envieth them that love him? For envying is even worse than warring, since he that warreth, when the cause of the war is at an end, puts an end to his hatred also, but the grudger would never become a friend. And the one shows an open kind of battle, the other a covert, and the one often has a reasonable cause to assign for the war, the other nothing else but madness and a satanic spirit. To what then is one to compare a soul of this kind? To what viper, to what asp, to what cankerworm, to what scorpion? since there is nothing so accursed or so pernicious as a soul of this sort. For it is this that hath subverted the churches, this that hath engendered the heresies, this it was that armed a brother's hand, and made his right hand to be dipped in the blood of the righteous, and plucked away the laws of nature, and set open the gates for death, and brought that curse into action, and suffered not that wretch to call to mind either the birth-pangs or his parents, or anything else, but made him so furious, and led him to such a pitch of frenzy, that even when God exhorted him and said, Unto thee shall be his recourse, and thou shalt rule over him, he did not even then give in, yea, although he both forgave him the fault, and made his brother subject to him. But his complaint is so incurable that even if thousands of medicines are applied, it keeps sloughing with its own corruption. For wherefore art thou so vexed, thou most miserable of men? Is it because God hath had honour shown him? Nay, this would show a satanical spirit. Is it then because thy brother outstrips thee in good name? As for that, it is open to thee in turn to outstrip him, and so, if thou wouldst be a conqueror, kill not, destroy not, but let him abide still, that the material for the struggle may be preserved, and conquer him living. For in this way thy crown had been a glorious one, but by thus destroying thou passest a harder sentence of defeat upon thyself. But a grudging spirit hath no sense of all this. And what ground hast thou to covet glory in such solitude? For those were at that time the only inhabitants of the earth. Still even then this restrained him not, but he cast away all from his mind, and stationed himself in the ranks of the devil. For he it was who then led the war upon Cain's side. For inasmuch as it was not enough for him that man had become liable to death, by the manner of the death he tried to make the tragedy still greater, and persuaded him to become a fratricide. For he was urgent and in travail to see the sentence carried into effect, as never satisfied with our ills. As if any one who had got an enemy in prison, and saw him under sentence, were to press, before he were out of the city, to see him butchered within it, and would not wait even the fitting time, so did the devil then, and yet having heard that man must go to earth, he travailed with desire to see something worse, by a son dying before his father, and a brother destroying a brother, and that with a premature and violent slaughter. See what great service envy hath done him, how it hath filled the insatiate spirit of the devil, and hath prepared for him a table great as he desired to see. Let us then escape from the disease, for it is not possible, indeed it is not, to escape from the fire prepared for the devil, unless we get free from this sickness. But free we shall get to be if we lay to mind how Christ loved us, and also how he bade us love one another. Now what love did he show for us? His precious blood did he shed for us when we were enemies, and had done the greatest wrong to him. This do thou also do in thy brother's case, for this is the end of his saying, A new commandment I give unto you, that ye so love one another as I have loved you. Or rather, even so the measure does not come to a stand. For it was in behalf of his enemies that he did this, and are you unwilling to shed your blood for your brother? Why then dost thou even shed his blood, disobeying the commandment, even to contradiction? Yet what he did was not as a due, but you, if you do it, are but fulfilling a debt. Since he too, who after receiving the 10,000 talents demanded the 100 pence, was punished not merely for the fact that he demanded them, but because even by the kindness done him he had not become any better, and did not even follow where his lord had begun, or remit the debt. For that on the part of the servant was but a debt after all, if it had been done. For all things that we do towards the payment of a debt, and this is why himself said, When ye have done all, say, We are unprofitable servants, we have done that which was our duty to do. If then we display charity, if we give our goods to them that need, we are fulfilling a debt, and that not only in that it was he who first began the acts of goodness, but because it is his goods that we are distributing, if we ever do give. Why then deprive thyself of what he willeth thee to have the right of? For the reason why he bade thee give them to another was that thou mightest have them thyself. For so long as thou hast them to thyself, even thou thyself hast them not. But when thou hast given to another, then hast thou gotten them thyself. What charm then will do as much as this? Himself poured forth his blood for his enemies, but we not even our money for our benefactor. He did so with his blood that was his own, we will not even with money that is not ours. He did it before us, we not even after his example. He did it for our salvation, we will not do it even for our own advantage. For he is not to have any advantage from our love towards man, but the whole gain accrueth unto us. And this is the very reason why we are bidden to give away our goods, that we may not be thrown out of them. For as a person who gives a little child money bids him hold it fast, or give it to the servant to keep, that it may not be for whoever will to snatch it away, so also doth God. For he says, Give to him that needeth, lest someone should snatch it away from thee, as an informer, for instance, or a calumniator, or a thief, or after all these are avoided, death. For so long as thou holdest it thyself, thou hast no safe hold of it. But if thou givest it me through the poor, I keep it all for thee exactly, and in fit season will return it with great increase. For it is not to take it away that I receive it, but to make it a larger amount, and to keep it more exactly, that I may have it preserved for you against that time, in which there is no one to lend or to pity. What then can be more hard-hearted than if we, after such promises, cannot make up our minds to lend to him? Yes, it is for this, that we go before him destitute and naked and poor, not having the things committed to our charge, because we do not deposit them with him who keepeth them more exactly than any. And for this we shall be most severely punished. For when we are charged with it, what shall we be able to say about the loss of them? What pretext to put forward? What defence? For what reason is there why you do not give? Do you disbelieve that you will receive it again? And how can this be reasonable? For he that giveth to one that hath not given, how shall he not much rather give after he has received? But the sight of them pleases you. Well then, give much the more for this reason, that you may there be the more delighted, when no one can take them from you. Since now, if you keep them, you will even suffer countless evils. For as a dog, so doth the devil leap upon them that are rich, wishing to snatch from them, as from a child that holdeth a sippet or a cake. Let us then give them to our Father, and if the devil see this done, he will certainly withdraw, and when he has withdrawn, then will the Father safely give them all to thee, when he cannot trouble, in the world to come. For now surely they that be rich differ not from little children that are troubled by dogs, while all are barking round them, tearing and pulling, and these not men only, but ignoble affections, as gluttony, drunkenness, flattery, uncleanness of every kind. And when we have to lend, we are very anxious about those that give much, and look particularly for those that are frank dealers. But here we do the opposite, for God, who dealeth frankly, and giveth not the ordinary interest, but an hundredfold greater, we desert, and those who will not return us even the capital, these we seek after. For what return will our belly make us, that consumeth the larger share of our goods? Dung and corruption. Or what will vainglory, envy and grudging? Or what nearness, care and anxiety? Or what uncleanness, hell and the venomous worm? For these are the debtors of them that be rich, who pay this interest upon the capital, evils at present, and dreadful things in expectation. Shall we then lend to these, pray, with such punishment for interest, and shall we not trust the same to Christ, when he holdeth forth unto us heaven, immortal life, blessings unutterable? And what excuse wilt thou have? For how comest thou not to give to him who will assuredly return, and return in greater abundance? Perhaps it is because it is so long before he repays. Yet surely he repays even here, for he is true which saith, Seek the kingdom of heaven, and all these things shall be added to you. Seest thou this extreme munificence? Those goods, he says, have been stored up for thee, and are not diminishing, but these here I will give by way of increase and surplus. But besides all this, the very fact of its being so long before thou wilt receive it, does but make thy riches the greater, since the interest is more. For in the case of those who have money lent them, we see that this is what the lenders do, lending, that is, with greater readiness to those who refund a long time after. For he that straightway repays the whole cuts off the progression of the interest, but he that keeps possession of it for a longer time makes also the gain from it greater. So then, in man's case, we are not offended at the delay, but even use artifices to make it greater. But in the case of God, shall we be so little-minded as on this very ground to be backward and to retract? And yet, as I said, he both giveth here, and along with the reason mentioned, as planning also some other greater advantage to us, he there keepeth the whole in store. For the abundance of what is given, and the excellency of that gift, transcends this present worthless life. Since in this perishable and doomed body there is not even the possibility of receiving those unfading crowns, nor in our present state, perturbed and full of trouble, and liable to many changes as it is, of attaining to that unchangeable, unperturbed lot. Now you, if anyone were to owe you gold, and while you were staying in a foreign country, and had neither servants nor anyone to convey it across to the place of your abode, were to promise to pay you the loan, would beseech him in countless ways to have it paid down, not in the foreign land, but at home rather. But do you think right to receive those spiritual and unutterable things in this world? Now what madness this would show! For if you receive them here, you must have them corruptible to a certainty, but if you wait for that time, he will repay you them incorruptible and unalloyed. If you receive here, you have gotten lead, but if there, tried gold. Still he does not even deprive thee of the goods of this life. For along with that promise, he has placed another also to the following effect, that everyone that loveth the things of the world to come shall receive 100-fold in this life present, and shall inherit eternal life. If then we do not receive the 100-fold, it is ourselves that are to blame for not lending to him who can give so much, for all who have given have received much, even though they gave but little. For what great thing, tell me, did Peter give? Was it not a net that was broken, and a rod and a hook only? Yet still God opened to him the houses of the world, and spread before him land and sea, and all men invited him to their possessions. Or rather, they sold what was their own, and brought it to his feet, not so much as putting it into his hands, for they dared not, so great was the honour they paid him, as well as their profuseness. But he was Peter, you will say. And what of this? O man, for it was not Peter only to whom he made this promise. Neither, said he, thou, O Peter, only art to receive 100-fold, but every one whosoever hath left houses or brethren shall receive 100-fold. For it is not distinction of persons that he recognizes, but actions that are rightly done. But a circle of little ones is round about me, one will say, and I am desirous of leaving them with a good fortune. Why then do we make them paupers? For if you leave them everything, you are still committing your goods to a trust that may deceive you, but if you leave God, their joint heir and guardian, you have left them countless treasures. For as when we avenge ourselves, God assisteth us not, but when we leave it to him, more than we expect comes about. So in the case of goods, if we take thought about them ourselves, he will withdraw from any providence over them. But if we rather cast our care upon him, he will place both them and the children in safety. And why art thou amazed that this should be so with God? For even with men one may see this happening. For if you do not, when dying, invite any of your relatives to the care of your children, it often happens that one who is abundantly willing feels reluctancy, and is too modest to spring to the task of his own accord. But if you cast the care upon him, as having had a very great honour shown him, he will in requital make very great returns. If then thou wouldst leave thy children much wealth, leave them God's care. For he who without thy having done anything gave thee a soul, and formed thee a body, and granted thee life, when he seeth thee displaying such munificence, and distributing their goods to himself along with them, must surely open to them every kind of riches. For if Elijah, after having been nourished with a little meal, since he saw that the woman honoured him above her children, made threshing floors and oil presses appear in the little hut of the widow, consider what loving care the Lord of Elijah will display. Let us then not consider how to leave our children rich, but how to leave them virtuous. For if they are confident of riches, they will not mind aught besides, in that they have the means of screening the wickedness of their ways in their abundant riches. But if they find themselves devoid of the comfort to be got from that source, they will do all so as by virtue to find themselves abundant consolation for their poverty. Leave them then no riches, that you may leave them virtue. For it is unreasonable in the extreme not to make them, whilst we are alive, lords of all our goods, yet after we are dead, to give the easy nature of youth full exemption from fear. And yet while we are alive, we shall have power to call them to account, and to sober and bridle those that make an ill use of their goods. But if after we are dead we afford them, at the time of the loss of ourselves, and their own youthfulness, that power which wealth gives, endless are the precipices into which we shall thrust those unfortunate and miserable creatures, so heaping fuel upon flame, and letting oil drop into a fierce furnace. And so, if you would leave them rich and safe withal, leave God a debtor to them, and deliver the bequest to them into his hands. For if they receive the money themselves, they will not know even who to give it to, but will meet with many designing and unfeeling people. But if thou beforehand puttest it out to interest with God, the treasure henceforward remains unassailable, and great is the facility wherewith that repayment will be made. For God is well placed at repaying us what he oweth, and both looks with a more favourable eye upon those who have lent to him than on those who have not, and loveth those the most to whom he oweth the most. And so, if thou wouldst have him for thy friend continually, make him thy debtor to a large amount. For there is no lender so pleased at having those that owe to him, as Christ is rejoiced at having those that lend to him. And such as he oweth nothing to, he fleeth from, but such as he oweth to, he even runneth unto. Let us then use all means to get him for our debtor, for this is the season for loans, and he is now in want. If then thou givest not unto him now, he will not ask of thee after thy departing hence. For it is here that he thirsteth, here that he is an hungered, since he thirsteth when he thirsteth after thy salvation, and since it is for this that he even begs, for this that he even goeth about naked, negotiating immortal life for thee. Do not then neglect him, since it is not to be nourished that he wishes, but to nourish. It is not to be clothed, but to clothe, and to accoutre thee with the golden garment, the royal robe. Do you not see even the more attached sort of physicians, when they are washing the sick, wash themselves also, though they need it not? In the same way he also doth all for the sake of thee who art sick. For this reason also he uses no force in demanding, that he may make thee great returns, that thou mayest learn that it is not because he is in need that he asketh of thee, but that he may set right that thou needest. For this reason too he comes to thee in a lowly guise, and with his right hand held forth. And if thou givest him a farthing, he turneth not away, and even if thou rejectest him, he cometh again to thee. For he desireth, yea, desireth exceedingly our salvation. Let us then think scorn of money, that we may not be thought scorn of by Christ. Let us think scorn of money, even with a view to obtain the money itself. For if we keep it here, we shall lose it altogether, both here and hereafter. But if we distribute it with abundant expenditure, we shall enjoy in each life abundant wealthiness. He then that would become rich, let him become poor, that he may be rich. Let him spend, that he may collect. Let him scatter, that he may gather. But if this is novel and paradoxical, look to the sower, and consider that he cannot in any other way gather more together, save by scattering what he hath, and letting go of what is at hand. Let us now sow and till the heaven, that we may reap with great abundance, and obtain everlasting goods, through the grace and love towards man, etc. End of section 12. Section 13 of Homilies on Romans by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 8, Part 1, Romans 4, verses 1 and 2. What shall we then say that Abraham, our father, as pertaining to the flesh, hath found? For if Abraham were justified by works, he hath whereof to glory, but not before God. He had said that the world had become guilty before God, and that all had sinned, and that boasting was excluded, and that it was impossible to be saved otherwise than by faith. He is now intent upon showing that this salvation, so far from being matter of shame, was even the cause of a bright glory, and a greater than that through works. For since the being saved, yet with shame, had somewhat of dejection in it, he next takes away this suspicion too. And indeed he has hinted at the same already by calling it not barely salvation, but righteousness. Therein, he says, is the righteousness of God revealed. For he that is saved as a righteous man has a confidence accompanying his salvation. And he calls it not righteousness only, but also the setting forth of the righteousness of God. But God is set forth in things which are glorious and shining and great. However, he nevertheless draws support from this, from what he is at present upon, and carries his discourse forward by the method of question. And this he is always in the habit of doing, both for clearness' sake and for the sake of confidence in what is said. Above, for instance, he did it, where he says, What advantage then hath the Jew? And what have we more than others? And again, where is boasting? And here, what then shall we say that Abraham our father, etc.? Now, since the Jews kept turning over and over the fact that the patriarch and friend of God was the first to receive circumcision, he wishes to show that it was by faith that he too was justified. And this was quite a vantage ground to insist upon, for a person who had no works to be justified by faith was nothing unlikely, but for a person richly adorned with good deeds, not to be made just from hence but from faith, This is something to cause wonder, and to set the power of faith in a strong light. And this is why he passes by all the others, and leads his discourse back to this man. And he calls him Father, as pertaining to the flesh, to throw them out of the genuine relationship to him, and to pave the Gentiles' way to kinsmanship with him. And then he says, For if Abraham were justified by works, he hath whereof to glory, but not before God. After saying that God justifieth the circumcision by faith, and the uncircumcision through faith, and making the same sufficiently sure in what he said before, he now proves it by Abraham more clearly than he promised, and pictures the battle for faith against works, and makes this righteous man the subject of the whole struggle, and that not without special meaning. Wherefore also he sets him up very high by calling him forefather, and putting a constraint upon them to comply with him in all points. For tell me not, he would say, about the Jew, nor bring this man or that before me, for I will go up to the very head of all, and the source whence circumcision took its rise. For if Abraham, he says, was justified by works, he hath whereof to glory, but not before God. What is here said is not plain, and so one must make it plainer. For there are two gloryings, one of works and one of faith. After saying, If he was justified by works, he hath whereof to glory, but not before God, he points out that he might have whereof to glory from faith also, yea, and much greater reason for it. For the great power of Paul is especially displayed in this, that he turns what is objected to the other side, and shows that what seemed rather to be on the side of salvation by works, viz., glorying or boldness of claim, belongeth much more truly to that by faith. For he that glorieth in his works has his own labours to put forward, but he that finds his honour in having faith in God has a much greater ground for glorying to show, in that it is the Lord that he glorifieth and magnifieth. For those things which the nature of the visible world tells him not of, in receiving these by faith in him, he at once displays sincere love towards him, and heralds his power clearly forth. Now this is the character of the noblest soul and the philosophic spirit and lofty mind. For to abstain from stealing and murdering is a trifling sort of acquirement, but to believe that it is possible for God to do things impossible requires a soul of no mean stature, and earnestly affected towards him. For this is a sign of sincere love. For he indeed honours God who fulfils the commandments, but he doth so in a much greater degree, who thus followeth wisdom by his faith. The former obeys him, but the latter receives that opinion of him which is fitting and glorifies him, and feels wonder at him more than that evinced by works. For that glorying pertains to him that does aright, but this glorifieth God, and lieth wholly in him. For he glorieth at conceiving great things concerning him which redound to his glory, and this is why he speaks of having whereof to glory before God. And not for this only, but also for another reason, for he who is a believer glorieth again, not only because he loveth God in sincerity, but also because he hath enjoyed great honour and love from him. For as he shows his love to him by having great thoughts about him, for this is a proof of love, so doth God also love him, though deserving to suffer for countless sins, not in freeing him from punishment only, but even by making him righteous. He then hath whereof to glory, as having been counted worthy of mighty love. Verses 3 and 4, For what saith the Scripture? Abraham believed in God, and it was counted unto him for righteousness. Now to him that worketh is the reward not reckoned of grace, but of debt. Then is not this last the greatest, he means? By no means, for it is to the believer that it is reckoned. But it would not have been reckoned unless there were something that he contributed himself, and so he too hath God for his debtor, and debtor too for no common things, but great and high ones. For to show his high-mindedness and spiritual understanding, he does not say to him that believeth merely, but, verse 5, To him that believeth on him that justifieth the ungodly, his faith is counted for righteousness. For reflect how great a thing it is to be persuaded and have full confidence that God is able, on a sudden, not to free a man who has lived in impiety from punishment only, but even to make him just, and to count him worthy of those immortal honours. Do not then suppose that this one is lowered, in that it is not reckoned unto the former of grace. For this is the very thing that makes the believer glorious, the fact of his enjoying so great grace, of his displaying so great faith. And note too that the recompense is greater, for to the former a reward is given, to the latter righteousness. Now righteousness is much greater than a reward, For righteousness is a recompense which most fully comprehends several rewards. Wherefore, after proving this from Abraham, he introduces David also as giving his suffrage in favour of the statement made. What then doth David say, and whom doth he pronounce blessed? Is it him that hath toiled in works, or him that hath enjoyed grace? Him clearly that hath obtained pardon and a gift. And when I speak of blessedness, I mean the chiefest of all good things. For as righteousness is greater than a reward, so is blessedness greater than righteousness. Having then showed that the righteousness is better, not owing to Abraham's having received it only, but also from reasonings, for he hath whereof to boast, he says, but not before God. He again uses another mode of showing that it is more dignified by bringing David in to give his suffrage this way. For he also, he says, pronounces him blessed, who is so made righteous, saying, verse 7, Blessed are they whose iniquities are forgiven. And he seems to be bringing a testimony beside his purpose. For it does not say, Blessed are they whose faith is reckoned for righteousness. But he does so on purpose, not through inadvertency, to show the greater superiority. For if he be blessed that by grace received forgiveness, much more is he that is made just, and that exhibits faith. For where blessedness is, there all shame is removed, and there is much glory, since blessedness is a greater degree both of reward and of glory. And for this cause, what is the advantage of the other he states as unwritten. Now to him that worketh is the reward reckoned not of grace. But what the advantage of faith is, he brings evidence of Scripture to prove, saying, As David saith, Blessed are they whose iniquities are forgiven, and whose sins are covered. What he means, is it that you say? Is it that it is not of debt, but of grace that he receives forgiveness? But see, it is this person who is pronounced blessed. For he would not have pronounced him so unless he saw him in the enjoyment of great glory. And he does not say this forgiveness then comes upon the circumcision. But what saith he? Verse 9, Cometh this blessedness then, which is the greater thing, upon the circumcision, or upon the uncircumcision? For now the subject of inquiry is, with whom is this good and great thing to be found? Is it with the circumcision or with the uncircumcision? And notice its superiority. For he shows that it is so far from shunning the uncircumcision, that it even dwelt gladly with it before the circumcision. For since he that pronounced it blessed was David, who was himself also in a state of circumcision, and he was speaking to those in that state, see how eagerly Paul contends for applying what he said to the uncircumcised. For after joining the ascription of blessedness to righteousness, and showing that they are one and the same thing, he inquires how Abraham came to be righteous. For if the ascription of blessedness belongs to the righteous, and Abraham was made righteous, let us see how he was made righteous, as uncircumcised or circumcised. Uncircumcised, he says. Verse 10, How was it then reckoned? When he was in circumcision or in uncircumcision? Not in circumcision, but in uncircumcision. And for we say that faith was reckoned to Abraham for righteousness. After mentioning the Scripture above, for he said, What saith the Scripture? Abraham believed in God, and it was counted unto him for righteousness. Here he goes on to take up the judgment of the speakers, and shows that justification took place in the uncircumcision. Then, from these grounds, he solves another objection which is starting up. For if, when in uncircumcision, one might say he was justified, to what purpose was the circumcision brought in? Verse 11, he received, he replies, the sign and seal of the righteousness of the faith, which he had, being yet uncircumcised. See you how he shows the Jews to be, as it were, of the class of parasites, footnote, i.e. guests, in footnote, rather than those in uncircumcision, and that these were added to the others. For if he was justified and crowned while in uncircumcision, and afterwards received the circumcision, and then the Jews came in after that, Abraham is then the father first of the uncircumcised, which through faith appertain to him, and then of those in the circumcision. For he is a forefather of two lines. See you faith lightening up? For till it came, the patriarch was not justified. See you the uncircumcision offering no hindrance? For he was uncircumcised, yet was not hindered from being justified. The circumcision therefore is behind the faith. And why wonder that it is behind the faith when it is even behind the uncircumcision? Nor is it behind faith only, but very far inferior to it, even so far as the sign is to the reality of which it is the sign, for instance, as the seal is to the soldiers. And why did he want to seal then? He did not want it himself, For what purpose, then, did he receive it? With a view to his being the father alike of them that believe in uncircumcision and in circumcision, and not merely of those in circumcision. Wherefore he goes on to say, to them who are not of the circumcision only, etc. For if he be father to the uncircumcised, it is not in that he is uncircumcised that he is their father, although indeed justified in uncircumcision, but in that they imitated his faith. Much less is it owing to circumcision that he is the forefather of those in the state of circumcision, unless faith also be added. For he says that the reason of his receiving circumcision was that either of us two parties might have him for a forefather, and that those in the uncircumcision might not thrust aside those in the circumcision. See how the former had him for their forefather first. Now if the circumcision be of dignity owing to its preaching righteousness, the uncircumcision even hath no small preeminence in having received it before the circumcision. Then wilt thou be able to have him as a forefather when thou walkest in the steps of that faith, and art not contentious, nor a causer of division in bringing in the law. What faith, tell me? Verse 12. Which he had, being yet uncircumcised. Here again he lays low the lofty spirit of the Jews by reminding them of the time of the justification, and he well says the steps, that you as well as Abraham may believe in the resurrection of bodies that are dead. For he also displayed his faith upon this point, and so if you reject the uncircumcision, be informed for certain that the circumcision is of no more use unto you. For if you follow not in the steps of his faith, though you were ever so much in the state of circumcision, you will not be Abraham's offspring. For even he received the circumcision for this end, that the man in a state of uncircumcision might not cast thee off. Do not then demand this of him too, for it was you whom the thing was to be an assistance to, not he. But he calls it a sign of the righteousness, and this also was for thy sake, since now it is not even this, for thou then wert in need of bodily signs, but now there is no need of them. And was it not possible, one might say, from his faith, to learn the goodness of his soul? Yes, it was possible, but you stood in need of this addition also, for since thou didst not imitate the goodness of his soul, and wert not able to see it, a sensible circumcision was given thee, that, after having become accustomed to this of the body, thou mightest by little and little be led on to the true love of wisdom in the soul also, and that having with much seriousness received it as a very great privilege, thou mightest be instructed to imitate and revere thine ancestor. This object then had God not only in the circumcision, but in all the other rites, the sacrifices I mean, and the Sabbaths and feasts. Now that it was for thy sake that he received the circumcision, learn from the sequel. For after saying that he received a sign and a seal, he gives the reason also as follows: that he might be the father of the circumcision, to those who received the spiritual circumcision also, since if you have only this, no farther good will come to you. For this is then a sign, when the reality of which it is the sign is found with thee, that is, faith. Since if thou have not this, the sign, to thee has no longer the power of a sign. For what is it to be the sign of, or what the seal of, when there is nothing to be sealed? Much as if you were to show one a purse with a seal to it, when there is nothing laid up within. And so the circumcision is ridiculous if there be no faith within. If it be a sign of righteousness, but you have not righteousness, then you have no sign either. For the reason of your receiving a sign was that you might seek diligently for that reality whereof you have the sign, so that if you have been sure of diligently seeking thereafter without it, then you had not needed it. But this is not the only thing that circumcision proclaims, namely righteousness, but righteousness in even an uncircumcised man. Circumcision, then, does but proclaim that there is no need of circumcision. Verse 14. For if they which are of the law be heirs, faith is made void, and the promise made of none effect. Had he shown that faith is necessary, that it is older than circumcision, that it is more mighty than the law, that it establisheth the law. For if all sinned, it was necessary. If one, being uncircumcised, was justified, it is older. If the knowledge of sin is by the law, and yet it was without the law made evident, it is more mighty. If it has testimony borne to it by the law, and establisheth the law, it is not opposed to it, but friendly and allied to it. Again he shows upon other grounds, too, that it was not even possible by the law to attain to the inheritance, after having matched it with the circumcision, and gained it the victory. He brings it besides into contrast with the law in these words: For if they which are of the law be heirs, faith is made void. To prevent then anyone from saying that one may have faith and also keep up the law, he shows this to be impracticable. For he that clings to the law, as if of saving forth, does disparagement to faith's power, and so he says faith is made void, that is, there is no need of salvation by grace. For then it cannot show forth its own proper power, and the promise is made of none effect. This is because the Jew might say, what need have I of faith? If then this held, the things that were promised would be taken away along with faith. See how in all points he combats with them from the early times and from the patriarch. For having shown from thence that righteousness and faith went together in the inheritance, he now shows that the promise did likewise. For to prevent the Jew from saying, what matters it to me if Abraham was justified by faith, Paul says, neither can what you are interested with, the promise of the inheritance, come into effect apart from it, and this was a thing to scare them exceedingly. But what promise is he speaking of? That of his being the heir of the world, and that in him all should be blessed. And how does he say that this promise is made of none effect? Verse 15, because the law worketh wrath, for where no law is, there is no transgression. Now, if it worketh wrath, and renders them liable for transgression, it is plain that it makes them so a curse also. But they that are liable under a curse and punishment and transgression are not worthy of inheriting, but of being punished and rejected. What then happens? Faith comes, drawing on it the grace, so that the promise comes into effect. For where grace is, there is a remitting, and where remitting is, there is no punishment. Punishment then being removed, and righteousness succeeding from faith, there is no obstacle to our becoming heirs of the promise. Verse 16, therefore it is of faith, he says, that it might be by grace, to the end the promise of God might be sure to all the seed, not to that only which is of the law, but to that also which is of the faith of Abraham, who is the father of us all. You see that it is not the law only that faith establisheth, but the promise of God also that it will not allow to fall to the ground. But the law, on the other hand, by being kept to unseasonably, makes even the faith of none effect, and hindereth the promise, and this is why he shows that faith, so far from being superfluous, is even necessary to that degree that without it there is no being saved. For the law worketh wrath, as all have transgressed it. But this doth not even suffer wrath to arise at all, for where no law is, he says, there is no transgression. Do you see how he not only does away with sin after it has existed, but does not even allow it to be produced? And this is why he says by grace. For what end? Not with a view to their being put to shame, but to the end that the promise might be sure to all the seed. Here he lays down two blessings, both that the good things are sure, and also that they are to all the seed, so gathering in those of the Gentiles, and showing that the Jews are without, if they bicker at the faith. For this is a surer thing than that. For faith doth thee no hurt. Be not contentious, but even now thou art in danger from the law, it preserves thee. Next, having said to all the seed, he defines what seed he meaneth, that which is of the faith, he says, so blending with it their relationship to the nations, and showing that they must not be proud of Abraham, who did not believe as he did. And see a third thing which faith effected besides. It makes the relationship to the righteous man more definite, and holds him up as the ancestor of a more numerous issue, and this is why he does not say merely Abraham, but the father of us who be here. And then, to seal what was said with a quotation, he says, verse 17, as it is written, I have made thee a father of many nations. Do you observe that this was ordered by providence from of old? What then he means, does he say this of the Ishmaelites, or of the Amalekites, or of the Hagarenes? This, however, as he goes on, he proves more distinctly not to be said of these. But as yet he presses forward to another point, and to this end he proves this very thing by defining the mode of the relationship, and establishing it with a vast reach of mind. What then does he say? Before him whom he believed, even God. But his meaning is something of this sort, as God is not the God of a part, but the Father of all, so is he also. And again, as God is a Father not by way of the relationship of nature, but by way of the affiance of faith, so is he also inasmuch as it is obedience that makes him Father of us all. For since they thought nothing of this relationship, as clinging to that grosser one, he shows that this is the truer relationship by lifting his discourse up to God. And along with this he makes it plain that this was the reward of faith that he received. Consequently, if it were not so, and he were the Father of all the dwellers upon earth, the expression before would be out of place, while the gift of God would be curtailed. For the before is equivalent to alike with. Since where is the marvel, pray, in a man's being the father of those sprung from himself? This is what is every man's lot. But the extraordinary thing is, that those, whom by nature he had not, them he received by the gift of God. And so, if thou wouldst believe that the patriarch was honoured, believe that he is the father of all. But after saying before him whom he believed, even God, he does not pause here, but goes on thus, who quickeneth the dead, and calleth those things which be not, as though they were, so laying beforehand his foundations for discoursing upon the resurrection. And it was serviceable also to his present purpose, for if he could raise the dead to life, and bring in those things that were not as though they were, then could he also make those that were not born of him to be his children. And this is why he does not say, bringing the things which are not, but calling them, so showing the greater ease of it. For as it is easy to us to call the things which are by name, so to him it is easy, yea, and much easier, to give a subsistence to things that are not. But after saying that the gift of God was great and unspeakable, and having discoursed concerning his power, he shows farther that Abraham's faith was deserving of the gift, that you may not suppose him to have been honoured without reason. And after raising the attention of his hearers to prevent the Jew from clamouring and making doubts, and saying, and how is it possible for those who are not children to become children, he passes on to speak of the patriarch, and says, verse 18, who against hope believed in hope that he might become the father of many nations, according to that which was spoken, so shall thy seed be. How was it that he believed in hope against hope? It was against man's hope, in hope which is of God. For he is showing the loftiness of the action, and leaving no room for disbelieving what is said. Things which are contrary to one another, yet faith blends them together. But if he were speaking about such as were from Ishmael, this language would be superfluous, for it was not by faith, but by nature that they were begotten. But he bringeth Isaac also before us, for it was not concerning those nations that he believed, but concerning him who was to be from his barren wife. If then it be a reward to be father of many nations, it would be so of those nations clearly of whom he so believed. For that you may know that he is speaking of them, listen to what follows. End of section 13. Section 14 of Homilies on Romans by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 8, Part 2, Romans 4, verses 1 and 2. Verse 19. And being not weak in faith, he considered not his own body, now dead, when he was about 100 years old, neither yet the deadness of Sarah's womb. Do you see how he gives the obstacles, as well as the high spirit of the righteous man, which surmounts all? Against hope, he says, was that which was promised. This is the first obstacle, for Abraham had no other person who had received a son in this way to look to. They that were after him looked to him, but he to no one, save to God only, and this is why he said, against hope. Then, his body now dead, this is a second, and the deadness of Sarah's womb, this is a third, and a fourth obstacle. Verse 20, but he staggered not at the promise of God through unbelief. For God neither gave any proof nor made any sign, but they were only bare words promising such things as nature did not hold out any hopes of. Yet still, he says, he staggered not. He does not say he did not disbelieve, but he staggered not, that is, he neither doubted nor hesitated, though the hindrances were so great. From this we learn that if God promise even countless impossibilities, and he that heareth doth not receive them, it is not the nature of things that is to blame, but the unreasonableness of him who receiveth them not. But was strong in faith. See the pertinacity of Paul, for since the discourse was about them that work and them that believe, he shows that the believer works more than the other, and requires more power and great strength, and sustains no common degree of labour. For they counted faith worthless, as having no labour in it. Insisting then upon this, he shows that it is not only he that succeeds in temperance, or any other virtue of this sort, but he that displays faith also, who requires even greater power. For, as the one needs strength to beat off the reasonings of intemperance, so hath the faithful also need of a soul endued with power, that he may thrust aside the suggestions of unbelief. How then did he become strong? By trusting the matter, he replies, to faith and not to reasonings, else he had fallen. But how came he to thrive in faith itself? By giving glory to God, he says, verse 21, and being fully persuaded that what he had promised he was able also to perform. Abstaining then from curious questionings is glorifying God, as indulging them is transgressing. But if by entering into curious questions and searching out things below we fail to glorify him, much more, if we be over-curious in the matter of the Lord's generation, shall we suffer to the utmost for our insolence. For if the type of the resurrection is not to be searched into, much less those unutterable and awe-striking subjects. But he does not use the word believed merely, but being fully persuaded. For such a thing is faith. It is clearer than the demonstration by reasons, and persuades more fully. For it is not possible for another reasoning succeeding to it to shake it afterwards. He indeed that is persuaded with words may have his persuasion altered too by them, but he that stays himself upon faith hath henceforward fortified his hearing against words that may do hurt to it. Having said then that he was justified by faith, he shows that he glorified God by that faith, which is a thing specially belonging to a good life. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works, and glorify your Father which is in heaven. But lo, this is shown also to belong to faith. And again, as works need power, so doth faith. For in their case the body often showeth the toil, but in the faith the well-doing belongeth to the soul alone. And so the labour is greater, since it has no one to share the struggles with it. Do observe how he shows that all that belonged to works attached to faith in a far greater degree, as having whereof to glory before God, requiring power and labour, and again glorifying God. And after saying that what he had promised he is able also to perform, he seems to me to speak beforehand of things to come. For it is not things present merely that he promises, but also things to come. For the present are a type of the other. It is then a sign of a weak, little, and pitiful mind not to believe. And so when any make faith a charge against us, let us make want of faith a charge against them in return, as pitiful and little-minded and foolish and weak, and no better in disposition than asses. For as believing belongs to a lofty and high-born soul, so disbelieving doth to a most unreasonable and worthless one, and such as is sunken drowsily into the senselessness of brutes. Therefore, having left these, let us imitate the patriarch and glorify God, as he gave him glory. He held in mind his righteousness, his boundless power, and having formed a just conception of him, he was also fully persuaded about his promises. Let us then also glorify him by faith as well as by works, that we may also attain to the reward of being glorified by him. For them that glorify me I will glorify, he says, and indeed, if there were no reward, the very privilege of glorifying God were itself a glory. For if men take a pride in the mere fact of speaking eulogies of kings, even if there be no other fruit in it, consider how glorious it must be that our Lord is glorified by us, as again how great a punishment to cause him to be by our means blasphemed. And yet this very being glorified he wisheth to be brought about for our sakes, since he doth not need it himself. For what distance doth thou suppose to be between God and man, as great as that between men and worms? But when I have mentioned a distance even thus great, I have not at all expressed it, since to express its greatness is impossible. Would you now wish to have a great and marked reputation among worms? Surely not. If then thou that lovest glory wouldst not wish for this, how should he who is far removed from this passion, and so much farther above us, stand in need of glory from thee? Nevertheless, free from the want of it as he is, still he saith that he desireth it for thy sake. Yet if he endured for thy sake to become a slave, why wonder that he upon the same ground layeth claim to the other particulars also? For he counts nothing unworthy of himself which may be conducive to our salvation. Since then we are aware of this, let us shun sin altogether, because by reason of it he is blasphemed. For it says, Flee from sin as from before a serpent. If thou goest near unto it, it will bite thee, For it is not it that comes to us, but we that desert to it. God has so ordered things that the devil should not prevail over us by compulsion, since else none would have stood against his might, and on this account he set himself a distant abode as a kind of robber and tyrant. And unless he find a person unarmed and solitary for his assaults, he doth not venture to attack him. Except he see us travelling by the desert, he has not the courage to come near us. Now the devil's desert place is nothing else than sin. We then have need of the shield of faith, the helmet of salvation, the sword of the Spirit, not only that we may not get evil entreated, but that even should he be minded to leap upon us, we may cut off his head. Need we have of continual prayer, that he may be bruised under our feet, for he is shameless and full of hardihood, and this though he fights from beneath. But yet even so he gets the victory, and the reason is that we are not earnestly set upon being above his blows. For he has not even the power to lift himself very high, but he trails along upon the ground, and of this the serpent is a type. But if God set him in that rank from the beginning, much more will he now. But if thou dost not know what fighting from beneath may be, I also will try to explain to thee the manner of this war. What then may this fighting from beneath be? It is standing upon the lower things of the world to buffet us, such as pleasure and riches and all the goods of this life. And for this reason, whoever he seeth flying towards heaven, first, he will not even be able to leap upon him. Secondly, even if he should attempt it, he will speedily fall. For he hath no feet. Be not afraid, he hath no wings, fear not. He trails upon the earth and the things of the earth. Do thou then have naught in common with the earth, and thou wilt not need labour even, for he hath not any knowledge of open fight, but as a serpent he hideth him in the thorns, nestling evermore in the deceivableness of riches. And if thou wert to cut away the thorns, he will easily be put to flight, being detected, and if thou knowest how to charm him with the inspired charms, he will straightway be struck. For we surely have spiritual charms, even the name of our Lord Jesus Christ and the might of the cross. This charm will not only bring the serpent out of his lurking places and cast him into the fire, but even wounds it healeth. But if some that have said this name have not been healed, it came of their own little faith, and was not owing to any weakness in what they said. For some did throng Jesus and press him, and got no good therefrom. But the woman with an issue, without even touching his body, but merely the hem of his garment, staunched a flux of blood of so long standing. This name is fearful alike to the devil, and to passions, and to diseases. In this then let us find a pleasure, herewith let us fortify ourselves. It was thus Paul waxed great, and yet he was of the like nature with ourselves. But faith had made him a perfectly different person, and so much did it abound in him that even his garments had great force. What excuse then shall we deserve if even the shadows and the garments of those men drave off death, but our very prayers do not so much as bring the passions down? What is the reason of it? Our temper is widely different, for what nature gives is as much ours as theirs. For he was born and brought up just as we are, and dwelt upon the earth and breathed the air as we do. But in other points he was far greater and better than we are, in zeal, in faith, and love. Let us then imitate him. Let us allow Christ to speak through us. He desired it more than we do, and by reason of this he prepared this instrument, and would not have it remain useless and idle, but wisheth to keep it ever in hand. Why then dost thou not make it serviceable for the maker's hand, but lettest it become unstrung, and makest it relaxed through luxury, and unfittest the whole harp for his use, when thou oughtest to keep the members of it in full stretch, and well strung, and braced with spiritual salt? For if Christ see our soul thus attuned, he will send forth his sounds even by it. And when this taketh place, then shalt thou see angels leaping for joy, and archangels too, and the cherubim. Let us then become worthy of his spotless hands. Let us invite him to strike even upon our heart, or rather he needeth not any inviting. Only make it worthy of that touch, and he will be foremost in running unto thee. For if in consideration of their attainments not yet reached, he runneth to them, for when Paul was not yet so advanced, he yet framed that praise for him. When he seeth one fully furnished, what is there that he will not do? But if Christ shall sound forth, and the Spirit shall indeed light upon us, and we shall be better than the heaven, having not the sun and the moon fixed in our body, but the Lord of both sun and moon and angels dwelling in us and walking in us. And this I say, not that we may raise the dead or cleanse the lepers, but that we may show forth what is a greater miracle than all these, charity. For wheresoever this be in perfection, there the Son taketh up his abode along with the Father, and the grace of the Spirit frequenteth. For where 2 or 3 are gathered together in my name, it says, there am I in the midst of them. Now this is for great affection, and for those that are very intimate friends, to have those whom they love on either side of them. Who then, he means, is so wretched as not to wish to have Christ in the midst? We that are at variance with one another. And haply someone may ridicule me and ask, what is it that you mean? Do you not see that we are all within the same walls and under the same enclosure of the church, standing under the same fold with unanimity, that no one fighteth, that we be under the same shepherd, crying aloud in common, listening in common to what is being said, sending up our prayers in common, and yet mention fighting and variance? Fighting I do mention, and am not mad, nor out of my sober mind, for I see what I see, and know that we are under the same fold and the same shepherd. Yet for this cause I make the greater lamentation, because, though there are so many circumstances to draw us together, we are at variance. And what sedition, it will be said, see you here? Here truly I see none. But when we have broken up, such an one accuses such another is openly insulting, another grudges, another is fraudulent and rapacious and violent, another indulges in unlawful love, another frames countless schemes of deceit. And if it were possible to open our souls, then you would see all these things distinctly, and know that I am not mad. Do you not see in a camp that when it is peace, men lay down their arms and cross over unarmed and undefended into the camp of the enemy? But when they are protected with arms, and with guards and outposts, the nights are spent in watching, and the fires are kept continually burning. This state of things is no longer peace but war. Now this is what may be seen among us, for we are on our guard against one another, and fear one another, and talk each of us into his neighbour's ear. And if we see anyone else present, we hold our peace, and draw in all we were going to say. And this is not like men that feel confidence, but like those that are strictly on their guard. But these things we do, someone may say, not to do wrong, but to escape having it done us. For this I grieve, that living as we do among brethren, we need be on our guard against having wrong done us. And we light up so many fires and set guards and outposts. The reason is the prevalence of falsehood, the prevalence of craft, the prevailing cessation of charity, and war without truce. By this means one may find men that feel more confidence in Gentiles than in Christians. And yet how ashamed we ought to be of this, how we ought to weep and bewail at it. What then, some may say, is to become of me? Such and such an one is of ungainly temper and vexatious. Where then is your religion? Where are the laws of the apostles which bid us bear one another's burdens? For if you have no notion of dealing well by your brother, when are you to be able to do so by a stranger? If you have not learned how to treat a member of your own self, when are you likely to draw to you any from without, and to knit him to yourself? But how am I to feel? I am vexed exceedingly, almost to tears, for I could have sent forth large fountains from mine eyes, like that prophet, seeing as I do countless enemies upon the plain, more galling than those he saw. For he said, upon seeing the aliens coming against them, my bowels, I am pained at my bowels. But when I see men arrayed under one leader, yet standing against one another, and biting and tearing their own members, some for money's sake, and some for glory's, and others quite at random, ridiculing and mocking and wounding one another in countless ways, and corpses, too, worse treated than those in war, and that it is but the bare name of brethren that is now left, myself feel my inability to devise any lament fitting such a catastrophe as this. Reverence now, O reverence this table whereof we are all partakers. Christ, who is slain for us, the victim that is placed thereon. Robbers that have once partaken of hospitality cease to be robbers in regard to those whose hospitality they have partaken. That table changes their dispositions, and men fiercer than wild beasts, it makes gentler than lambs. But we, though partakers of such a table and sharers of such food as that, arm ourselves against one another, when we ought to arm against him who is carrying on a war against all of us, the devil. Yet this is why we grow weaker and he stronger every day. For we do not join to form in defense against him, but along with him we stand against each other, and use him as a commander for such hostile arrays, when it is he alone that we ought to be fighting with. But now, letting him pass, we bend the bow against our brethren only. What bows, you will say? Those of the tongue and the mouth. For it is not javelins and darts only, but words too, keener far than darts that inflict wounds. And how shall we be able to bring this war to an issue, one will ask, if thou perceivest that when thou speakest ill of thy brother, thou art casting up mire out of thy mouth? If thou perceivest that it is a member of Christ that thou art slandering, that thou art eating up thine own flesh, that thou art making the judgment set for thee more bitter, fearful and uncorrupt as it is, that the shaft is killing, not him that is smitten, but thyself that shot it forth. But he did you some wrong, maybe, and injured you. Groan at it, and do not rail. Weep not for the wrong done thee, but for his ruin, as thy master also wept at Judas, not because himself was to be crucified, but because he was a traitor. Has he insulted thee and abused thee? Beseech God for him, that he may speedily become appeased towards him. He is thy brother, he is a member of thee, the fruit of the same pangs as thyself. He has been invited to the same table, but he only makes fresh assaults upon me, it may be said. Then is your reward greater and larger. On this ground, then, there is the best reason for abating one's anger, since it is a mortal wound that he has received, since the devil hath wounded him. Do not thou then give a further blow, nor cast thyself down together with him. For so long as thou standest, thou hast the means of saving him also. But if thou dash thyself down by insulting deeds in return, who is then to lift you both up? Will he that is wounded? Nay, for he cannot, now that he is down. But wilt thou that art fallen along with him? And how shalt thou, that couldst not support thine own self, be able to lend a hand to another? Stand therefore now nobly, and setting thy shield before thee, and draw thy dead brother away from the battle by thy long suffering. Rage hath wounded him. Do not thou also wound him, but cast out even that first shaft. For if we associate with each other on such terms, we shall soon all of us become healthful. But if we arm ourselves against one another, there will be no farther need even of the devil to our ruin. For all war is an evil, and civil war especially. But this is a sorer evil than even a civil one, as our mutual rights are greater than those of citizenship, yea, than of kindred itself. Of old, Abel's brother slew him, and shed the blood of his kinsman. But this murder is more lawless than that, in that the rights of kinsmanship are greater, and the death a sorer evil. For he wounded the body, but thou hast whetted thy sword against the soul. But thou didst first suffer wrong. Yes, but it is not suffering wrong, but doing ill, that is really suffering ill. Now consider, Cain was the slayer, Abel was the slain. Who then was the dead? He that after death crieth, for he saith, The voice of thy brother Abel's blood crieth to me. Or he who while he lived was yet trembling and in fear. He was, assuredly he was, more an object of pity than any dead man. Seest thou, how to be wronged is better, though a man come even to be murdered. Learn that to wrong is worse, though a man should be strong enough even to kill. He smote and cast down his brother, even the latter was crowned, the former was punished. Abel was made away with and slain wrongfully, but he even when dead accused and made away and overcame. The other, though alive, was speechless and was ashamed and was dejected and effected the opposite of what he intended. For he made away with him because he saw him beloved, expecting to cast him out of the love also. Yet he did but make the love more intense, and God sought him more when dead, saying, Where is thy brother Abel? For thou hast not extinguished the desire towards him by thine envy, but hast kindled it up the more. Thou hast not lessened his honour by slaying him, but hast made it the more ample. Yet before this I had even made him subject to thee, whereas since thou hast slain him, even when dead he will take vengeance upon thee. So great was my love towards him. Who then was the condemned person, the punisher or the punished? He that enjoyed so great honour from God, or he that was given up to a certain novel and unexpected punishment? Thou didst not fear him, he would say, while alive. Fear him therefore when dead. Thou didst not tremble when on the point of thrusting with the sword. Thou shalt be seized, now the blood is shed, with a continual trembling. While alive he was thy servant, and thou showedst no forbearance to him. For this reason, now he is dead, he hath become a master thou shalt be afraid of. Thinking then upon these things, beloved, let us flee from envy, let us extinguish malice, let us recompense one another with charity, that we may reap the blessings rising from it, both in the present life and in the life which is to come, by the grace and love towards man, etc. Amen. End of section 14. Section 15 of Homilies on Romans by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 9, Romans 4 verse 23. Now it was not written for his sake alone that it was imputed to him, but for us also, to whom it shall be imputed, if we believe on him that raised up Jesus our Lord from the dead. After saying many great things of Abraham and his faith and righteousness and honor before God, lest the hearer should say, What is this to us? For it is he that was justified. He places us close to the patriarch again. So great is the power of spiritual words, for of one of the nations, one who was a recent proselyte, one who had done no work, he not only says that he is in nothing inferior to the Jew who believes, but not even to the patriarch, but rather, if one must give utterance to the wondrous truth, even much greater. For so noble is our birth, that his faith is but the type of ours. And he does not say, if it was reckoned unto him, it is probable it will be also to us, that he might not make it matter of syllogism, but he speaks in authentic words of the divine law, and makes the whole a declaration of the Scripture. For why does he say, it is written, save to make us see that we also were justified in this way? For it is the same God whom we have believed, and upon the same matters, if it be not in the case of the same persons. And after speaking of our faith, he also mentions God's unspeakable love towards man, which he ever presents on all sides, bringing the cross before us. And this he now makes plain by saying, verse 25, who was delivered for our offences and was raised again for our justification. See how after mentioning the cause of his death, he makes the same cause likewise a demonstration of the resurrection. For why, he means, was he crucified? Not for any sin of his own, and this is plain from the resurrection, for if he were a sinner, how should he have risen? But if he rose, it is quite plain that he was not a sinner. But if he was not a sinner, how came he to be crucified? For others, and if for others, then surely he rose again. Now to prevent your saying how, when liable for so great sins, came we to be justified, he points out one that blotteth out all sins, that both from Abraham's faith, whereby he was justified, and from the Saviour's passion, whereby we were freed from our sins, he might confirm what he had said. And after mentioning his death, he speaks also of his resurrection. For the purpose of his dying was not that he might hold us liable to punishment and in condemnation, but that he might do good unto us. For this cause he both died and rose again, that he might make us righteous. Chapter 5, verse 1. Therefore, being justified by faith, let us have peace with God through our Lord Jesus Christ. What does let us have peace mean? Some say let us not be at variance through a peevish obstinacy for bringing in the law. But to me he seems to be speaking now of our conversation. For after having said much on the subject of faith, he had set it before righteousness, which is by works, to prevent anyone from supposing what he said was a ground for listlessness. He says, let us have peace. That is, let us sin no more, nor go back to our former estate. For this is making war with God. And how is it possible, saith one, to sin no more? How was the former thing possible? For if, when liable for so many sins, we were freed from all by Christ, much more shall we be able through him to abide in the estate wherein we are. For it is not the same thing to receive peace when there had been none, and to keep it when it has been given, since to acquire surely is harder than to keep. Yet, nevertheless, the more difficult hath been made easy, and carried out into effect. That which is the easier thing, then, will be what we shall easily succeed in, if we cling to him who hath wrought even the other for us. But here it is not the easiness only which he seems to hint at, but the reasonableness. For if he reconciled us when we were in open war with him, it is reasonable that we should abide in a state of reconciliation and give unto him this reward, for that he may not seem to have reconciled untoward and unfeeling creatures to the Father. Verse 2. By whom also we have access, he says, by faith unto this grace. If then he hath brought us near to himself when we were far off, much more will he keep us now that we are near. And let me beg you to consider how he everywhere sets down these 2 points, his part and our part. On his part, however, there be things varied and numerous and diverse, for he died for us, and farther reconciled us, and brought us to himself, and gave us grace unspeakable. But we brought faith only as our contribution, and so he says, by faith unto this grace wherein we stand. What grace is this, tell me? It is the being counted worthy of the knowledge of God, the being forced from error, the coming to a knowledge of the truth, the obtaining of all the blessings that come through baptism. For the end of his bringing us near was that we might receive these gifts, for it was not simply that we might have remission of sins and freedom only, but that we might receive also countless benefits. Nor did he even pause at these, but promised others, namely, those unutterable blessings that pass understanding alike and language. And this is why he has set them both down also, for by mentioning grace he clearly points at what we have at present received, but by saying, and we rejoice in hope of the glory of God, he unveils the whole of things to come. And he had said, wherein we stand, for this is the nature of God's grace, it hath no end, it knows no bounds, but evermore is on the advance to greater things, which in human things is not the case. Take an instance of what I mean. A person has acquired rule and glory and authority, yet he does not stand therein continuously, but is speedily cast out of it. Or if a man take it not from him, death comes and is sure to take it from him. But God's gifts are not of this kind, for neither man, nor occasion, nor crises of affairs, nor even the devil, nor death, can come and cast us out of them. But when we are dead, we then, more strictly speaking, have possession of them, and keep going on enjoying more and more. And so, if thou feel in doubt about those to come, from those now present and what thou hast already received, believe in the other also. For this is why he says, and we rejoice in hope of the glory of God, that you may learn what kind of soul the faithful ought to have. For it is not only for what hath been given, but for what is to be given, that we ought to be filled with confidingness, as though it were already given. For one rejoices in what one is already given. Since then the hope of things to come is even as sure and clear as that of what is given, he says that in that too we in like manner rejoice. For this cause also he called them glory. For if it contributeth unto God's glory, come to pass it certainly will, though it do not for our sakes, yet for him it will. And why am I saying, he means, that the blessings to come are worthy of being gloried in? Why, even the very evils of this time present are able to brighten up our countenances, and make us find in them our repose. Wherefore also he added, verse 3, and not only so, but we glory in tribulations also. Now consider how great the things to come are, when, even at what seems to be distressful, we can be elated. So great is God's gift, and such a nothing any distastefulness in it. For, in the case of external goods, the struggle for them brings trouble and pain and irksomeness along with it, and it is the crowns and rewards that carry the pleasure with them. But in this case it is not so, for the wrestlings have to us no less relish than the rewards. For since there were sundry temptations in those days, and the kingdom existed in hopes, the terrors were at hand, but the good things in expectation, and this unnerved the feebler sort, even before the crowns he gives them the prize now, by saying that we should glory even in tribulations. And what he says is not you should glory, but we glory, giving them encouragement in his own person. Next, since what he had said had an appearance of being strange and paradoxical, if a person who is struggling with famine, and is in chains and torments, and insulted and abused, ought to glory, he next goes on to confirm it. And what is more, he says they are worthy of being gloried in, not only for the sake of those things to come, but for the things present in themselves. For tribulations are in their own selves a goodly thing. How so? It is because they anoint us unto patient abiding. Wherefore, after saying we glory in tribulations, he has added the reason in these words, knowing that tribulation worketh patience. Notice again the argumentative spirit of Paul, how he gives their argument an opposite turn. For since it was tribulations above all that made them give up the hopes of things to come, and which cast them into despondency, he says that these are the very reasons for confidingness, and for not desponding about the things to come, for tribulation, he says, worketh patience. Verses 4 and 5. And patience experience, and experience hope, and hope maketh not ashamed. Tribulations, that is, are so far from confuting these hopes that they even prove them. For before the things to come are realized, there is a very great fruit which tribulation hath, patience, and the making of the man that is tried, experienced. And it contributes in some degree, too, to the things to come, for it gives hope a vigor within us, since there is nothing that so inclines a man to hope for blessings as a good conscience. Now, no man that has lived an upright life is unconfiding about things to come. As of those who have been negligent, there are many that, feeling the burden of a bad conscience, wish there were neither judgment nor retribution. What then? Do our goods lie in hopes? Yes, in hopes, but not mere human hopes, which often slip away and put him that hoped to shame, when someone who is expected to patronize him dies, or is altered though he lives. No such lot is ours. Our hope is sure and unmovable, for he who hath made the promise ever liveth, and we that are to be the enjoyers of it, even should we die, shall rise again, and there is absolutely nothing which can put us to shame, as having been elated at random and to no purpose, and with unsound hopes. Having then sufficiently cleared them of all doubtfulness by these words of his, he does not let his discourse pause at the things present, but urges again the things to come, knowing that there were men of weaker character who looked too for present advantages, and were not satisfied with these mentioned. And so he offers a proof for them in blessings already given, lest any should say, but what if God be unwilling to give them to us? For that he can, and that he abideth and liveth, we all know. But how do we know that he is willing also to do it? From the things which have been already done. What things done? The love which he hath shown for us. In doing what? Some may say, in giving the Holy Ghost. Wherefore, after saying, hope maketh not ashamed, he goes on to the proof of this as follows. Because the love of God is shed abroad in our hearts. And he does not say is given to, but is shed abroad in our hearts, so showing the profusion of it. That gift then, which is the greatest possible, he hath given, not heaven and earth and sea, but what is more precious than any of these, and hath rendered us angels from being men, yea, sons of God and brethren of Christ. But what is this gift? The Holy Spirit. Now, had he not been willing to present us after our labours with great crowns, he would never have given us such mighty gifts before our labours. But now the warmth of his love is hence made apparent, that it is not gradually and little by little that he honours us, but he hath shed abroad the full fountain of his blessings, and this too before our struggles. And so, if thou art not exceedingly worthy, despond not, since thou hast the love of thy judge as a mighty pleader for thee. For this is why he himself, by saying, hope maketh not ashamed, has ascribed everything not to our well-doings, but to God's love. But after mentioning the gift of the Spirit, he again passes to the cross, speaking as follows. Verses 6 to 8. For while we were yet without strength, Christ in due time died for the ungodly. For scarcely for a righteous man will one die, yet peradventure for a good man some would even dare to die, but God commendeth his love towards us. Now what he is saying is somewhat of this kind. For if for a virtuous man no one would hastily choose to die, consider thy Master's love, when it is not for virtuous men, but for sinners and enemies that he is seen to have been crucified, which he says too after this, in that while we were yet sinners Christ died for us. Verses 9 and 10. Much more then, being now justified by his blood, we shall be saved from wrath through him. For if when we were enemies we were reconciled to God by the death of his Son, much more, being reconciled, we shall be saved by his life. And what he has said looks indeed like tautology, but it is not to anyone who accurately attends to it. Consider them. He wishes to give them reasons for confidence respecting things to come. And first he gives them a sense of shame from the righteous man's decision, when he says that he also was fully persuaded that what God had promised he was able also to perform, and next from the grace that was given, then from the tribulations as sufficing to lead us into hope, and again from the Spirit whom we have received. Next from death and from our former viciousness he maketh this good. And it seems indeed, as I said, that what he had mentioned was one thing, but it is discovered to be 2, 3, and even many more. First, that he died. Second, that it was for the ungodly. Third, that he reconciled, saved, justified us, made us immortal, made us sons and heirs. It is not from his death then only, he says, that we draw strong assertions, but from the gift which was given unto us through his death. And indeed, if he had died only for such creatures as we be, a very great proof of love would what he had done be. But when he is seen even in death to yield us a gift, and that such a gift and to such creatures what was done casts into shade our highest conceptions, and leads the very dullest on to faith. For there is no one else that will save us, except he who so loved us when we were sinners, as even to give himself up for us. Do you see what a ground this topic affords for hope? For before this there were two difficulties in the way of our being saved, our being sinners, and our salvation requiring the Lord's death, a thing which was quite incredible before it took place, and required exceeding love for it to take place. But now, since this hath come about, the other requisites are easier, for we have become friends, and there is no further need of death. Shall then he who hath so spared his enemies as not to spare his Son fail to defend them now they are become friends, when he hath no longer any need to give up his Son? For it is either because a person does not wish it, or because, though he may wish it, perhaps, yet he is unable to do it, that he does not save. Now none of these things can be said of God, considering he hath given up his Son. But that he is able is the very thing he proved likewise, from the very fact of his having justified men who were sinners. What is there then to prevent us any more from obtaining the things to come? Nothing. Then again, lest upon hearing of sinners and enemies and strengthless ones and ungodly, thou shouldst be inclined to feel abashed and blush, hear what he says. Verse 11, and not only so, but we also joy in God through our Lord Jesus Christ, by whom we have now received the atonement. What meaneth the not only so? Not only were we saved, he means, but we even glory for this reason, for which some suppose we ought to hide our faces. For us, who lived in so great wickedness to be saved, was a very great mark of our being exceedingly beloved by him that saved us. For it was not by angels or archangels, but by his only begotten Son himself that he saved us. And so the fact of his saving us, and saving us too when we were in such plight, and doing it by means of his only begotten, and not merely by his only begotten, but by his blood, weaves for us endless crowns to glory in. For there is not anything that counts so much in the way of glory and confidence as the being treated as friends by God, and finding a friend in him that loveth us. This it is that maketh the angels glorious, and the principalities and powers. This is greater than the kingdom, and so Paul placed it above the kingdom. For this also I count the incorporeal powers blessed, because they love him, and in all things obey him. And on this score the prophet also expressed his admiration at them. Ye that excel in strength, that fulfill his word. And hence too Isaiah extolleth the seraphim, setting forth their great excellency from their standing near that glory which is a sign of the greatest love. Let us then emulate the powers above, and be desirous not only of standing near the throne, but of having him dwelling in us who sitteth upon the throne. He loved us when we hated him, and also continueth to love us. For he maketh his sun to rise on the evil and on the good, and sendeth rain on the just and on the unjust. As then he loveth us, do thou love him. For he is our friend. And how cometh it, some will say, that one who is our friend threateneth hell and punishment and vengeance? It is owing to his loving us alone. For all he doeth and is busied with is with a view to strike out the wickedness and refrain with fear, as with a kind of bridle, thy inclinableness to the worse side, and by blessings and by pains recovering thee from thy downward course, and leading thee up to him, and keeping thee from all vice, which is worse than hell. But if thou mockest what is said, and wouldst rather live continually in misery than be punished for a single day, it is no marvel. For this is but a sign of thy unformed judgment, drunkenness, and incurable disorder. Since little children, even when they see the physician going to apply burning or the knife, flee and leap away screaming and convulsed, and choose to have a continual sore eating into their body, rather than to endure a temporary pain, and so enjoy health afterwards. But those who have come to discretion know that to be diseased is worse than submitting to the knife, as also to be wicked is worse than to be punished. For the one is to be cured and to be healthy, the other to ruin one's constitution and to be in continual feebleness. Now that health is better than feebleness surely is plain to everyone. Thieves, then, ought to weep not when they have their sides pierced through, but when they pierce through walls and murder. For if the soul be better than the body as it is, when the former is ruined, there is more reason to groan and lament. But if a man does not feel it, so much the more reason to bewail it. For those that love with an unchastened love ought to be more pitied than those who have a violent fever, and those that are drunken than those that are undergoing torture. But if these are more painful, some may say, how come we to give them the preference? Because there are many of mankind who, as the proverb saith, like the worse, and they choose these and pass by the better. And this one may see happening as well in victuals as in forms of government, in emulous aims of life too, and in the enjoyment of pleasure, and in wives, and in houses, and in slaves, and in lands, and in the case of all other things. For which is more pleasurable, pray, cohabiting with women, or with males, with women, or with mules? Yet still we shall find many that pass over women, and cohabit with creatures void of reason, and abuse the bodies of males. Yet natural pleasures are greater than unnatural ones. But still many there are that follow after things ridiculous and joyless, and accompanied with a penalty, as if pleasurable. Well, but to them a man may say these things appear so. Now this alone is ground enough to make them miserable, that they think those things to be pleasurable which are not so. Thus they assume punishment to be worse than sin, which it is not, but just the contrary. Yet if it were an evil to the sinner, God would not have added evils to the evil, for he that doeth everything to extinguish evil would not have increased it. Being punished then is no evil to the man who has done wrong, but not being punished when in that plight is evil, just as for the infirm not to be cured. For there is nothing so evil as extravagant desire. And when I say extravagant, I mean that of luxury, and that of ill-placed glory, and that of power, and in general, that of all things which go beyond what is necessary. For such is he who lives a soft and dissolute life, who seems to be the happiest of men, but is the most wretched, as superinducing upon his soul harsh and tyrannical sovereigns. For this cause hath God made the present a life of labour to us, that he may rid us of that slavery, and bring us into genuine freedom. For this cause he threatened punishment, and made labours a part of our portion in life, so muzzling our vaunting spirit. In this way the Jews also, when they were fettered to the clay and brick-making, were at once self-governed, and called continually upon God. But when they were in the enjoyment of freedom, then they murmured and provoked the Lord, and pierced themselves through with countless evils. What then, it may be said, will you say to those frequent instances of men being altered for the worse by tribulations? Why, that this is no effect of tribulation, but of their own imbecility. For neither if a man had a weak stomach, and could not take a bitter medicine, which would act as a purgative, but was made even worse by it, would it be the drug we should find fault with, but the weakness of the part, as we should therefore here too with the yieldingness of temper. For he who is altered so by tribulation is much more likely to be affected in this way by laxity. If he falls even when splintered, this is what affliction is, much more will he when the bandage is removed. If when braced up he is altered, much more when in a state of tumour. And how am I, one may ask, to keep from being so altered by tribulation? Why, if thou reflectest that, wish it or not, thou wilt have to bear the thing inflicted. But if thou dost it with a thankful spirit, thou wilt gain very greatly thereby. But if thou art indignant at it, and ragest, and callest it hard names, thou wilt not make the calamity lighter, but thou wilt render its wave more troublous. By feeling then in this way, let us turn what is necessary into a matter of our own choice. What I mean is this: suppose one has lost his own son, another all his property. If you reflect that it is not in the nature of things for what has taken place to be undone, while it is to gain fruit from the misfortune, though irremediable, that of bearing the circumstance nobly, and if instead of using hard words thou wert to offer up words of thanksgiving to the Lord, so would evils brought upon thee against thy will become to thee the good deeds of a free choice. Hast thou seen a son taken prematurely away? Say, the Lord hath given, the Lord hath taken away. Do you see your fortune exhausted? Say, naked came I out of my mother's womb, and naked shall I return thither. Do you see evil men faring well, and just men faring ill, and undergoing ills without number, and dost thou not know where to find the cause? Say, I became even as it were a beast before thee, yet I am ever with thee. But if thou wilt search out the cause, reflect that he has fixed a day in which he will judge the world, and so you throw aside all perplexity, for then every man will meet his deserts, even as Lazarus and the rich man. Call to mind the apostles, for they too rejoiced at being scourged, at being driven about, and undergoing numberless sufferings, because they were counted worthy to suffer shame for the name of Christ. And do thou then, if thou art sick, bear it nobly, and own thyself indebted to God for it, and thou shalt receive the same reward with them. But how, when in feebleness and pain, art thou to be able to feel grateful to the Lord? Thou wilt, if thou lovest him sincerely. For if the 3 children who were thrown into the furnace, and others who were in prisons, and in countless other evils, ceased not to give thanks, much more will they who are in a state of disease, and are possessed with sore infirmities, be able to do this. For there is not, assuredly there is not, anything which vehement desire doth not get the better of. But when the desire is even that of God, it is higher than anything, and neither fire, nor the sword, nor poverty, nor infirmity, nor death, nor aught else of the kind, appeareth dreadful to one who hath gotten this love. But scorning them all, he will fly to heaven, and will have affections no way inferior to those of its inhabitants, seeing nothing else, neither heaven, nor earth, nor sea, but gazing only at the one beauty of that glory. And neither the vexations of this life present will depress him, nor the things which are goodly and attended with pleasure elate him or puff him up. Let us then love with this love, for there is not anything equal unto it, both for the sake of things present and for the sake of things to come, or rather, more than these, for the nature of the love itself. For we shall be set free both from the punishments of this life, and of that which is to come, and shall enjoy the kingdom. Yet neither is the escape from hell, nor the fruition of the kingdom, anything great in comparison of what is yet to be said. For greater than all these things is it to have Christ our beloved at once and our lover. For if when this happens with men it is above all pleasure, when both happen from God, what language or what thought is able to set before one the blessedness of this soul? There is none that can, save the experience of it only. That then we may by experience come to know what is this spiritual joy, and life of blessedness, and untold treasure of good things, let us leave everything to cling to that love, with a view as well to our own joy as to the glory of God. For unto him is the glory and power, with his only begotten, and the Holy Ghost, now and ever, and unto all ages evermore. Amen. End of section 15. Section 16 of Homilies on Romans, by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 10, Part 1, Romans 5, verse 12. Wherefore, as by one man sin entered into the world, and death by sin, and so death passed upon all men, for that all have sinned. As the best physicians always take great pains to discover the source of diseases, and go to the very fountain of the mischief, so doth the blessed Paul also. Hence, after having said that we are justified, and having shown it from the Patriarch, and from the Spirit, and from the dying of Christ, for he would not have died unless he intended to justify, he next confirms from other sources also what he had so demonstrated, and having established his proposition from things opposite, that is, from death and sin, he inquires how and in what manner and from what source death came in, and how it prevailed. How then did death come in and prevail? Through the sin of one. But what means, for that all have sinned? This, he having once fallen, even they that had not eaten of the tree did from him, all of them, become mortal. Verse 13, for until the law, sin was in the world, but sin is not imputed where there is no law. The phrase, till the law, some think he used of the time before the giving of the law, that of Abel, for instance, or of Noah, or of Abraham, till Moses was born. What was the sin in those days at this rate? Some say he means that in paradise. For hitherto it was not done away, he would say, but the fruit of it was yet in vigour. For it had borne that death whereof all partake, which prevailed and lorded over us. But how does he proceed? But sin is not imputed when there is no law. It was by way of objection from the Jews, say they who have spoken on our side, in that he laid this position down and said, because if there be no sin without the law, how came death to consume all those before the law? But to me it seems that the sense presently to be given has more to be said for it, and suits better with the Apostle's meaning. And what sense is this? In saying that till the law sin was in the world, what he seems to me to mean is this, that after the law was given, the sin resulting from the transgression of it prevailed, and prevailed too so long as the law existed, for sin, he says, can have no existence if there be no law. If then it was this sin, he means, from the transgression of the law that brought forth death, how was it that all before the law died? For if it is in sin that death hath its origin, but when there is no law, sin is not imputed, how came death to prevail? From whence it is clear that it was not this sin, the transgression that is of the law, but that of Adam's disobedience which marred all things. Now what is the proof of this? The fact that even before the law all died. Verse 14, Now sin reigned, he says, from Adam to Moses, even over them that had not sinned. How did it reign? After the similitude of Adam's transgression, who is the figure of him that was to come. Now this is why Adam is a type of Jesus Christ. How a type, it will be said? Why, in that, as the former became to those who were sprung from him, although they had not eaten of the tree, the cause of that death which by his eating was introduced, thus also did Christ become to those sprung from him, even though they had not wrought righteousness, the provider of that righteousness which through his cross he graciously bestowed on us all. For this reason, at every turn he keeps to the one, and is continually bringing it before us when he says, As by one man sin entered into the world, and if through the offence of one many be dead, and not as it was by one that sinned, so is the gift. And when he says the judgment was by one to condemnation, and again if by one man's offence death reigned by one, and therefore as by the offence of one, and again as by one man's disobedience many were made sinners, and so he letteth not go of the one, that should the Jew say to thee, How came it that by the well-doing of the one person Christ the world was saved? Thou mightest be able to say to him, How by the disobedience of this one person Adam came it to be condemned? And yet sin and grace are not equivalents, death and life are not equivalents, the devil and God are not equivalents, but there is a boundless space between them. When then, as well from the nature of the thing as from the power of him that transacteth it, and from the very suitableness thereof, for it suiteth much better with God to save than to punish, the preeminence and victory is upon this side, what one word have you to say for unbelief, tell me? However, that what had been done was reasonable, he shows in the following words. Verse 15, But not as the offence, so is also the free gift. For if through the offence of one many be dead, much more the grace of God and the gift by grace, which is by one man, Jesus Christ, hath abounded unto many. For what, he says, is somewhat of this kind. If sin had so extensive effects, and the sin of one man too, how can grace, and that the grace of God, not the Father only, but also the Son, do otherwise than be the more abundant of the two? For the latter is far the more reasonable supposition, for that one man should be punished on account of another does not seem to be much in accordance with reason, but for one to be saved on account of another is at once more suitable and more reasonable. If then the former took place, much more may the latter. Hence he has shown from these grounds the likelihood and reasonableness of it. For when the former had been made good, this would then be readily admitted. But that it is even necessarily so, he makes good from what follows. Verse 16, And not as it was by one that sinned, so is the gift. For the judgment was by one to condemnation, but the free gift is of many offences unto justification. And what is this that he is speaking of? It is that sin had power to bring in death and condemnation, but grace did not do away that one sin only, but also those that followed after in its train. Lest then the words as and so might seem to make the measure of the blessings and the evils equal, and that you might not think upon hearing of Adam that it was only that sin which he had brought in which was done away with. He says that it was from many offences that an indemnity was brought about. How is this plain? Because after numberless sins, after that in paradise the matter issued in justification. But where righteousness is, there of necessity follows the life of all, and the countless blessings, as does death, where sin was. For righteousness is more than life, since it is even the root of life. That there were several goods then brought in, and that it was not that sin only that was taken away, but all the rest along with it, he points out when he says that the gift was of many offences unto justification. In which a proof is necessarily included that death was also torn up by the roots. But since he had said that the second was greater than the first, he is obliged to give further grounds again for this same thing. For before he had said that if one man's sin slew all, much more will the grace of one have the power to save it. After that he shows that it was not that sin only that was done away by the grace, but all the rest too, and that it was not that the sins were done away only, but that righteousness was given. And Christ did not merely do the same amount of good that Adam did of harm, but far more and greater good. Since then he had made such declarations as these, he wants again here also further confirmation of these. And how does he give this confirmation? He says, verse 17, "For if by one man's offense death reigned by one, much more they which receive abundance of grace and of the gift of righteousness shall reign in life by one, Jesus Christ." What he says amounts to this nearly. What armed death against the world? The one man's eating from the tree only. If then death attains so great power from one offense, when it is found that certain received a grace and righteousness out of all proportion to that sin, how shall they still be liable to death? And for this cause he does not here say grace, but superabundance of grace. For it was not as much as we must have to do away the sin only, that we received of his grace, but even far more. For we were at once freed from punishment and put off all iniquity, and were also born from above, and rose again with the old man buried, and were redeemed, sanctified, led up to adoption, made brothers of the only begotten, and of one body with him, and counted for his flesh, and even as a body with the head, so we united unto him. All these things then Paul calls a superabundance of grace, showing that it was not a medicine that we received to be a mere countervail of the wound, but even health and comeliness and honour and glory, and dignities far transcending our natural state. And of these each in itself was enough to do away with death, but when all manifestly run together in one, there is not the least vestige of it left, nor can a shadow of it be seen, so entirely is it done away. As then, if anyone were to cast a person who owes 10 mites into prison, and not the man himself only, but wife and children and servants for his sake, and another were to come and not to pay down the 10 mites only, but to give also 10,000 talents of gold, and to lead the prisoner into the king's courts, and to the throne of the highest power, and were to make him partaker of the highest honour and every kind of magnificence, the creditor would not be able to remember the 10 mites. So hath our case been, for Christ hath paid down far more than we owe, yea, as much more as the illimitable ocean is than a little drop. Do not then, O man, hesitate, as thou seest so great a store of blessings, nor inquire how that mere spark of death and sin was done away, when such a sea of gifts was brought in upon it. For this is what Paul intimated by saying, that they who have received the abundance of grace, of the gift of righteousness, shall reign in life. And as he had now clearly demonstrated this, he again makes use of his former argument, clenching it by taking up the same word afresh, and saying that, if for that offence all were punished, then they may be justified too by these means. And so he says, verse 18, "Therefore, as by the offence of one judgment came upon all men to condemnation, even so by the righteousness of one the free gift came upon all men unto justification of life." And he insists again upon it, saying, verse 19, "For as by one man's disobedience many were made sinners, so by the obedience of one shall many be made righteous." What he says seems indeed to involve no small question, but if anyone attends to it diligently, this too will admit of an easy solution. What then is the question? It is the saying that through the offence of one many were made sinners. For the fact that when he had sinned and become mortal, those who were of him should be so also is nothing unlikely. But how would it follow that from his disobedience another would become a sinner? For at this rate a man of this sort will not even deserve punishment if, that is, it was not from his own self that he became a sinner. What then does the word sinners mean here? To me it seems to mean liable to punishment and condemned to death. Now that by Adam's death we all become mortals, he had shown clearly and at large, but the question now is, for what purpose was this done? But this he does not go on to add, for neither does it contribute to his present object, for it is against a Jew that the contest is, who doubted and made scorn of the righteousness by one. And for this reason, after showing that the punishment too was brought in by one upon all, the reason why this was so he has not added, for he is not for superfluities, but keeps merely to what is necessary. For this is what the principles of disputation did not oblige him to say any more than the Jew, and therefore he leaves it unsolved. But if any of you were to inquire with a view to learn, we should give this answer, that we are so far from taking any harm from this death and condemnation, footnote, i.e., since we have been redeemed, see on Romans 9, verse 11, end footnote, if we be sober-minded, that we are the gainers even by having become mortal, first because it is not an immortal body in which we sin, secondly because we get numberless grounds for being religious, for to be moderate and to be temperate and to be subdued and to keep ourselves clear of all wickedness is what death by its presence and by its being expected persuades us to. But following with these, or rather even before these, it hath introduced other greater blessings besides. For it is from hence that the crowns of the martyrs come and the rewards of the apostles. Thus was Abel justified, thus was Abraham, in having slain his son, thus was John, who for Christ's sake was taken off, thus were the 3 children, thus was Daniel. For if we be so minded, not death only, but even the devil himself will be unable to hurt us. And besides, there is this also to be said, that immortality awaits us, and after having been chastened a little while, we shall enjoy the blessings to come without fear, being, as if in a sort of school in the present life, under instruction by means of disease, tribulation, temptations, and poverty, and the other apparent evils, with a view to our becoming fit for the reception of the blessings of the world to come. Verse 20. Moreover the law entered, that the offence might abound. Since then he had shown that the world was condemned from Adam, but from Christ was saved and freed from condemnation, he now seasonably enters upon the discussion of the law, here again undermining the high notions of it, for it was so far from doing any good, he means, or from being any way helpful, that the disorder was only increased by its having come in. But the particle that, again, does not assign the cause, but the result. For the purpose of its being given was not in order that it might abound, for it was given to diminish and destroy the offence, but it resulted the opposite way, not owing to the nature of the law, but owing to the listlessness of those who received it. But why did he not say the law was given, but the law entered by the way? It was to show that the need of it was temporary, and not absolute or imperative. And this he says also to the Galatians, showing the very same thing another way. For before faith came, he says, we were kept under the law, shut up under the faith which should afterwards be revealed. And so it was not for himself, but for another, that it kept the flock. For since the Jews were somewhat gross-minded and enervated and indifferent to the gifts themselves, this was why the law was given, that it might convict them the more and clearly teach them their own condition, and by increasing the accusation might the more repress them. But be not thou afraid, for it was not that the punishment might be greater that this was done, but that the grace might be seen to be greater. And this is why he proceeds, but where sin abounded, grace did much more abound. He does not say did abound, but did much more abound, for it was not remission from punishment only that he gave us, but that from sins and life also, as if any were not merely to free a man with a fever from his disease, but to give him also beauty and strength and rank, or again were not to give one an hungered nourishment only, but were to put him in possession of great riches, and were to set him in the highest authority. And how did sin abound, some will say? The law gave countless commands. Now since they transgressed them all, sin became more abundant. Do you see what a great difference there is between grace and the law? For the one became an addition to the condemnation, but the other a further abundance of gifts. Having then mentioned the unspeakable munificence, he again discusses the beginning and the root both of death and of life. What then is the root of death? It is sin. Wherefore also he saith, verse 21, that as sin reigned unto death, even so might grace reign through righteousness unto eternal life, through our Lord Jesus Christ. This he says to show that the latter ranks as a king, the former death as a soldier, being marshalled under the latter and armed by it. If then the latter, footnote, i.e. sin, in footnote, armed death, it is plain enough that the righteousness destructive hereof, which by grace was introduced, not only disarms death, but even destroys it, and undoes entirely the dominion thereof, in that it is the greatest of the two, as being brought in not by man and the devil, but by God and grace, and leading our life unto a goodlier estate, and to blessings unlimited, for of it there will never be an end, to give you a view of its superiority from this also. For the other cast us out of our present life, but grace, when it came, gave us not the present life, but the immortal and eternal one. But for all these things Christ is our voucher. Doubt not then for thy life, if thou hast righteousness, for righteousness is greater than life, as being mother of it. End of section 16. Section 17 of Homilies on Romans by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 10, Part 2, Romans 5, verse 12. Chapter 6, verse 1. What then, shall we continue in sin that grace may abound? He is again turning off to exhortation, yet introducing it not directly, lest he should seem to many to be irksome and vexing, but as if it rose out of the doctrines. For if, even so diversifying his address, he was afraid of their being offended at what he said, and therefore said, I have written to you with somewhat more boldness in part, much more would he have seemed to them, had he not done so, to be too harsh. Since then he showed the greatness of the grace by the greatness of the sins it healed, and owing to this it seemed to the unthinking to be an encouragement to sin. For if the reason, they say, why greater grace was shown was because we had done great sins, let us not give over sinning that grace may be more displayed still. Now, that they might not say this or suspect it, see how he turns the objection back again. First, he does it by his deprecation, God forbid, and this he is in the habit of doing at things confessed on all hands to be absurd. And then he lays down an irrefragable argument. And what is it? Verse 2. How shall we, he says, that are dead to sin, live any longer therein? What does we are dead mean? Does it mean that, as for that, and as far as it goes, we have all received the sentence of death? Or that we became dead to it by believing and being enlightened? This is what one should rather say, since the sequel makes this clearly right. But what is becoming dead to it? The not obeying it in anything any more. For this baptism effected, once for all, it made us dead to it. But this must of our own earnestness thenceforth continually be maintained, so that, although sin issue countless commands to us, we may never again obey it, but abide unmovable, as a dead man doth. And indeed he elsewhere saith that sin itself is dead. But there he sets that down as wishing to show that virtue is easy. But here, as he earnestly desires to rouse the hearer, he puts the death on his side. Next, since what was said was obscure, he again explains, using what he had said also in the way of reproof. Verses 3 and 4. Know ye not, he says, my brethren, that so many of us as were baptized into Jesus Christ were baptized into his death? Therefore we were buried with him by baptism into death. What does being baptized into his death mean? That it is with a view to our dying as he did. For baptism is the cross. What the cross, then, and burial is to Christ, that baptism hath been to us, even if not in the same respects. For he died himself and was buried in the flesh, but we have done both to sin. Wherefore, he does not say planted together in his death, but in the likeness of his death. For both the one and the other is a death, but not of the same subject, since the one is of the flesh, that of Christ, the other of sin, which is our own. As then that is real, so is this. But if it be real, then what is of our part again must be contributed. And so he proceeds, that as Christ was raised up from the dead by the glory of the Father, even so we also should walk in newness of life. Here he hints, along with the duty of a careful walk, at the subject of the resurrection. In what way? Do you believe he means that Christ died and that he was raised again? Believe then the same of thyself. For this is like to the other, since both cross and burial is thine. For if thou hast shared in death and burial, much more wilt thou in resurrection and life. For now the greater is done away with, the sin I mean, it is not right to doubt any longer about the lesser, the doing away of death. But this he leaves to the conscience of his hearers to reason out. But himself, after the resurrection to come had been set before us, demands of us another, even a new conversation, which is brought about in the present life by a change of habits. When then the fornicator becomes chaste, the covetous man merciful, the harsh subdued, even here a resurrection has taken place, the prelude to the other. And how is it a resurrection? Why, because sin is mortified, and righteousness hath risen again, and the old life hath been made to vanish, and this new and angelic one is being lived in. But when you hear of a new life, look for a great alteration, a wide change. But tears come into my eyes, and I groan deeply to think how great religiousness Paul requires of us, and what listlessness we have yielded ourselves up to, going back after our baptism to the oldness we before had, and returning to Egypt, and remembering the onions after the manna. For 10 or 20 days at the very time of baptism we undergo a change, but then take up our former doings again. But it is not for a set number of days, but for our whole life, that Paul requires of us such a conversation. But we go back to our former vomit, thus after the youth of grace building up the old age of sins, for either the love of money or the slavery to desires not convenient, or any other sin whatsoever, useth to make the worker thereof old. Now that which is made old is become aged, is nigh unto disappearing. For there is no body, there surely is none, to be seen as palsied by length of time, as a soul is decayed and tottering with many sins. Such an one gets carried on to the last degree of doting, yielding indistinct sounds, like men that are very old and crazed, and being surcharged with rheum, and great distortion of mind and forgetfulness, and with scales upon its eyes, becomes at once distrustful to men, and an easy prey to the devil. Such then are the souls of sinners. Not so those of the righteous, for they are youthful and well-favoured, and are in the very prime of life throughout, ever ready for any fight or struggle. But those of sinners, if they receive even a small shock, straightway fall and are undone. And it was this the prophet made appear when he said, that like as the chaff which the wind scattereth from the face of the earth, thus are they that live in sin whirled to and fro, and exposed to every sort of harm. For they neither see like a healthy person, nor hear with simplicity. They speak not articulately, but are oppressed with great shortness of breath. They have their mouth overflowing with spittle, and would it were but spittle, and nothing offensive. But now they send forth words more fetid than any mire. And what is worst, they have not power even to spit this saliva of words away from them, but taking it in their hand with much lewdness, they smear it on again, so as to be coagulating and hard to perspire through. Perhaps ye are sickened with this description. Ought ye not then to be more so at the reality? For if these things when happening in the body are disgustful, much more when in the soul. Such was that son who wasted out all his share, and was reduced to the greatest wretchedness, and was in a feebler state than any imbecile or disordered person. But when he was willing, he became suddenly young by his decision alone and his change. For as soon as he had said, I will return to my father, this one word conveyed to him all blessings, or rather, not the bare word, but the deed which he added to the word. For he did not say, I will go up, and then stay there, but said, I will go up, and went up, and returned the whole of that way. Thus let us also do, and even if we have gotten carried beyond the boundary, let us go up to our Father's house, and not stay lingering over the length of the journey. For if we be willing, the way back again is easy and very speedy, only let us leave the strange and foreign land. For this is what sin is, drawing us far away from our Father's house. Let us leave her then, that we may speedily return to the house of our Father. For our Father hath a natural yearning towards us, and will honour us if we be changed, no less than those that are unattainted, if we change, but even more, just as the Father showed that Son the greater honour. For he had greater pleasure himself at receiving back his Son. And how am I to go back again, one may say? Do but put a beginning upon the business, and the whole is done. Stay from vice, and go no farther into it, and thou hast laid hold of the whole already. For as in the case of the sick, being no worse, may be a beginning of getting better, so is the case with vice also. Go no further, and then your deeds of wickedness will have an end. And if you do so for 2 days, you will keep off on the 3rd day more easily, and after the 3 days you will add 10, then 20, then 100, then your whole life. For the further thou goest on, the easier wilt thou see the way to be, and thou wilt stand close to the summit, and wilt at once enjoy many goods. For so it was, when the prodigal came back, there were flutes and harps and dancings and feasts and assemblings, and he who might have called his son to account for his ill-timed extravagance and flight to such a distance, did nothing of the sort, but looked upon him as unattainted, and could not find it in him even to use the language of reproach, or rather even to mention barely to him the former things, but threw himself upon him, and kissed him, and killed the calf, and put a robe upon him, and placed on him abundant honours. Let us then, as we have such examples before us, be of good cheer, and keep from despair. For he is not so well pleased with being called master as father, nor with having a slave as with having a son. And this is what he liketh rather than that. This then is why he did all that he has done, and spared not even his only begotten Son, that we might be adopted as sons, that we might love him not as a master only, but as a father. And if he obtain this of us, he taketh delight therein, as one that has glory given him, and proclaimeth it to all, though he needeth nothing of ours. This is what, in Abraham's case for instance, he everywhere does, using the words, I am the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and yet it was they of his household who should have found an honour in this. But now it is the Lord evidently who does this. For this is why he says to Peter, Lovest thou me more than these? To show that he seeketh nothing so much as this from us. For this too he bade Abraham offer his son to him, that he might make it known to all that he was greatly beloved by the patriarch. Now this exceeding desire to be loved comes from loving exceedingly. For this cause too he says to the apostles, He that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. For this cause he bids us esteem that even which is in the most close connection with us, our soul, as second to love of him, since he wisheth to be beloved by us with exceeding entireness. For we too, if we have no strong feelings about a person, have no strong desire for his friendship either, though he be great and noble. Whereas when we love anyone warmly and really, though the person loved be of low rank and humble, yet we esteem love for him as a very great honour. And for this reason he himself also called it glory not to be loved by us only, but even to suffer those shameful things in our behalf. However, those things were a glory owing to love only, but whatever we suffer for him, it is not for love alone, but even for the sake of the greatness and dignity of him we love, that it would with good reason both be called glory and be so indeed. Let us then incur dangers for him, as if running from the greatest crowns, and let us esteem neither poverty, nor disease, nor affront, nor calumny, nor death itself to be heavy and burdensome, when it is for him that we suffer these things. For if we be right-minded, we are the greatest possible gainers by these things, as neither from the contrary to these shall we, if not right-minded, gain any advantage. But consider, does any one affront thee, and war against thee? Doth he not thereby set thee upon thy guard, and give thee an opportunity of growing like unto God? For if thou lovest him that plots against thee, thou wilt be like him that maketh his sun to rise upon the evil and good. Does another take thy money away? If thou bearest it nobly, thou shalt receive the same reward as they who have spent all they have upon the poor. For it says, Ye took joyfully the spoiling of your goods, knowing that ye have in heaven a better and an enduring substance. Has any one reviled thee and abused thee, whether truly or falsely, he weaves for thee a very great crown if thou bearest meekly this contumely, since he too, who calumniates, provides for us an abundant reward. For rejoice, it says, and be exceeding glad, when men say all manner of evil against you falsely, because great is your reward in heaven. And he too that speaketh truth against us is of the greatest service, if we do but bear meekly what is said. For the Pharisee spake evil of the publican, and with truth. Still, instead of a publican, he made him a righteous man. And what need to go into particular instances? For any one that will go to the conflicts of Job may learn all these points accurately. And this is why Paul said, If God be for us, who can be against us? As then, by being earnest, we gain even from things that vex us, so by being listless, we do not even improve from things that favour us. For what did Judas profit tell me by being with Christ? Or what profit was the law to the Jews, or paradise to Adam? And what did Moses profit those in the wilderness? And so we should leave all and look to one point only, how we may husband aright our own resources. And if we do this, not even the devil himself will ever get the better of us, but will make our profiting the greater by putting us upon being watchful. Now in this way it is that St. Paul rouses the Ephesians by describing his fierceness, yet we sleep and snore, though we have to do with so crafty an enemy. And if we were aware of a serpent nestling by our bed, we should make much ado to kill him, but when the devil nestleth in our souls, we fancy that we take no harm, but lie at our ease. And the reason is that we see him not with the eyes of our body, And yet this is why we should rouse us the more and be sober, for against an enemy whom one can perceive one may easily be on guard, but one that cannot be seen, if we be not continually in arms, we shall not easily escape, and the more so because he hath no notion of open combat, for he would surely be soon defeated, but often under the appearance of friendship he insinuates the venom of his cruel malice. In this way it was that he suborned Job's wife, by putting on the mask of natural affectionateness to give that wretchless advice. And so when conversing with Adam he puts on the air of one concerned and watching over his interests, and saith, that your eyes shall be opened in the day that ye eat of the tree. Thus Jephthah too he persuaded, under the pretext of religion, to slay his daughter, and to offer the sacrifice the law forbade. Do you see what his wiles are, what his varying warfare? Be then on thy guard, and arm thyself at all points with the weapons of the Spirit. Get exactly acquainted with his plans, that thou mayest both keep from being caught, and easily catch him. For it was thus that Paul got the better of him, by getting exactly acquainted with these. And so he says, for we are not ignorant of his devices. Let us then also be earnest in learning and avoiding his stratagems, that after obtaining a victory over him we may, whether in this present life or in that which is to come, be proclaimed conquerors, and obtain those unalloyed blessings by the grace and love towards man, etc. End of section 17. Section 18 of Homilies on Romans by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 11, Part 1. Romans 6, verse 5. For if we have been planted together in the likeness of his death, we shall be also in the likeness of his resurrection. What I had before occasion to remark, that I mention here too, that he continually digresseth into exhortation, without making any twofold division as he does in the other epistles, and setting apart the former portion for doctrines, and the latter for the care of moral instruction. Here then he does not do so, but blends the latter with the subject throughout, so as to gain it an easy admission. Here then he says there are two mortifyings and two deaths, and that one is done by Christ in baptism, and the other it is our duty to effect by earnestness afterwards. For that our former sins were buried came of his gift, but the remaining dead to sin after baptism must be the work of our own earnestness, however much we find God here also giving us large help. For this is not the only thing baptism has the power to do to obliterate our former transgressions, for it also secures against subsequent ones. As then, in the case of the former, thy contribution was faith, that they might be obliterated, so also in those subsequent to this, show thou forth the change in thine aims, that thou mayest not defile thyself again. For it is this and the like that he is counselling thee when he says, For if we have been planted together in the likeness of his death, we shall be also in the likeness of his resurrection. Do you observe how he rouses the hearer by leading him straightway up to his master, and taking great pains to show the strong likeness? This is why he does not say in death, lest you should gainsay it, but in the likeness of his death. For our essence itself hath not died, but the man of sins, that is wickedness. And he does not say, For if we have been partakers of the likeness of his death, but what? If we have been planted together, so by the mention of planting, giving a hint of the fruit resulting to us from it. For as his body, by being buried in the earth, brought forth as the fruit of it the salvation of the world, thus ours also, being buried in baptism, bore as fruit righteousness, sanctification, adoption, countless blessings. And it will bear also hereafter the gift of the resurrection. Since then we were buried in the water, he in the earth, and we in regard to sin, he in regard to his body. This is why he did not say we were planted together in his death, but in the likeness of his death. For both the one and the other is death, but not that of the same subject. If then, he says, we have been planted together in his death, we shall be in that of his resurrection, speaking here of the resurrection which is to come. For since, when he was upon the subject of the death before, and said, Know ye not, brethren, that so many of us as were baptized into Christ were baptized into his death? He had not made any clear statement about the resurrection, but only about the way of life after baptism, bidding men walk in newness of life. Therefore, he here resumes the same subject, and proceeds to foretell to us clearly that resurrection, and that you may know that he is not speaking of that resulting from baptism, but about that after saying, if we were planted together in the likeness of his death, he does not say that we shall be in the likeness of his resurrection, but we shall belong to the resurrection. For to prevent thy saying, and how, if we did not die, as he died, are we to rise as he rose? When he mentioned the death, he did not say planted together in the death, but in the likeness of his death. But when he mentioned the resurrection, he did not say in the likeness of the resurrection, but we shall be of the resurrection itself. And he does not say we have been made, but we shall be, by this word again plainly meaning that resurrection which has not yet taken place, but will hereafter. Then, with a view to give credibility to what he says, he points out another resurrection which is brought about here before that one, that from that which is present thou mayest believe also that which is to come. For after saying we shall be planted together in the resurrection, he adds, verse 6, knowing this, that our old man is crucified with him, that the body of sin might be destroyed. So putting together both the cause and the demonstration of the resurrection which is to come. And he does not say is crucified, but is crucified with him, so bringing baptism near to the cross. And on this score also it was, that he said above, we have been planted together in the likeness of his death, that the body of sin might be destroyed, not giving that name to this body of ours, but to all iniquity. For as he calls the whole sum of wickedness the old man, thus again the wickedness which is made up of the different parts of iniquity he calls the body of that man. And that what I am saying is not mere guesswork, hearken to Paul's own interpretation of this very thing in what comes next. For after saying that the body of sin might be destroyed, he adds that henceforth we should not serve sin. For the way in which I would have it dead is not so that ye be destroyed and die, but so that ye sin not. And as he goes on, he makes this still clearer. Verse 7, for he that is dead, he says, is freed from sin. This he says of every man, that as he that is dead is henceforth freed from sinning, lying as a dead body, so must he that has come up from baptism, since he has died there once for all, remain ever dead to sin. If then thou hast died in baptism, remain dead, for anyone that dies can sin no more, but if thou sinnest, thou marrest God's gift. After requiring of us, then, heroism of this degree, he presently brings in the crown also in these words. Verse 8, now if we be dead with Christ, and indeed even before the crown, this is in itself the greater crown, the partaking with our Master. But, he says, I give thee even another reward. Of what kind is it? It is life eternal. For we believe, he says, that we shall also live with him. And whence is this clear? Verse 9, knowing that Christ, being raised from the dead, dieth no more. And notice again his undauntedness, and how he makes the thing good from opposite grounds. Since then it was likely that some would feel perplexed at the cross and the death, he shows that this very thing is a ground for feeling confident henceforward. For suppose not, he says, because he once died, that he is mortal, for this is the very reason of his being immortal. For his death hath been the death of death, and because he did die, he therefore doth not die. For even that death, verse 10, he died unto sin. What does unto sin mean? It means that he was not subject even to that one, save for our sin. For that he might destroy it, and cut away its sinews and all its power, therefore he died. Do you see how he affrighteth them? For if he does not die again, then there is no second laver. But if there be no second laver, then do thou keep from all inclinableness to sin. For all this he says to make a stand against the let us do evil that good may come. Let us remain in sin that grace may abound. To take away this conception then, root and branch, it is that he sets down all this. But in that he liveth unto God, he says, that is unchangeably, so that death hath no more any dominion over him. For if it was not through any liability to it that he died the former death, save only for the sin of others, much less will he die again now that he hath done that sin away. And this he says in the epistle to the Hebrews also. But now once, he says, in the end of the world hath he appeared to put away sin by the sacrifice of himself. And as it is appointed unto men once to die, and after that the judgment, so Christ was once offered to bear the sins of many, and unto them that look for him he shall appear the second time without sin unto salvation. And he also points out the power of the life that is according to God, and also the strength of sin. For with regard to the life according to God, he showeth that Christ shall die no more. With regard to sin, that if it brought about the death even of the sinless, How can it do otherwise than be the ruin of those that are subject to it? And then, as he had discoursed about his life, that none might say, What hath that which you have been saying to do with us? He adds, verse 11, Likewise reckon ye also yourselves to be dead indeed unto sin, but alive unto God. He well says reckon, because there is no setting that which he is speaking of before the eyes as yet. And what are we to reckon, one may ask? That we are dead unto sin, but alive unto God, in Jesus Christ our Lord. For he that so liveth will lay hold of every virtue, as having Jesus himself for his ally. For that is what in Christ means, for if he raised them when dead, much more when alive will he be able to keep them so. Verse 12, Let not sin therefore reign in your mortal body, that ye should obey it in the lusts thereof. He does not say, Let not the flesh live or act, but let not sin reign, for he came not to destroy our nature, but to set our free choice aright. Then to show that it is not through any force or necessity that we are held down by iniquity, but willingly, he does not say, Let it not tyrannize, a word which would imply a necessity, but let it not reign. For it is absurd for those who are being conducted to the kingdom of heaven to have sin empress over them, and for those who are called to reign with Christ to choose to be the captives of sin, as though one should hold a diadem from off his head, and choose to be the slave of a frantic woman who came begging and was clothed in rags. Next, since it was a heavy task to get the upper hand of sin, see how he shows it to be even easy, and how he allays the labor by saying, In your mortal body. For this shows that these struggles were but for a time, and would soon bring themselves to a close. At the same time he reminds us of our former evil plight, and of the root of death, as it was from this that, contrary even to its beginning, it became mortal. Yet it is possible even for one with a mortal body not to sin. Do you see the abundancy of Christ's grace? For Adam, though as yet he had not a mortal body, fell. But thou, who hast received one, even subject to death, canst be crowned. How then is it that sin reigns, you will say? It is not from any power of its own, but from thy listlessness. Wherefore, after saying, Let it not reign, he also points out the mode of this reigning, by going on to say, that ye should obey it in the lusts thereof. For it is not honour to concede to it all things at will, nay, it is slavery in the extreme, and the height of dishonour, for when it doth what it listeth, then is it bereft of all liberties, but when it is put under restraints, then it best keeps its own proper rank. Verse 13, Neither yield ye your members as instruments of unrighteousness unto sin, but as instruments of righteousness. The body then is indifferent between vice and virtue, as also instruments are. But either effect is wrought by him that useth it. As if a soldier fighting in his country's behalf and a robber who was arming against the inhabitants had the same weapons for defence. For the fault is not laid to the suit of armour, but to those that use it to an ill end. And this one may say of the flesh too, which becomes this or that, owing to the mind's decision, not owing to its own nature. For if it be curious after the beauty of another, the eye becomes an instrument of iniquity, not through any agency of its own, for what is of the eye is but seeing, not seeing amiss, but through the fault of the thought which commands it. But if you bridle it, it becomes an instrument of righteousness. Thus with the tongue, thus with the hands, thus with all the other members. And he well calls sin unrighteousness, for by sinning a man deals unrighteously either by himself or by his neighbour, or rather by himself more than by his neighbour. Having then led us away from wickedness, he leads us to virtue in these words, But yield yourselves unto God, as those that are alive from the dead. See how by his bare words he exhorts them, on that side naming sin, and on this God. For by showing what a difference there is between the rulers, he casts out of all excuse the soldier that leaveth God and desireth to serve under the dominion of sin. But it is not only in this way, but also by the sequel that he establishes this, by saying, as alive from the dead. For by these he shows the wretchedness of the other, and the greatness of God's gift. For consider, he says, what ye were, and what ye have been made. What then were ye? Dead and ruined by a destruction which could not from any quarter be repaired, for neither was there any one who had the power to assist you. And what have you been made out of those dead ones? Alive with immortal life, and by whom? By the all-powerful God. Ye ought therefore to marshal yourselves unto him with as much cheerful readiness as men would who have been made alive from being dead. And your members as instruments of righteousness unto God. Hence the body is not evil, since it may be made an arm of righteousness. But by calling it an arm, he makes it clear that there is a hard warfare at hand for us, and for this reason we need strong armor, and also a noble spirit, and one acquainted too with the ways of this warfare, and above all we need a commander. The commander, however, is standing by, ever ready to help us, and abiding unconquerable, and has furnished us with strong arms likewise. Farther, we have need of a purpose of mind to handle them as should be, so that we may both obey our commander and take the field for our country. Having then given us this vigorous exhortation and reminded us of arms and battle and wars, see how he encourages the soldier again and cherishes his ready spirit. Verse 14, For sin shall not have dominion over you, for ye are not under the law, but under grace. If then sin hath no more dominion over us, why does he lay so great a charge upon them, as he does in the words, Let not sin reign in your mortal body, and yield not ye your members as instruments of unrighteousness unto sin? What does that here said mean then? He is sowing a kind of seed in this statement, which he means to develop afterwards, and to cultivate in a powerful argument. What then is this statement? It is this, that our body, before Christ's coming, was an easy prey to the assaults of sin, for along with death a great swarm of passions entered also, and for this cause it was not lightsome for running the race of virtue. For there was no spirit present to assist, nor any baptism of power to mortify. But as some horse that answereth not the rein, it ran indeed, but made frequent slips, and the law meanwhile announcing what was to be done and what not, yet not conveying into those in the race anything over and above exhortation by means of words. But when Christ had come, the effort became afterwards more easy, and therefore we had a more distant goal set us, in that the assistance we had given us was greater. Wherefore also Christ saith, Except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, ye shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven. But this he says more clearly in the sequel, but at present he alludes here briefly to it, to show that unless we stoop down very low to it, sin will not get the better of us, for it is not the law only that exhorteth us, but grace too, which also remitted our former sins, and secured us against future ones. For it promised them crowns after toils, but this crowned them first, and then led them to the contest. Now, it seems to me that he is not signifying here the whole life of a believer, but instituting a comparison between the baptism and the law. And this he says in another passage also, The letter killeth, but the Spirit giveth life. For the law convinceth of transgression, but grace undoes transgression. As then the former by convincing establisheth sin, so the latter by forgiving suffereth us not to be under sin. And so thou art in two ways set free from this thraldom, both in thy not being under the law, and in thy enjoying grace. But after he had by these words given the hearer a breathing time, he again furnishes him a safeguard, by introducing an exhortation in reply to an objection, and by saying as follows, verse 15, What then, shall we sin because we are not under the law, but under grace? God forbid. So he first adopts a form of abjuration, because it was an absurd thing he had named. And then he makes his discourse pass on to exhortation, and shows the great facility of the struggle in the following words. Verse 16, Know ye not that to whom ye yield yourselves servants to obey, his servants ye are, to whom ye obey, whether of sin unto death, or of obedience unto righteousness? I do not, he would say, mention hell as yet, nor that great punishment, but the shame it is in this world, when ye become slaves, and slaves of your own accord too, and sin's slaves, and when the wages are such as a second death. For if before baptism it wrought death of the body, and the wound required so great attendance, that the Lord of all came down to die, and so put a stop to the evil. If after so great a gift and so great liberty it seize thee again, while thou bendest down under it willingly, what is there that it may not do? Do not then run into such a pit, or willingly give thyself up. For in the case of wars, soldiers are often given up even against their will, but in this case, unless thou desertest of thyself, there is no one who will get the better of thee. Having then tried to shame them by a sense of duty, he alarms them also by the rewards, and lays before them the wages of both, righteousness and death, and that a death not like the former, but far worse. For if Christ is to die no more, who is to do away that death? No one. We must then be punished, and have vengeance taken upon us forever. For a death perceptible to the senses is not still to come in this case, as in the former, which gives the body rest and separates it from the soul, For the last enemy death is destroyed, whence the punishment will be deathless. But not to them that obey God, for righteousness and the blessings springing from it will be their rewards. End of section 18. Section 19 of Homilies on Romans by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 11, Part 2, Romans chapter 6, verse 5. Verse 17, But God be thanked that ye were the servants of sin, but ye have obeyed from the heart that form of doctrine which was delivered unto you. After shaming them by the slavery, after alarming them by the rewards, and so exhorting them, he again rights them by calling the benefits to mind. For by these he shows that they were great evils from which they were freed, and that not by any labours of their own, and that things henceforth would be more manageable. Just as anyone who has rescued a captive from a cruel tyrant, and advises him not to run away back to him, reminds him of his grievous thraldom, so does Paul set the evils passed away most emphatically before us by giving thanks to God, for it was no human power that could set us free from all those evils, but thanks be to God, who was willing and able to do such great things. And he well says, Ye have obeyed from the heart. Ye were neither forced nor pressed, but ye came over of your own accord with willing mind. Now this is like one that praises and rebukes at once, for after having willingly come, and not having had any necessity to undergo, what allowance can you claim, or what excuse can you make, if you run away back to your former estate? Next, that you may learn that it came not of their own willing temper only, but the whole of it of God's grace also. After saying, Ye have obeyed from the heart, he adds, that form of doctrine which was delivered you. For the obedience from the heart shows the free will. But it's being delivered, hence the assistance from God. But what is the form of doctrine? It is living aright and in conformity with the best conversation. Verse 18, Being then made free from sin, ye became the servants of righteousness. There are two gifts of God which he here points out, the freeing from sin and also the making them servants to righteousness, which is better than any freedom, for God hath done the same as if a person were to take an orphan who had been carried away by savages into their own country, and were not only to free him from captivity, but were to set himself as a kind father over him, and bring him to very great dignity. And this has been done in our case, for it was not our old evils alone that he freed us from, since he even led us to the life of angels, and paved the way for us to the best conversation, handing us over to the safe keeping of righteousness, and killing our former evils, and deadening the old man, and leading us to an immortal life. Let us then continue living this life, for many of those who seem to breathe and to walk about are in a more wretched plight than the dead. For there are different kinds of deadness, and one there is of the body, according to which Abraham was dead, and still was not dead. For God, he says, is not a God of the dead, but of the living. Another is of the soul, which Christ alludes to when he says, Let the dead bury their dead. Another, which is even the subject of praise, which is brought about by religion, of which Paul saith, Mortify your members which are upon the earth. Another, which is the cause even of this, the one which takes place in baptism, for our old man, he says, has been crucified, that is, has been deadened. Since then we know this, let us flee from that deadness by which, even though alive, we die, and let us not be afraid of that with which common death comes on. But the other two, whereof one is blissful, having been given by God, the other praiseworthy, which is accomplished by ourselves together with God, let us both choose and be emulous of. And of these two, one doth David pronounce blessed when he says, Blessed are they whose iniquities are forgiven, and the other Paul holds in admiration, saying and writing to the Galatians, They that be Christ's have crucified the flesh. But of the other couple, one Christ declares to be easy to hold in contempt when he says, Fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul, and the other fearful, for fear, he says, him that is able to destroy both body and soul in hell. And therefore let us flee from this, and choose that deadness which is held blessed and admirable, that of the other two we may escape the one, and not fear the other, for it is not the least good to us to see the sun, and to eat and drink, unless the life of good works be with us. For what would be the advantage, pray, of a king possessed of a purple robe indeed, and arms, but without a single subject? and exposed to all that had a mind to attack and insult him. In like manner it will be no advantage to a Christian to have faith and the gift of baptism, and yet be open to all the passions. In that way the disgrace will be greater, and the shame more. For as such an one, having the diadem and purple, is so far from gaining by this dress any honour to himself, that he even does disgrace to that by his own shame. So the believer also, who leadeth a corrupt life, is so far from becoming as such an object of respect, that he is only the more one of scorn. For as many, it says, as sinned without law, shall also perish without law, and as many as have sinned in the law shall be judged by the law. And in the epistle to the Hebrews he says, He that despised Moses' law died without mercy under 2 or 3 witnesses. Of how much sorer punishment, suppose ye, shall he be thought worthy, who hath trodden under foot the Son of God? And with reason, for I placed, he might say, all the passions in subjection to thee by baptism. How then comes it that thou hast disgraced so great a gift, and hast become one thing instead of another? I had killed and buried thy former transgressions, like worms. How is it that thou hast bred others? For sins are worse than worms, since these do harm to the body, those to the soul, and those make the more offensive stench. Yet we perceive it not, and so we are at no pains to purge them out. Thus the drunkard knows not how disgustful the stale wine is, but he that is not drunken has a distinct perception of it. So with sins also, he that lives soberly knows thoroughly the mire thereof and the stain. But he that gives himself up to wickedness, like a man made drowsy with drunkenness, does not even know the very fact that he is ill. And this is the most grievous part of vice, that it does not allow those who fall into it even to see the greatness of their own bane, but as they lie in the mire they think they are enjoying perfumes. And so they have not even the power of getting free, but when full of worms, like men that pride themselves in precious stones, so do they exult in these. And for this reason they have not so much as the will to kill them, but they even nourish these up, and multiply them in themselves, until they send them on to the worms of the world to come. For these are the providers for those, and are not only providers, but even the fathers of those that never die. As it says, their worm shall not die. These kindle the hell which never extinguishes. To prevent this from happening, then, let us do away with this fountain of evil, and extinguish the furnace, and let us draw up the root of wickedness from beneath, since he will do no good by cutting the tree off from above, if the root remains below, and sends up fresh shoots of the same kind again. What then is the root of the evils? Learn from the good husbandman, who has an accurate knowledge of such things, and tends the spiritual vine, and cultivates the whole world. Now what does he say is the cause of all the evils? The love of money. For the love of money is the root of all evils. Hence come fightings, and enmities, and wars, hence emulations, and railings, and suspicions, and insults, hence murders, and thefts, and violations of sepulchres. Through this, not cities and villages only, but roads and habitable and inhabitable parts, and mountains and groves and hills, and in a word all places are filled with blood and murder. And not even from the sea has this evil withdrawn, but even there also with great fury hath it revelled, since pirates beset it on all sides, thus devising a new mode of robbery. Through this have the laws of nature been subverted, and the claims of relationship set aside, and the laws of our very being broken through. For the thraldom of money hath armed, not against the living only, but even against the dead too, the right hands of such men. And at death even they make no truce with them, but bursting open the sepulchres, they put forth their impious hands even against dead bodies, and not even him that hath let go of life will they suffer to be let go from their plotting. And all the evils that you may find, whether in the house or in the marketplace, or in the courts of law, or in the senate, or in the king's palace, or in any other place whatsoever, it is from this that you will find they all spring. For this evil it is, this assuredly, which fills all places with blood and murder. This lights up the flame of hell. This makes cities as wretchedly off as a wilderness, yea, even much worse. For those that beset the high roads, one can easily be on one's guard against, as not being always upon attack. But they who in the midst of cities imitate them are so much the worse than them, in that these are harder to guard against, and dare to do openly what the others do with secrecy. For those laws, which have been made with a view to stopping their iniquity, they draw even into alliance for murders of this kind, and so fill the cities with pollutions? Is it not murder, pray, and worse than murder, to hand the poor man over to famine, and to cast him into prison, and to expose him not to famine only, but to tortures too, and to countless acts of insolence? For even if you do not do these things yourself to him, yet are the occasion of their being done. You do them more than the ministers who execute them. The murderer plunges his sword into a man at once, and after giving him pain for a short time, he does not carry the torture any farther. But do you, who by your harassings, by your plottings, make light darkness to him, and set him upon desiring death 10,000 times over, consider how many deaths you perpetrate instead of one only. And what is worse than all, you plunder and are grasping, not impelled to it by poverty, without any hunger to necessitate you, but that your horse's bridle may be spattered over with gold enough, or the ceiling of your house, or the capitals of your pillars. And what hell is there that this conduct would not deserve, when it is a brother, and one that has shared with yourself in blessings unalterable, and has been so highly honoured by the Lord, whom you, in order that you may deck out stones and floors, and the bodies of animals with neither reason nor perception of these ornaments, are casting into countless calamities? And your dog is well attended to, while man, or rather Christ, for the sake of the hound, and all these things I have named, is straitened with extreme hunger. What can be worse than such confusion? What more grievous than such lawlessness as this? What streams of fire will be enough for such a soul? He that was made in the image of God stands in unseemly plight through thy inhumanity. But the faces of the mules that draw thy wife glisten with gold in abundance, as do the skins and woods which compose that canopy. And if it is a seat that is to be made, or a footstool, they are all made of gold and silver. But the member of Christ, for whom also he came hither from heaven, and shed his precious blood, does not even enjoy the food that is necessary for him, owing to thy rapaciousness. But the couches are mantled with silver on every side, while the bodies of the saints are deprived even of necessary clothing. And to thee Christ is less precious than anything else, servants or mules or couch or chair or footstool, for I pass over furniture of still meaner use than these, leaving it to you to know of it. But if thou art shocked at hearing this, stand aloof from doing it, and then the word spoken will not harm thee. Stand aloof and cease from this madness, for plain madness it is, such eagerness about these things. Wherefore, letting go of these things, let us look up, late as it is, towards heaven, and let us call to mind the day which is coming. Let us bethink ourselves of that awful tribunal, and the exact accounts, and the sentence incorruptible. Let us consider that God, who sees all these things, sends no lightnings from heaven, and yet what is done deserves not thunderbolts merely. Yet he neither doth this, nor doth he let the sea loose upon us, nor doth he burst the earth in twain. He quencheth not the sun, nor doth he hold the heaven with its stars upon us. He doth not move aught from its place, but suffereth them to hold their course, and the whole creation to minister to us. Pondering all this then, let us be awestruck with the greatness of his love towards man, and let us return to that noble origin which belongs to us, since at present certainly we are in no better plight than the creatures without reason, but even in a much worse one. For they do love their kin, and need but the community of nature to cause affection towards each other. But thou, who besides nature hast countless causes to draw thee together, and attach thee to the members of thyself, the being honoured with the word, the partaking of one religion, the sharing of countless blessings, art become a wilder nature than they, by displaying so much carefulness about profitless things, and leaving the temples of God to perish in hunger and nakedness, and often surrounding them also with 1,000 evils. For if it is from love of glory that you do these things, it is much more binding on you to show your brother attention than your horse, for the better the creature that enjoys the act of kindness, the brighter the crown that is woven for such carefulness. Since now, while thou fallest into the contrary of all this, thou pullest upon thyself accusers without number, yet perceivest it not. For who is there that will not speak ill of thee? Who that will not indict thee as guilty of the greatest atrocity and misanthropy, when he sees that thou disregardest the human race, and settest that of senseless creatures above men, and besides senseless creatures, even thy house and furniture? Hast thou not heard the apostles saying, that they who first received the word sold both houses and lands, that they might support the brethren? But you plunder both houses and lands, that you may adorn a horse, or woodwork, or skins, or walls, or a pavement. And what is worse is, that it is not men only, but women too, are afflicted with this madness, and urge their husbands to this empty sort of pains, by forcing them to lay out their money upon anything, rather than the necessary things. And if anyone accuse them for this, they are practised with a defence, itself loaded with much to be accused, for both the one and the other are done at once, says one. What say you? Are you not afraid to utter such a thing, and to set the same store by horses and mules and couches and footstools as by Christ and hungered? Or rather, not even comparing them at all, but giving the larger share to these, and to him meting out with difficulty a scant share? Dost thou not know that all belongs to him, both thou and thine? Dost thou not know that he fashioned thy body, as gave thee a soul, and apportioned thee the whole world? But thou art not for giving even a little recompense to him. But if thou lettest a little hut, thou requirest the rent with the utmost rigour, and though reaping the whole of his creation, and dwelling in so wide a world, thou hast not courage to lay down even a little rent, but hast given up to vainglory thyself and all thou hast. For this is that whereof all these things come. The horse is none the better above his natural excellence for having this ornament, neither yet is the person mounted upon him, for sometimes he is only in the less esteem for it, since many neglect the rider, and turn their eyes to the horse's ornaments, and to the attendants behind and before, and to the fan-bearers. But the man who is lackeyed by these, they hate and turn their heads from as a common enemy. But this does not happen when thou adornest thy soul, for then men and angels and the Lord of angels all weave thee a crown. And so, if thou art in love with glory, stand aloof from the things which thou art now doing, and show thy taste not in thy house, but in thy soul, that thou mayest become brilliant and conspicuous. For now nothing can be more cheap than thou art, with thy soul unfurnished, but the handsomeness of thy house for a screen. But if thou art impatient of hearing me speak in this way, listen to what one of those that are without did, and at all events be shamed by their philosophy. For it is said that a certain one of them, who went into a palace that shone with gold in abundance, and glistened with the great beauty of the marbles and the columns, when he saw the floor strewed with carpets in all directions, spat in the face of the master of the house, and, when found fault with for it, said that since there was no other part of the house where he could do this, he was obliged to do this affront to his face. See how ridiculous a man is who displays his taste in exteriors, and how little he is in the eyes of all reasonable men, and with good reason. For if a person were to leave thy wife to be clad in rags, and to be neglected, and clothe thy maidservants with brilliant dresses, thou wouldst not bear it meekly, but wouldst be exasperated, and say that it was insulting in the extreme. Reason then in this way about your soul. When you display your taste in walls, then, and pavement, and furniture, and other things of the kind, and do not give liberally in alms, or practice the other parts of a religious life, you do nothing less than this, or rather what is worse than this by far. For the difference between servant and mistress is nothing, but between soul and flesh there is a greater disparity. But if it be so with the flesh, much more is it with the soul and a house, or the soul and a couch, or footstool. What kind of excuse then dost thou deserve, who puttest so much silver on all these, but for it hast no regard, though it be covered with filthy rags, squalid, hungry, and full of wounds, torn by hounds unnumbered, and after all this fanciest that thou shalt get thee glory by displaying thy taste in externals wound about thee? And this is the very height of frenzy, while ridiculed, reproached, disgraced, dishonoured, and falling into the severest punishment, still to be vain of these things. Wherefore I beseech you, laying all this to heart, let us become sober-minded, late as it is, and become our own masters, and transfer this adorning from outward things to our souls. For so it abideth safe from spoiling, and maketh us equal to the angels, and will entertain us with unaltering good, which may we all attain by the grace and love toward man, etc. End of section 19. Section 20 of Homilies on Romans by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 12, Part 1, Romans 6, verse 19. I speak after the manner of men because of the infirmity of your flesh, for as ye have yielded your members servants to uncleanness, and to iniquity unto iniquity, even so now yield your members servants to righteousness unto holiness. Since he had required great strictness of life, charging us to be dead to the world, and to have died unto wickedness, and to abide with no motion towards the working of sin, and seemed to be saying something great and burdensome, and too much for human nature, through a desire to show that he is not making any exorbitant demand, nor even as much as might be expected of one who enjoyed so great a gift, but one quite moderate and light. He proves it from contraries, and says, I speak after the manner of men, as much as to say, going by human reasonings, by such as one usually meets with. For he signifies the moderateness of it by the term applied after the manner of men. For elsewhere he uses the same word. There hath no temptation taken you, but such as is common to man, that is moderate and small. For as ye have yielded your members servants to uncleanness, and to iniquity unto iniquity, even so now yield your members servants to righteousness unto holiness. And truly the masters are very different ones, but still it is an equal amount of servitude that I ask. For men ought to give a much larger one, and so much the larger, as this is a greater and better mastership than the other. Nevertheless, I make no greater demand because of the infirmity, and that, he does not say of your free will or readiness of spirit, but of your flesh, so making what he says the less severe. And yet, on the one side there is uncleanness, on the other holiness, on the one iniquity, on the other righteousness. And who is so wretched and in such straits as not to spend as much earnestness upon the service of Christ as upon that of sin and the devil? Hear then what follows, and you will see clearly that we do not even spend this little. For when, stated in this naked way, it does not seem credible or easy to admit, and nobody would endure to hear that he does not serve Christ so much as he did serve the devil, he proves it by what follows, and renders it credible by bringing that slavery before us, and saying how they did serve him. Verse 20, For when ye were the servants of sin, ye were free from righteousness. Now what he says is somewhat of this kind. When ye lived in wickedness and impiety and the worst of evils, the state of compliance ye lived in was such that ye did absolutely no good thing at all. For this is, ye were free from righteousness. That is, ye were not subject to it, but estranged from it wholly. For ye did not even so much as divide the manner of servitude between righteousness and sin, but gave yourselves wholly up to wickedness. Now therefore, since ye have come over to righteousness, give yourselves wholly up to virtue, doing nothing at all of vice, that the measure you give may be at least equal. And yet it is not the mastership only that is so different, but in the servitude itself there is a vast difference, and this too he unfolds with great perspicuity, and shows what conditions they served upon then and what now. And as yet he says nothing of the harm accruing from the thing, but hitherto speaks of the shame. Verse 21, What fruit had ye then in those things whereof ye are now ashamed? So great was the slavery that even the recollection of it now makes you ashamed. But if the recollection makes one ashamed, the reality would be much more. And so you gained now in two ways, in having been freed from the shame, and also in having come to know the condition you were in. Just as then you were injured in two ways, in doing things deserving shame, and in not even knowing what to be ashamed was. And this is worse than the former, yet still ye kept in a state of servitude. Having then proved most abundantly the harm of what took place then from the shame of it, he comes to the thing in question. Now what is this thing? For the end of those things is death. Since then shame seems to be no such serious evil, he comes to what is very fearful, I mean death. Though in good truth what he had before mentioned were enough. For consider how exceeding great the mischief must be, inasmuch as, even when freed from the vengeance due to it, they could not get free of the shame. What wages then, he says, do you expect from the reality, when from the bare recollection, and that too when you are freed from the vengeance, you hide your face and blush, though under such grace as you are? But God's side is far otherwise. Verse 22, But now, being made free from sin and become servants to God, ye have your fruit unto holiness, and the end everlasting life. Of the former the fruit was shame, even after the being set free. But of these the fruit is holiness, and where holiness is, there is much confidence. But of those things the end is death, and of these everlasting life. Do you see how he points out some things as already given, and some as existing in hope? And from what are given, he draws proof of the others also, that is, from the holiness of the life. For to prevent your saying everything lies in hope, he points out that you have already reaped fruits. First, the being freed from wickedness, and such evils as the very recollection of puts one to shame. Second, the being made a servant unto righteousness. A third, the enjoying of holiness. A fourth, the obtaining of life. And life too not for a season, but everlasting. Yet with all these, he says, do but serve as ye served it. For though the master is far preferable, and the service also has many advantages, and the rewards too for which ye are serving, still I make no further demand. Next, since he had mentioned arms and a king, he keeps on with the metaphor in these words. Verse 23, For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life, through Jesus Christ our Lord. After speaking of the wages of sin in the case of the blessings, he has not kept to the same order, for he does not say the wages of your good deeds, but the gift of God, to show that it was not of themselves that they were freed, nor was it a due they received, neither yet a return, nor a recompense of labors, but by grace all these things came about. And so there was a superiority for this cause also, in that he did not free them only, or change their condition for the better, but that he did it without any labor or trouble upon their part, and that he not only freed them, but also gave them more than before, and that through his Son. And the whole of this he has interposed, as having discussed the subject of grace, and being on the point of overthrowing the law next. That these things then might not both make them rather listless, he inserted the part about strictness of life, using every opportunity of rousing the hearer to the practice of virtue. But when he calls death the wages of sin, he alarms them again and secures them against dangers to come. For the words he uses to remind them of their former estate, he also employs so as to make them thankful and more secure against any inroads of temptations. Here then he brings the hortatory part to a stop, and proceeds with the doctrines again, speaking on this wise. Chapter 7, verse 1. Know ye not, brethren, for I speak to them that know the law. Since then he had said we are dead to sin, he here shows that not sin only, but also the law hath no dominion over them. But if the law hath none, much less hath sin, and to render his language palatable, he uses a human example to make this plain by, and he seems to be stating one point, but he sets down at once two arguments for this proposition. One, that when a husband is dead, the woman is no longer subject to her husband, and there is nothing to prevent her becoming the wife of another. And the other, that in the present case it is not the husband only that is dead, but the wife also. So that one may enjoy liberty in two ways. Now, if when the husband is dead she is freed from his power, when the woman is shown to be dead also, she is much more at liberty. For the one event frees her from his power, much more does the concurrence of both. As he is about to proceed then to a proof of these points, he starts with an encomium of the hearers in these words, Know ye not, brethren, for I speak to them that know the law. That is, I am saying a thing that is quite agreed upon and clear, and to men too that know all these things accurately. How that the law hath dominion over a man as long as he liveth. He does not say husband or wife, but man, which name is common to either creature. For he that is dead, he says, is freed from sin. The law then is given for the living, but to the dead it ceaseth to be ordained. Do you observe how he sets forth a twofold freedom? Next, after hinting this at the commencement, he carries on what he has to say by way of proof in the woman's case in the following way. Verses 2 and 3, For the woman which hath an husband is bound by the law to her husband, so long as he liveth, but if the husband be dead, she is loosed from the law of her husband. So then, if while her husband liveth, she be married to another man, she shall be called an adulteress, but if her husband be dead, she is freed from that law, so that she is no adulteress, though she be married to another man. He keeps continually upon this point, and that with great exactness, since he feels quite sure of the proof grounded on it, and in the husband's place he puts the law, but in the woman's all believers. Then he adds the conclusion in such a way that it does not tally with the premise, for what the context would require would be, And so, my brethren, the law shall not rule over you, for it is dead. But he does not say so, but only in the premise hinted it. And in the inference, afterwards, to prevent what he says being distasteful, he brings the woman in as dead by saying, verse 4, Wherefore, my brethren, ye also are become dead to the law. As then the one or the other event gives rise to the same freedom, what is there to prevent his showing favour to the law without any harm being done to the cause? For the woman which hath an husband is bound by the law. What is become now of those that speak evil of the law? Let them hear how even when forced upon it, he does not bereave it of its dignity, but speaks great things of its power. If while it is alive the Jew is bound, and they are to be called adulterers who transgress it, and leave it whiles it is alive. But if they let go of it after it has died, this is not to be wondered at. For in human affairs no one is found fault with for doing this. But if the husband be dead, she is loosed from the law of her husband. You see how in the example he points out the law as dead, but in the inference he does not do so. So then, if it be while her husband liveth, the woman is called an adulteress. See how he dwells upon the accusations of those who transgress the law while it is yet living. But since he had put an end to it, he afterwards favours it, yet without doing any harm hereby to the faith. For if, while her husband liveth, she be married to another man, she shall be called an adulteress. Thus it would have been natural to say next, Ye also, my brethren, now the law is dead, will not be judged guilty of adultery, if ye become married to another husband. Yet he does not use these words, but what? He says, Ye are become dead to the law. If ye have been made dead, ye are no longer under the law, for if, when the husband is dead, the woman is no longer liable to it, much more, when herself is dead also, is she freed from the former. Do you note the wisdom of Paul, how he points out that the law itself designs that we should be divorced from it and married to another? For there is nothing, he means, against your living with another husband, now the former is dead. For how should there be, since when the husband was alive it allowed this to her who had a writing of divorcement? But this he does not set down, as it was rather a charge against the woman, for although this had been granted, still it was not cleared of blame. For in cases where he had gained the victory by requisite and accredited proofs, he does not go into questions beyond the purpose, not being captious. The marvel then is this, that it is the law itself that acquits us who are divorced from it of any charge, and so the mind of it was that we should become Christ's. For it is dead itself, and we are dead, and the grounds of its power over us are removed in a twofold way. But he is not content with this alone, but also adds the reason of it. For he has not set down death without special purpose, but brings the cross in again, which had wrought these things, and in this way too he puts us under an engagement. For ye have not been freed merely, he means, but it was through the Lord's death, for he says, Ye are become dead to the law by the body of Christ. Now it is not on this only he grounds his exhortation, but also on the superiority of this second husband. And so he proceeds, that ye should be married to another, even to him who is raised from the dead. Then to prevent their saying, If we do not choose to live with another husband, what then? For the law does not indeed make an adulteress of the widow who lives in a second marriage, but for all that it does not force her to live in it. Now, that they may not say this, he shows that from benefits already confessed, it is binding on us to choose it, and this he lays down more clearly in other passages where he says, Ye are not your own, and ye are bought with a price, and be not ye the servants of men, and one died for all, that they which live should not henceforth live to themselves, but unto him which died for them. This is then what he here alludes to in the words by the body. And next he exhorts to better hopes, saying that we should bring forth fruit unto God. For then, he means, he brought forth fruit unto death, but now unto God. Verse 5, For when we were in the flesh, the motions of sins, which were by the law, did work in our members to bring forth fruit unto death. You see then the gain to be got from the former husband. And he does not say, when we were in the law, so in every passage shrinking from giving a handle to heretics, but when we were in the flesh, that is, in evil deeds, in a carnal life. What he says then is not that they were in the flesh before, but now they went about without any bodies. But by saying what he does, he neither says that the law is the cause of sins, nor yet frees it from odium. For it held the rank of a bitter accuser by making their sins bare, since that which enjoins more to him who is not minded to obey at all makes the offence greater. And this is why he does not say the motions of sins which were produced by the law, but which were through the law, without adding any produced, but simply through the law, that is to say, which through the law were made apparent, were made known. Next, that he might not accuse the flesh either, he does not say which the members wrought, but which did work in our members, to show that the origin of the mischief was elsewhere, from the thoughts which wrought in us, not from the members which had them working in them. For the soul ranks as a performer, and the fabric of the flesh as a lyre, sounding as the performer obliges it. So the discordant tune is to be ascribed not to the latter, but to the former, sooner than to the latter. Verse 6, But now, he says, we are delivered from the law. See how he again in this place spares the flesh and the law. For he does not say that the law was made of no effect, or that the flesh was made of no effect, but that we were made of no effect, i.e. were delivered. And how were we delivered? Why, by the old man, who was held down by sin, being dead and buried. For this is what he sets forth in the words, "that being dead wherein we were held," as if he had said the chain by which we were held down was deadened and broken through, so that that which held down, namely sin, held down no more. But do not fall back or grow listless, for you have been freed with a view to being servants again, though not in the same way, but that we should serve in newness of spirit, and not in the oldness of the letter. Now what does he mean here? For it is necessary to disclose it here, that when we come upon the passage we may not be perplexed with it. When then Adam sinned, he means, and his body became liable to death and sufferings, it received also many physical losses, and the horse became less active and less obedient. But Christ, when he came, made it more nimble for us through baptism, rousing it with the wing of the Spirit. And for this reason the marks for the race which the ancients had to run are not the same as ours, since then the race was not so easy as it is now. For this reason he desires them to be clear, not from murder only, as he did the ancients, but from anger also. Nor is it adultery only that he bids them to keep clear of, but even the unchaste look, and to be exempt not from their false swearing only, but even from true. And with their friends he orders them to love their enemies also, and in all other duties he gives us a longer ground to run over, and if we do not obey, threatens us with hell, so showing that the things in question are not matters of free will offerings for the combatants, as celibacy and poverty are, but are binding upon us absolutely to fulfill. For they belong to necessary and urgent requisites, and the man who does not do them is to be punished to the utmost. This is why he said, "Except your righteousness exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, ye shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven. But he that does not see the kingdom shall certainly fall into hell." For this cause St. Paul too says, "Sin shall not have dominion over you, because ye are not under the law, but under grace." And here again, that he should serve in newness of spirit, not in the oldness of the letter. For it is not the letter that condemneth, that is the old law, but the Spirit that helpeth. And for this reason, among the ancients, if any were found practicing virginity, it was quite astonishing. But now the thing is scattered over every part of the world, and death in those times some few men did with difficulty despise, but now in villages and cities there are hosts of martyrs without number, consisting not of men only, but even of women. And next, having done with this, he again meets an objection, which is rising, and as he meets it gives confirmation to his own object. And so he does not introduce the solution of it as main argument, but by way of opposing this, that by the exigency of meeting it, he may get a plea for saying what he wishes, and make his accusation not so unpalatable. Having then said in the newness of the Spirit, and not in the oldness of the letter, he proceeds, verse 7, "What shall we say then? Is the law sin? God forbid." Even before this, he had been saying that the motions of sins which were by the law did work in our members, and sin shall have no dominion over you, for ye are not under the law, but under grace. And that where no law is, there is no transgression. But the law came in that the offence might abound, and the law worketh wrath. Now, as all these things seem to bring the law into disrepute, in order to correct the suspicion arising from them, he supposes also an objection, and says, "What then? Is the law sin? God forbid." But for the proof he uses this abjuration to conciliate the hearer, and by way of soothing any who was troubled at it. For so, when he had heard this, and felt assured of the speaker's disposition, he would join with him in investigating the seeming perplexity, and feel no suspicions of him. Wherefore he anticipates that objection, and sets it down. Hence he does not say, "What am I to say?" but "What shall we say then?" As though a deliberation and a judgment were before them, and a general meeting called together, and the objection came forward not of himself, but in the course of discussion, and from real circumstances of the case. That the letter killeth, he means, no one will deny, or that the Spirit giveth life. This is plain too, and nobody will dispute it. If then these are confessedly truths, what are we to say about the law? That it is sin? God forbid. Explain the difficulty then. Do you see how he supposes the opponent to be present, and having assumed the dignity of the teacher, he comes to the explaining of it? Now, what is this? Sin, he says, the law is not. Nay, I had not known sin but by the law. Notice the reach of his wisdom. What the law is not, he has set down by way of objection, so that by removing this, and thereby doing the Jew a pleasure, he may persuade him to accept the less alternative. And what is this? Why, that I had not known sin but by the law. for I had not known lust, except the law had said, Thou shalt not covet. Do you observe how by degrees he shows it to be not an accuser of sin only, but in a measure its producer? Yet not from any fault of its own, but from that of the froward Jews, he proves it was, that this happened. For he has taken good heed to stop the mouths of the Manichees that accuse the law. And so, after saying, Nay, I had not known sin but by the law, and I had not known lust, except the law had said, Thou shalt not covet, he adds, verse 8, But sin, taking occasion by the commandment, wrought in me all manner of concupiscence. Do you see how he has cleared it of all blame? For sin, he says, taking occasion by the commandment, it was, and not the law, that increased the concupiscence, and the reverse of the law's intent was brought about. This came of weakness, and not of any badness. For when we desire a thing, and then are hindered of it, the flame of the desire is but increased. Now this came not of the law, for it hindered us in a way to keep us off from it, but sin, that is, thy own listlessness and bad disposition, used what was good for the reverse. But this is no fault in the physician, but in the patient who applies the medicine wrongly. For the reason of the law being given was not to inflame concupiscence, but to extinguish it, though the reverse came of it. Yet the blame attaches not to it, but to us. Since if a person had a fever and wanted to take cold drink when it was not good for him, and one were not to let him take his fill of it, and so increase his lust after this ruinous pleasure, one could not deservedly be found fault with. For the physician's business is simply prohibiting it, but the restraining himself is the patient's. And what if sin did take occasion from it? Surely there are many bad men who by good precepts grow in their own wickedness. For this was the way in which the devil ruined Judas by plunging him into avarice and making him steal what belonged to the poor. However, it was not the being entrusted with the bag that brought this to pass, but the wickedness of his own spirit. And Eve, by bringing Adam to eat from the tree, threw him out of paradise. But neither in that case was the tree the cause, even if it was through it that the occasion took place. But if he treats the discussion about the law with somewhat of vehemence, do not feel surprise, for St. Paul is making a stand against the present exigency, and suffers not his language to give a handle even to those that suspected otherwise, but takes great pains to make the present statement correct. Do not then sift what he is now going on to say by itself, but put beside it the purpose by which he is led on to speak of these things, and reckon for the madness of the Jews and their vigorous spirit of contention, which he earnestly desires to do away with. And if he seems to bear violently against the law, it is not to find fault with it, but to unnerve their vigor. For if it is any reproach to the law that sin taketh occasion by it, this will be found to be the case in the New Testament also. For in the New Testament there are thousands of laws, and about many more important matters. And one may see the same come to pass there also, not with regard to covetousness only, but to all wickedness generally. For he says, If I had not come and spoken unto them, they had not had sin. Here then sin finds a footing in this fact, and so the greater punishment. And again, when Paul discourseth about grace, he says, Of how much sorer punishment, suppose ye, shall he be counted worthy who hath trodden under foot the Son of God? Has not then the worse punishment its origin from hence, from the greater benefit? And the reason why he says the Greeks were without excuse was, because, being honoured with the gift of reason, and having gotten a knowledge of the beauty of the creation, and having been placed in a fair way for being led by it to the Creator, they did not so use the wisdom of God as it was their duty. Observe that to the wicked in all cases occasions of greater punishment result from good things. But we shall not in this accuse the benefits of God, but rather upon this even admire them the more. But we shall throw the blame on the spirit of those who abuse the blessings to contrary purpose. Let this then be our line with regard to the law also. But this is easy and feasible. The other is what is a difficulty. How is this, he means, that I had not known lust, except the law had said, Thou shalt not covet. Now if man had not known lust before he received the law, what was the reason for the flood, or the burning of Sodom? What does he mean then? He means vehement lust, and this is why he did not say lust, but all manner of concupiscence, intimating in that its vehemency. And what, it will be said, is the good of the law, if it adds to the disorder? None, but much mischief even. Yet the charge is not against the law, but the listlessness of those who received it, for sin wrought it, though by the law. But this was not the purpose of the law, nay, the very opposite. Sin then became stronger and much stronger. But this again is no charge against the law, but against their obstinacy. For without the law, sin is dead, that is, was not so ascertainable. For even those before the law knew that they had sinned, but they came to a more exact knowledge of it after the giving of the law. And for this reason they were liable to a greater accusation, since it was not the same thing to have nature to accuse them, and besides nature the law, which told them distinctly every charge. End of section 20. Section 21 of Homilies on Romans by John Chrysostom, translated by J.B. Morris. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Homily 12, Part 2, Romans 6, verse 19. Verse 9. For I was alive without the law once. When, pray, was that? Before Moses. See how he sets himself to show that the law, both by the things it did and the things it did not do, weighed down human nature. For when I was alive without the law, he means, I was not so much condemned. But when the commandment came, sin revived, and I died. This seems indeed to be an accusing of the law, but if anyone will look closely at it, it will be seen to be even an encomium of it. For it did not give existence to sin that before was not, but only pointed out what had escaped notice. And this is even a praise of the law, if at least before they had been sinning without perceiving it. But when this came, if they gained nothing besides from it, at all events this they were distinctly made acquainted with, the fact that they had been sinning. And this is no small point, with a view to getting free from wickedness. Now if they did not get free, this has nothing to do with the law, which framed everything with a view to this end, but the accusation lies wholly against their spirit, which was perverse beyond all supposition. For what took place was not the natural thing, their being injured by things profitable. And this is why he says, and the commandment which was ordained to life I found to be unto death. He does not say it was made or it bred death, but was found, so explaining the novel and unusual kind of discrepancy, and making the whole fall upon their own pate. For if, he says, you would know the aim of it, it led to life, and was given with this view, but if death was the issue of this, the fault is with them that received the commandment, and not of this, which was leading them to life. And this is a point on which he has thrown fresh light by what follows. Verse 11, For sin, taking occasion by the commandment, deceived me, and by it slew me. You observe how he everywhere keeps to sin, and entirely clears the law of accusation. And so he proceeds as follows, verse 12, Wherefore the law is holy, and the commandment holy, and just, and good. But if he be so minded, we will bring before you the language of those who wrest these declarations, for this will make our own statements clearer. For there are some that say that he is not here saying what he does of the law of Moses, but some take it of the law of nature, some of the commandment given in paradise. Yet surely Paul's object everywhere is to annul this law, but not to have any question with those. And with much reason, for it was through a fear and a horror of this that the Jews obstinately opposed grace. But it does not appear that he has ever called the commandment in paradise law at all. No, nor yet any other writer. Now, to make this plainer from what he has really said, let us follow out his words, retracing the argument a little. Having then spoken to them about strictness of conversation, he goes on to say, Know ye not, brethren, how that the law hath dominion over a man as long as he liveth? Wherefore ye are become dead to the law. Therefore if these things are said about the natural law, we are found to be without the natural law. And if this be true, we are more senseless than the creatures which are without reason. Yet this is not so, certainly. For with regard to the law in paradise, there is no need to be contentious, lest we should be taking up a superfluous contest by entering the lists against things men have made up their minds upon. In what sense, then, does he say, I should not have known sin but by the law? He is speaking not of absolute want of knowledge, but of the more accurate knowledge. For if this was said of the law of nature, how would what follows suit? For I was alive, he says, without the law once. Now neither Adam nor anybody else can be shown ever to have lived without the law of nature. For as soon as God formed him, he put into him that law of nature, making it to dwell by him as a security to the whole kind. And besides this, it does not appear that he has anywhere called the law of nature a commandment. But this he calls as well a just and holy commandment as a spiritual law. But the law of nature was not given us by the Spirit, for barbarians as well as Greeks and other men have this law. Hence it is plain that it is the Mosaic law that he is speaking of above, as well as afterwards, and in all the passages. Verse 13. Was then that which is good made death unto me? God forbid, but sin, that it might appear sin. That is, that it might be shown what a great evil sin is, as also a listless will, an inclinableness to the worse side, the actual doing of this and the perverted judgment. For this is the cause of all the evils, but he amplifies it by pointing out the exceeding grace of Christ, and teaching them what an evil he freed the human race from, which by the medicines he used to cure it had become worse, and was increased by the preventatives. Wherefore he goes on to say that sin by the commandment might become exceeding sinful. Do you see how these things are woven together everywhere? By the very means he uses to accuse sin, he again shows the excellency of the law. Neither is it a small point which he has gained by showing what an evil sin is, and unfolding the whole of its poison, and bringing it to view. For this is what he shows by saying that sin by the commandment might become exceeding sinful, that is, that it may be made clear what an evil sin is, what a ruinous thing. And this is what was shown by the commandment. Hereby he also shows the preeminence of grace above the law, the preeminence above, not the conflict with, the law. For do not look to this fact that those who received it were the worse for it, but consider that other, that the law had not only no design of drawing wickedness out to greater lengths, but even seriously aimed at hewing down what already existed. Yet if it had not the power, still honor it for its intention, and adore the more the power of Christ, because it was an evil so manifold, and so hard to get the better of, that he did away with and plucked up by cutting it out with its very roots. But when you hear me speak of sin, do not think of it as a substantial power, but evil-doing, as it comes upon men and goes from them continually, and which, before it takes place, has no being, and when it has taken place, vanishes again. This, then, was why the law was given. Now, no law is ever given to put an end to things natural, but in order to correct a way of acting purposely wicked. And this the lawgivers that are without, too, are aware of, and all mankind in general, for it is the evils from viciousness alone that they are setting right, and they do not undertake to extirpate those allotted us along with our nature, since this they cannot do. For things natural remain unalterable, as we have told you frequently in other discourses also. And so let us leave these contests, and again practice ourselves in exhortation, or rather, this last part belongs to those contests. For if we cast out wickedness, we should bring virtue in also, and by these means we shall clearly teach that wickedness is no natural evil, and shall be able easily to stop the mouths of them that inquire for the origin of evil, not by means of words only, but of actions also, since we share the same nature with them, but are freed from their wickedness. For let us not be looking at the laboriousness of virtue, but at the possibility of succeeding in it. But if we be earnest, it will be at once light and palatable to us. But if you tell me of the pleasure of vice, tell out its end too, for it issueth in death, even as virtue leadeth us to life. Or if you think fit, let us rather scrutinize them both even before their end, for we shall see that vice has a great deal of pain attached to it, and virtue great pleasure. For what, pray, is so painful as a bad conscience? Or what more pleasing than a good hope? For there is nothing, assuredly there is nothing, which is used to cut us so deep, and press so hard on us, as the expectation of evil, nothing that so keeps us up, and all but gives us wings, as a good conscience. And this we may get a knowledge of by what takes place before our eyes. For they that dwell in a prison, and are in expectation of sentence against them, let them have never so much food to enjoy, live a more afflicting life than those that go a-begging by the by-roads, yet with nothing upon their consciences to trouble them. For the expectation of a dreadful end will not let them perceive those pleasures which they have in their hands. And why do I speak of prisoners? Why, as for those that are living out of prison, and have a good fortune, yet have a bad conscience about them, handicraftsmen that work for their bread, and spend the whole day amid their labour, are in a far better plight than they. And for this reason too we say how miserable the gladiators are, though seeing them as we do in taverns, drunken, luxurious, gormandizing, and call them the most miserable of men, because the calamity of the end which they must expect is too great to admit of comparison with that pleasure. Now if to them a life of this sort seems to be pleasing, remember what I am continually telling you, that it is no such marvel that a man who lives in vice should not flee from the misery and pain of vice. For see how a thing so detestable as that, yet seems to be delectable to those who practice it. Yet we do not on this account say how happy they are, for this is just the very reason why we think them pitiable, because they have no notion of the evils they are amongst. And what would you say of adulterers, who for a little pleasure undergo at once a disgraceful slavery and a loss of money and a perpetual fear, and in fact the very life of a Cain, or rather one that is even much worse than his, filled with fears for the present and trembling for the future, and suspecting alike friend and foe, and those that know about it, and those that know nothing. Neither when they go to sleep are they quit of this struggle, their bad conscience shaping out for them dreams that abound with sundry terrors, and in this way horrifying them. Far otherwise is the chaste man, seeing he passes the present life unshackled and at full liberty. Weigh then against the little pleasure the sundry fluctuations of these terrors, and with the short labour of continency, the calm of an entire life, and you will find the latter hath more of pleasantness than the former. But as for the man that is set upon plundering and laying hands upon other men's goods, tell me if he has not to undergo countless pains in the way of running about, fawning upon slaves, freemen, doorkeepers, alarming and threatening, acting shamelessly, watching, trembling, in agony, suspecting everybody. Far otherwise is the man that holds riches in contempt, for he too enjoys pleasure in abundance, and lives with no fear, and in perfect security. And if anyone were to go through the other instances of vice, he would find much trouble and many wrongs. But what is of greater importance is that in the case of virtue the difficulties come first, and the pleasant part afterwards, so that trouble is even thus alleviated. But in the case of vice the reverse. After the pleasure, the pains and the punishments, so that by these besides the pleasure is done away. For as he who waits for the crown perceives nothing of present annoyance, so he that has to expect the punishments after the pleasures has no power of gathering in a gladness that is unalloyed, since the fear puts everything in confusion. Or rather, if anyone were to scrutinize the thing with care, even before the punishment which follows upon these things, he would find that, even at the very moment when vice is boldly entered upon, a great deal of pain is felt. And if you think fit, let us just examine this in the case of those who plunder other men's goods, or those who in any way get together money, and setting aside fears and dangers and trembling and agony and care, and all these things, let us suppose the case of a man who has got rich without any annoyance, and he feels sure about maintaining his present fortune, which he has no means of doing. Still, for all that, let it be assumed for argument's sake. What sort of pleasure, then, is he to gather in from having so much about him? On the contrary, it is just this very thing that will not let him be glad-hearted, for as long as ever he desires other things besides, he is still upon the rack. Because desire gives pleasure at the time it has come to a stand. If thirsty, for instance, we feel refreshed when we have drunk as much as we wished, but so long as we keep thirsty, even if we were to have exhausted all the fountains in the world, our torment were but growing greater. Even if we were to drink up 10,000 rivers, our state of punishment were more distressing. And thou also, if thou wert to receive the goods of the whole world, and still to covet, wouldst make thy punishment the greater, the more things thou hadst tasted of. Fancy not, then, that from having gathered a great sum together, thou shalt have aught of pleasure, but rather by declining to be rich. But if thou covetest to be rich, thou wilt be always under the scourge, for this is a kind of love that does not reach its aim, and the longer journey thou hast gone, the further off thou keepest from the end. Is not this a paradox, then, a derangement, a madness in the extreme? Let us then forsake this first of evils, or rather, let us not even touch this covetousness at all. Yet if we have touched it, let us spring away from its first motions, for this is the advice the writer of the Proverbs gives us when he speaks about the harlot. Spring away, he says, tarry not, neither go thou near to the door of her house. This same thing I would say to you about the love of money, for if, by entering gradually, you fall into this ocean of madness, you will not be able to get up out of it with ease, and, as if you were in whirlpools, struggle as often as ever you may, it will not be easy for you to get clear. So after falling into this far worse abyss of covetousness, you will destroy your own self with all that belongs to you. And so my advice is that we be on our watch against the beginning, and avoid little evils, for the great ones are gendered by these. For he who gets into a way of saying at every sin, at all events, it is but this, will by little and little ruin himself entirely. At all events, it is this which has introduced vice, which has opened the doors to the robber, which has thrown down the walls of cities. This saying at each sin, it is but this. Thus, in the case of the body, too, the greatest of diseases grow up when trifling ones are made light of. If Esau had not first been a traitor to his birthright, he would not have become unworthy of the blessings. If he had not rendered himself unworthy of the blessings, he would not have had the desire of going on to fratricide. If Cain had not fallen in love with the first place, but had left that to God, he would not have had the second place. Again, when he had the second place, if he had listened to the advice, he would not have travailed with the murder. Again, if after doing the murder he had come to repentance when God called him, and had not answered in an irreverent way, he would not have had to suffer the subsequent evils. But if those before the Lord did, owing to this listlessness, come to the very bottom of misery, only consider what is to become of us who are called to a greater contest, unless we take strict heed unto ourselves, and make speed to quench the sparks of evil deeds before the whole pile is kindled. Take an instance of my meaning. Are you in the habit of false swearing? Do not stop at this only, but away with all swearing, and you will have no further need of trouble, for it is far harder for a man that swears to keep from false swearing than to abstain from swearing altogether. Are you an insulting and abusive person, a striker too? Lay down as a law for yourself not to be angry or brawl in the least, and with the root the fruit also will be gotten rid of. Are you lustful and dissipated? Make it your rule again not even to look at a woman, or to go up into the theatre, or to trouble yourself with the beauty of other people whom you see about. For it is far easier not even to look at a woman of good figure, than after looking and taking in the lust, to thrust out the perturbation that comes thereof, the struggle being easier in the preliminaries. Or rather, we have no need of a struggle at all, if we do not throw the gates open to the enemy, or take in the seeds of mischief. And this is why Christ chastised the man who looks unchastely upon a woman, that he might free us from greater labor before the adversary became strong, bidding us cast him out of the house, while he may be cast out even with ease. For what need to have superfluous trouble and to get entangled with the enemies, when without entanglement we may erect the trophy, and before the wrestling seize upon the prize? For it is not so great a trouble not to look upon beautiful women, as it is while looking to restrain oneself. Or rather, the first would be no trouble at all, but immense toil and labor comes on after looking. Since then this trouble is less, or rather there is no labor at all, nor trouble, but the greater gain. Why do we take pains to plunge into an ocean of countless evils? And farther, the not looking upon a woman will overcome such lust not only with greater ease, but with a higher purity, as he, on the other hand, who does look, getteth free with more trouble, and not without a kind of stain, that is, if he does get free at all. For he that does not take a view of the beautiful figure is clear of the lust that might result, but he who lusteth to look, after first laying his reason low and polluting it in countless ways, as then to cast out the stain that came of the lust, that is, if he do cast it out. This then is why Christ, to prevent our suffering in this way, did not prohibit murder only, but wrath, not adultery only, but an unchaste look even, not perjury only, but all swearing whatsoever. Nor does he make the measure of virtue stop here, but after having given these laws he proceeds to a still greater degree. For after keeping us far away from murder, and bidding us be clear of wrath, he bids us be ready even to suffer ill, and not to be prepared to suffer no more than what he who attacks us pleases, but even to go further, and to get the better of his utmost madness by the overflowingness of our own Christian spirit. For what he says is not, if a man smite thee on thy right cheek, bear it nobly and hold thy peace, but he says to this the yielding to him the other also, for he says turn to him the other also. This then is the brilliant victory, to yield him even more than what he wishes, and to go beyond the bounds of his evil desire by the profuseness of one's own patient endurance. For in this way you will put a stop to this madness, and also receive from the second act again the reward of the first, and you will put a stop to wrath against him. See you how in all cases it is we that have it in our power not to suffer ill, and not they that inflict it, or rather, it is not the not suffering ill alone, but even the having benefits done us, that we have in our own power. And this is the truest wonder, that we are so far from being injured, if we be right-minded, that we are even benefited, and that too by the very things that we suffer unjustly at the hands of others. Reflect then, has such an one done you an affront? You have the power of making this affront redound to your honor, for if you do an affront in return, you only increase the disgrace. But if you bless him that did you the affront, you will see that all men give you victory and proclaim your praise. Do you see how by the things wherein we are wronged, we get good done unto us, if we be so minded? This one may see happening in the case of money matters, of blows, and the same in everything else, for if we requite them with the opposite, we are but twining a double crown about us, one for the ills we have suffered, as well as one for the good we are doing. Whenever then a person comes and tells you that such an one has done you an affront, and keeps continually speaking evil of you to everybody, praise the man to those who tell you of him, for thus, even if you wish to avenge yourself, you will have the power of inflicting punishment. For those who hear you, be they ever so foolish, will praise you and hate him as fiercer than any brute beast, because he, without being at all wronged, caused you pain, but you, even when suffering wrong, requited him with the opposite. And so you will have it in your power to prove that all that he said was to no purpose. For he who feels the truth of a slander gives by his vexation a proof that he is conscious of the truth of what is said, but he who smiles at it, by this very thing acquits himself of all suspicion with those who are present. Consider then how many good things you cull together from the affair. First, you rid yourself of all vexation and trouble. Secondly, rather this should come first, even if you have sins, you will put them off, as the publican did by bearing the Pharisee's accusation meekly. Besides, you will by this practice make your soul heroic, and will enjoy endless praises from all men, and will divest yourself of any suspicion arising from what is said. But even if you are desirous of taking revenge upon the man, this too will follow in full measure, both by God's punishing him for what he has said, and before that punishment by thy heroic conduct, standing to him in the place of a mortal blow. For there is nothing that cuts those who affront us so much to the heart, as for us who are affronted to smile at the affront. As then, from behaving with Christian heroism, so many honors will accrue to us, so from being little-minded, just the opposite will befall us in everything. For we disgrace ourselves, and also seem to those present to be guilty of the things mentioned, and fill our soul with perturbation, and give our enemy pleasure, and provoke God, and add to our own sins. Taking then all this into consideration, let us flee from the abyss of a little mind, and take refuge in the port of patient endurance, that here we may at once find rest unto our souls, as Christ also set forth, and may attain to the good things to come, by the grace and love towards man, etc. End of section 21.